My God! So many flying ships. Some bystanders were already pulling their hair hard in shock, feeling their scalps numb. 100 flying ships of the Whampoa clan flew over from all directions. What kind of scene was that? The 100 flying ships were completely obscure, as if an apocalyptic war was about to erupt. So many flying ships enveloped the entire sky in darkness, causing the vast star-gazing city to be shrouded in a shadow. Everyone raised their heads to look up into the sky. The visual pressure brought by the 100 flying ships was indescribable. They could even see the flying ships slowly flying through the sky, and they could even see the paint on the bottom of the flying ships. A suffocating pressure shrouded everyone's hearts like a shadow. The 9th princess was also stunned. She did not expect such an unbelievable turn of events to occur in the end. Xianxia's face was already pale. She was afraid that these flying ships would really be filled with weapons. If that was the case, wouldn't the harsh words she had put down earlier have turned into a resounding slap in the face? Moreover, he slapped it so fast. It was as if her words were still floating in the air. The first ship, the one closest to the clock tower, was a woman wearing a black veil. The woman cupped her fists and said, "Young Master Xiangru, I'm not late, am I?" Xiangru. Everyone present was shocked. It turned out that the Whampoa aristocrat clan did not come for the princess, but for the man beside the princess. Xiangnan smiled faintly. "It's the right time," the black-veiled woman said. "This time, our commotion is a little big. Please don't take offense, young Master Xiangru. My Whampoa aristocrat clan learned that young Master Xiangru needs weapons, so they transferred spiritual weapons from weapon stores all over the 9 firmaments continent overnight. There are a total of 100 flying ships here. Each flying ship has 1,000 spirit weapons, a total of 100,000. 100,000 spirit weapons, just in time to gather the full stockpiles of the 2 armament flying ships. Young Master Xiangru, do you want to count them?" Xiangnan smiled and said, "No need. The Whampoa clan has always been honest. Everyone didn't know how to express their feelings. 100,000 spirit weapons. It was an entire 60,000 yuan more than the 40,000 yuan bet. Everyone had already begun to guess what kind of identity this Xiangru had and why the Whampoa aristocrat clan could make such a fuss. The 9th princess also stared blankly at Xiangnan. She suddenly realized that this mysterious Xiangru was becoming more and more unbelievable in her eyes. "Whampoa clan." Xianxia suddenly spoke. She stared at the black-veiled woman and said, "Are you really going to do this? The Heavenly Profound sect and the Flying Cloud sect are indeed powerful. Our Whampoa aristocrat clan is not willing to provoke them easily." The black-veiled woman chuckled. "But if you want me to make a choice between you and young Master Xiangru, my Whampoa aristocrat clan is willing to choose young Master Xiangru even more. He has more face than both of your sections." The moment these words were spoken, the scene went completely silent. Xianxia looked at Xiangnan in disbelief and said in shock, "Who exactly are you?" Xiangnan shrugged. "Just a scholar." Xianxia refused to give up. She stared at the black-veiled woman and said, "Do you know that doing this would offend the Profound Sky sect?" The black-veiled woman's expression turned cold as she said indifferently, "You'd better weigh your words. In this world, there is no independent force that dares to threaten our Whampoa clan." Xianxia was speechless. She actually didn't dare to refute the black-veiled woman. Everyone said that the wealth of the Whampoa aristocrat clan was comparable to that of a large empire. However, what was a mysterious family? The speculation of the world was only the tip of the iceberg of the Whampoa aristocrat clan. No one knew how powerful this mysterious aristocrat clan was. Its energy was already so great that even the Heavenly Profound sect would be dumbfounded in front of it. "Young Master Xiangru." The black-veiled woman cupped her fists at Xiangnan and said, "We've already delivered what you want. If there's anything else you need, just say it. We won't continue to gather here today. We will deliver these weapons to the 9 firmaments Imperial Palace according to our agreement. Young Master Xiangru, see you later." Xiangnan cupped his fists at the black-veiled woman and said, "See you later." the 100 flying ships that covered the sky and the sun quickly came and went, and in an instant they dissipated. When the sky returned to azure and the white clouds appeared in public view again, the visual shock caused by the numerous flying ships seemed to still exist. No one can do this. Only the Wampoa clan. The 9th princess was so excited that she didn't know what to say. The experiences of these past few days had made her feel that her common sense had been overturned time and time again. Elder Qingzhu, I'm afraid you've lost this third question. Xianxia smiled as he looked at Xian Qingzhu. At this moment no one dared to speak. As long as they spoke, they would just make a commotion. No one dared to offend the profound sky sect. Xian Qingzhu closed her beautiful eyes and took a deep breath. Then, she opened her eyes and said, "You won. There are still the last 2 questions." Elder Qingzhu, please ask the question. Xianxia said. Countless onlookers were excited. How could the 4th question be exciting? Xian Qingzhu looked at Xianxia meaningfully and nodded. All right, you're really good. I didn't expect that I would fall into your hands. For the 4th question, I need you to bring an ancient rank demonic beast. Furthermore, this ancient rank demonic beast must be in the form of an incarnation, and it is also known. It is clearly recorded in history. I'll give you 10 days. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. The 9th princess said angrily, "You are talking nonsense. Ancient rank demonic beasts? That is at least a demonic race from 100,000 years ago. What demonic race can live for so long? Your request is simply unreasonable." Although the crowd didn't say anything, they all deeply believed it. The demons from 100,000 years ago had to be clearly recorded in historical documents. Where could they find them? Who could survive for 100,000 years? Why not? A bright light flashed in Xian Qingzhu's eyes as he said, "I can find one of the experts of the demon race from 100,000 years ago. Do you want me to find one for you to take a look at?" "No need." Xianxia shook his head and said, The profound sky sect has dug up an ancient martial tomb. I think we found a demon expert who has been sleeping for more than 100,000 years in that martial tomb. I think that the half-demon body of the profound sky sect was also provided by that demon expert? Or was it inspired by that demon expert? Xian Qingzhu smiled faintly. This won't worry you anymore. Since I can find the ancient era's monster race, then it means that my question isn't unreasonable. Young Master Xiangru, it's up to you now. Let me advise you, it's better for you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Xianxia said, I said that no one can stop me from doing what I want to do in the 9 firmaments continent. You can't do it, and neither can the profound sky sect. Hard-mouthed, Xian Qingzhu chuckled and said, Then I will wait for your good news. 10 days later, please bring the ancient demon race experts here. We will not leave until we see each other. At night, in the 9 firmament imperial palace, Xianxia helped the 9th princess to the bedroom. The 9th princess was in a good mood and came back from the 1st princess palace banquet. She drank like a rock. First of all, the princess and the others broke through 3 questions in a row. Not only did the 9th princess feel relieved, the 1st prince also felt relieved. He had always been suppressed by the profound sky sect and the flying cloud sect. Today, he finally let out a mouthful of anger. Secondly, the 9 firmaments imperial clan had gained 100,000 more spirit weapons in vain, and the 1st prince was even happier. This set up a palace banquet and invited the 9th princess of the Haotian imperial clan and the crown prince's young master, Xiangru. On the way back to the palace, Xianxia still remembered what the 1st prince had said sincerely while holding Xiangxia's hand when the banquet was over. The 1st prince held Xiangxia's hand and said that the most valuable gift the 9th princess had brought this time was neither the incomparably large luminous pearl nor the weapons of the 2 standard armaments ships, but Xiangru. Not only did this compliment not move Xianxia, it also made him feel deeply worried. This was obvious. The 1st prince had placed great importance on Xianxia. Not only did he want to leave behind the 9th princess, he also wanted to leave behind Xianxia so that Xianxia could assist his 9 firmaments imperial clan and re-establish their prestige on the 9 firmaments continent. This has had a very serious consequence. Perhaps, in the past, the first prince did not insist on leaving behind the ninth princess, but now, even if it was just to leave behind Xianru, he still had to leave behind the ninth princess. He absolutely wanted to treat Xianru as the ninth princess dowry. Who doesn't want a talent who can still obtain 100,000 spirit weapons in the Nine Firmaments continent under the dual suppression of the Sky Profound sect and the Flying Cloud sect? Xiangnan looked at the red-faced ninth princess and felt very guilty. He sighed to himself, "Princess, I don't know if I helped you or harmed you." Although the ninth princess drank a lot, her mind was still clear. Before she was helped down by Xiangnan, she said, "The questions Xian Qingzhu gave are getting harder and harder. Weapons, you can still find people, change money, find a way to get them. But where are we going to find ancient-level demons?" Xiangnan patted the ninth princess on the back and said, "Sleep quickly. Leave these problems to me." The ninth princess lay on the soft pillow and looked at Xiangnan with a chuckle. She suddenly felt something and said, "Xiangru, it's good to have you here." Xiangnan smiled and coaxed her for a while. After she gradually fell asleep, he left. The night was slightly cold. Standing in the courtyard, Xiangnan looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "It's almost winter." He slowly exhaled and jumped up. He stepped on the sky and went to the manor of the Wampoa aristocrat clan. The lights in Wampoa Rian's boudoir were still on. When Xiangnan arrived above the manor, 2 teams of guards had already rushed up on flying demonic beasts. Originally, they wanted to loudly berate the intruder, but when they saw that it was Xiangnan, they respectfully cupped their fists and said, "Young Master Xiang, it's you. Miss has been waiting for a long time." Xiangnan nodded and landed, saying at the door, "Miss Ruyan, can I come in?" A soft came from inside the room. Xiangnan pushed open the door and entered. Miss Ruyan was dealing with the clan's paperwork with exhaustion on her face. "Big shots are so busy. They're still awake at this late hour." Xiangnan smiled and pulled out a chair to sit down. Lady Ruyan glared at Xiangnan reproachfully and said, "Young master has come. I hope young Master Xiang will forgive me for not being able to welcome you from afar." Xiangnan knew that she was hurting herself, so he bitterly smiled and said, "I know it's my fault. I shouldn't have used provocation to deal with Miss Ruyan, so don't be angry." Lady Ruyan sighed and said, "You still don't understand why I'm unhappy. I'm unhappy, not because of how you deal with me. I'm not happy because you treat me like an outsider and treat the ninth princess like one of your own. Young Master Xiang, when did the 2 of us become so distant?" Xiangnan was speechless when asked. "Do you remember that we drank wine in the bamboo forest of Blackrock City?" said Miss Ruyan. "Do you remember when you were forced into desperation by the Wang clan, and I was tortured to the ground by Xiao Yuer's illness? At that time, we were both miserable people. We relied on each other and trusted each other. We were willing to entrust our lives to each other. But now, you are helping others deal with me." When Xiangnan heard her say this, he felt extremely guilty. He hurriedly said, "Miss Ruyan, you really misunderstood. I didn't mean to harm you or the Wampoa aristocrat clan at that time. It's really because my trip represents the Haotian Empire. I can't help but make this decision." "Then you still don't believe me?" Miss Ruyan looked at Xiangnan seriously and said, "If you want a weapon, just say it. I will definitely give it to you. You don't need to use any excitement at all. You saved my sister's life. My sister's life is priceless. Not to mention 100,000 spirit weapons. Even if you want 1,000,000 spirit weapons, even if I risk my life, I will find it for you." "I'm sorry." Xiangnan lowered his head. He knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he could only apologize. Miss Ruyan frowned as she looked at Xiangnan. "Let me ask you, do you like the ninth princess?" Xiangnan nodded. "Yes. She is a naive and innocent girl. Actually, I sympathize with her, but I also like her." Ruyan said, "Is it love between men and women?" Xiangnan was stunned and smiled. "Miss Ruyan, what are you talking about? I like the princess. I just treat her like a sister. How can I have any other distracting thoughts?" Hearing this, Miss Ruyan let out an "oh," and the dark clouds on her face immediately dissipated. and she became happy again. Xianxia felt strange in his heart. Just now, she had an unhappy expression on her face, but now, she had suddenly changed again. Women were truly the most unpredictable creature in the world. For a moment, the two of them were unable to find anything to talk about. So they sat in the room and didn't say a word. Xianxia didn't know what to say, he just drank tea cup by cup. After a while, Miss Ruyan broke the deadlock with a chuckle. She smiled and said, "Looks like I have a good eye for business. Even for people. I already said that young Master Xiang will definitely be extraordinary in the future. The facts confirm what I said." Xianxia said modestly, "Where is it? Isn't it because of Miss Ruyan's help? From the beginning you were helping me. But now you are still helping me. In the end, I didn't help you much." Miss Ruyan said, "What can you help me with? I have everything I want. Wealth, status, and everything. There's only one thing I'm lacking. I wonder if you can help me." Xianxia hurriedly asked, "Just say it. I'll go through fire and water." "You don't have to go through fire and water." Ruyan blushed slightly and said, "I still lack a husband." Xianxia said, "Then which young master do you like? Tell me. I can help you talk about it." Miss Ruyan looked at Xianxia seriously and said, "Young Master Xiang, are you really an elm bump? Do you still not understand my heart?" Xianxia was stunned. "Miss Ruyan, I am an ominous person. No matter who is with me, I will not have a good ending. Because of what I have to do next, I will definitely continue to make enmity with more people. I'm not afraid of any of this," Ruyan hurriedly said. Xianxia said firmly, I'm afraid that because of my problems, it will implicate the people I care about. You are a businessman. You should understand the formidable relationship between you and me. People like me cannot bring any benefits to a business family. All I can bring to you is endless enemies. "Are you rejecting me?" Miss Ruyan asked. "I rejected myself," Xianxia said. "I once swore that I would never involve anyone I care about in my life, no matter what price I pay. Besides, I still have a grudge in my heart. If I don't avenge myself, I don't have the mood to fall in love." "Is it the Wang clan?" Ruyan hurriedly asked. Xianxia shook his head. "They are stronger enemies. Miss Ruyan, don't make things difficult for me." "I won't say anything." Ruyan nodded and said, "All right, if you get revenge one day, can you consider finding a beloved woman? At that time, can I be your target?" Xianxia said, "I don't know, but I can answer you with certainty. My good impression of Miss Ruyan is very strong." Ruyan was happy and said, "It's a deal. When you get your revenge, you must consider me." Xianxia lowered his head to drink tea. Actually, he had always had a worry in his heart. In this lifetime, he did not want to find another high-ranking woman. Even if he really wanted to marry a woman, he only wanted to find a woman from an ordinary family to live a normal life. He didn't have so many plots or responsibilities. In his previous life, Xianxia knew that women with special identities and high positions of power were not simple. This kind of woman was extremely powerful. Xianxia knew that this was the shadow that Xianxia had cast on him and the prejudice he had created. But since it was prejudice, it would not be so easy to eliminate. However, all the women he had come into contact with today were like this, from Miss Ruyan of the Wampoa aristocrat clan to the dream butterfly of the heavenly devil cult to the princess of the Nine Firmaments imperial clan. Am I destined not to live the life of an ordinary person? Xianxia asked himself. Right? Miss Huangpu thought of something and asked, Then how are you going to solve the fourth exam question that Xian Qingzhu gave you? Under the heavens, where is the existence of the ancient era's monster race? Have you thought of how to deal with this matter? Xianxia muttered, I do know an ancient demon, but she has a personal grudge against the Nine Firmaments continent. I wonder if she will help me. A long time ago, the Desert Queen came to the Nine Firmaments continent alone to make peace between the demons and humans. It was here that she was schemed and thrown into the Devil's Sea to endure the torment of countless years. Although he could be considered a benefactor to the Queen, Xianxia was not sure if she would come to the Nine Firmaments continent again for such a small favor. Do you know where the biggest desert in the world is? Xianxia asked. Rian thought for a moment and said, I don't know where the biggest desert in the world is. I only know that a few deserts are very big, but who is bigger is unknown. However, I know that there is one of the largest deserts in the southern domain, located on the demonic beast continent of the southern domain. Demonic beast continent? A wisp of light flashed through Xianxia's mind. He knew about this continent. The demonic beast continent was a continental plate with demonic beasts as its pride. There weren't many humans on it, and the entire continent was under the control of the demon race. On the continent of the human world, there were clear boundaries, and the demonic beast continent did not have any so-called countries, only ethnic territories. Xianxia thought to himself that the possibility of the Desert Queen going to the demonic beast continent was extremely high. If you want to go to the demonic beast continent, then you'll have to ask the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan for help. I know that they have a special teleportation array that leads to the demonic beast continent, said Miss Ruyan. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, Do you mind if I set up a teleportation array with you? I need to come back immediately after I find the ancient era's monster race. You know how to set up teleportation formations? Rian was shocked. It's in the courtyard. Xianxia smiled and walked out with Rian. In that exquisite courtyard, Xianxia swiftly wrote a diagram of a teleportation array on the ground with his finger. Once the diagram was formed, it flickered with light and disappeared into the ground. Miss Rian nodded slightly and said, Teleportation formations are generally not allowed to be controlled by ordinary people. It's safer for you to set them up with me. And Miss Rian, I'll take my leave now. Xian Qingzhu gave me 10 days. I can't delay too much. Xianxia cupped his fists at Rian, then turned into a ray of light and flew away. The location of the official teleportation array was specific. Xianxia did not want to find the queen before heading to the official teleportation array. This would waste a lot of time. Once he had his own personal teleportation array, he would find the queen and immediately set up a corresponding teleportation array to return to the manor of the Wampoa clan. After Xianxia found the first prince and put forward his own ideas, he was surprised that the first prince actually hesitated. Xianxia was puzzled and asked, Your Highness, is there something difficult to say? The first prince shook his head and said, There is nothing difficult to say. However, do you have to go to the demon beast continent to find the ancient demon race? Do you know that the demonic beast continent is different from the human world? That place is extremely dangerous. If you go alone, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. I don't want to lose someone like you. Otherwise, I'll send a team of military experts to escort you. Xianxia hurriedly said, Never. If I really brought the human soldiers to the demonic beast continent, wouldn't I have turned asking for help into provocation? You're right. The first prince frowned and said, The demonic beast continent is relatively primitive. It is especially rich in artifact forging deposits. Our 9 Firmaments army has already entered and left the demonic beast continent many times to mine. That's why we have an official teleportation array. It's just that until today, the conflict between us and the demonic beast continent has never stopped. To be honest, 3 months ago, my naughty 12th brother secretly ran to the demonic beast continent and was captured by the demon race. Is there such a thing? Xianxia was stunned. The 12th prince was imprisoned in the demonic beast continent? The first prince nodded and said, There are endless conflicts between humans and demons. They have captured my 12th brother and used it as a threat. And let our 9 Firmament Imperial clan not enter the demonic beast continent for 10 years. They will naturally release my 12th brother after 10 years. But this matter has always been like a lump in my throat. I can't sleep day and night. Xianxia's heart lit up. This was an opportunity. If he could save the 12th prince, by the way, wouldn't that be a great achievement? At that time, he would have a bargaining chip when he talked to them about the princess marriage. If, Xianxia said, If I can save the 12th prince, and if you don't send anyone to the demonic beast continent within 10 years, are you willing? Of course that's the best, the first prince said. Originally, I also agreed to their conditions. I won't be mining the demonic beast continent's mineral deposits for another 10 years. Xianxia nodded and said, since that's the case, I'm willing to try to save the 12th prince. If I succeed, I hope the first prince can keep his promise. Otherwise, I'm really not a human anymore. The first prince looked at Xianxia meaningfully and said, don't worry, I will never go back on my promise. Moreover, we will soon form an alliance with your Haotian imperial clan. I will not disappoint you. All right? I'm relieved to hear His Highness's words. Please arrange for me to leave now. Xianxia said. The first prince was still worried and instructed. The situation on the monster beast continent is very tense. The human race and the monster race are constantly in conflict. You must remember to protect yourself. If we can't find the ancient era's monstrous clan or the 12th brother, then we should return first. We can't afford to lose both our husbands and wives. Xianxia said gratefully, thank you, Your Highness, for taking it so seriously. Afterwards, Xianxia stepped onto the teleportation array and appeared on the demonic beast continent. He did not discuss this matter with the princess. He knew the princess' personality and was afraid that she would pester him to follow him. The demonic beast continent was famous all over the world. It was a famous continental plate in the entire southern domain. This was because this was the largest continental plate in the entire southern domain, and it was also the only continent that respected demonic beasts. As soon as Xianxia appeared in the demonic beast continent, he was placed on a teleportation array constructed by the Nine Firmaments Imperial Clan. This was a huge mine that had been mined by the Nine Firmaments Imperial Clan and was now being transformed into a military construction site. As soon as Xianxia came out, he was surrounded by many soldiers. He only lit up the waste token that the great prince had given him, and those soldiers all knelt on one knee. Xianxia looked around and saw that he was in a huge and boundless mine. As far as he could see, there were billowing smoke in the sky. This place was filled with chaos, and the land was destroyed to the point of being utterly ruined. It was simply unbearable. Xianxia sighed sincerely. If my home were to be destroyed like this, I would definitely not. Young Master Xiang. Not far away, a young military general trotted over and respectfully said, are you here to inspect the fortifications on behalf of His Highness the First Prince? Xianxia said, didn't His Highness say that you wouldn't move the demonic beast continent for 10 years? Why are you still mining? The young general said, our agreement is not to continue to expand the scale of reclamation, but the mines that have been mined can still be excavated. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a horn suddenly came from the billowing smoke. Demonic beasts are attacking. Demonic beasts are attacking. Someone shouted loudly. The military general ignored Xianxia and immediately rushed out. Immediately after, they saw a black mass of flying demonic beasts approaching from the horizon. Looking around, those demonic beasts were at least in the thousands. Fight! The military general jumped abruptly as he ran. He stepped onto a flying demonic beast and rushed towards the enemy's army of flying demonic beasts. All of a sudden, the flying demonic beasts in the mine took off one after another and fought against the enemy's flying demonic beasts. Very quickly, blood splattered across the sky, and a rain of blood descended from the sky. Before Xianxia could see it clearly, the ground began to shake. Xianxia's line of sight was close to the horizon, but he was stopped by the black stone fence that was dozens of meters tall. He flew out of thin air and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a boundless cloud of smoke and dust. Thousands of land demonic beasts were rushing towards this place. The leader was 200 to 300 iron-backed rhinoceroses lined up in a row. These rhinoceroses were astonishingly 50 meters long and about 20 meters tall. The iron-backed rhinoceros was followed by the 1,000 steel-teeth black wolf demonic beast. One iron-backed rhinoceros after another collapsed from the arrows of the human crossbowmen mixed with yuan qi on the city walls. Hold on. Don't let those rhinos hit the fence. A soldier roared and took the lead. He jumped down the city wall with a huge saber in his hand and rushed towards the beast's tide. Following that, thousands of soldiers jumped down one after another. They rode on demonic beast mounts and charged forward without hesitation with the beast tide. The first soldier to charge out had just killed 2 steel-toothed black wolves when a rhinoceros pierced through his stomach and threw him into the sky. Afterwards, the demonic beast army and the human army came into contact on the plains. The 2 armies frantically collided like a black tide, causing countless casualties in an instant. Those human soldiers used their blood and lives to stop the iron-backed rhino's progress. On the city wall, countless soldiers shot out 1,000 gold crossbows. Crossbows as thick as tree trunks pierced through the sky and continuously landed in the beast tide. Every time they landed, a giant demonic beast would be shot to death. For the sake of 9 firmaments, for the sake of, a soldier shouted loudly as he raised his saber. But before he could finish his words, 2 steel-toothed black wolves suddenly pounced over from the left and right, dissecting the soldier's corpse on the spot. In the sky, the flying demonic beasts that had died in battle and the mounts of the demonic beasts that had died in battle continued to fall from the sky like rain. The dense rain of blood, the torn wings, fell one after another. Xianxia frowned and said, "If we continue fighting like this, we don't know how many people will die, how many demonic beasts will die." In the military construction site, a strong light shot into the sky and charged towards the beast tide. Young Master Xiang. In the sky, the young general's arm had already been bitten off. He held a huge saber in one hand and shouted, "Young Master Xiang, you can't. Come back quickly. If something happens to you, this subordinate will not be able to offend you." However, Xianxia didn't listen to him at all and just acted on his own accord. The military general hurriedly shouted, "Protect young Master Xiang with all your might. No matter what price you pay, charge." Xianxia turned into a beam of intense light and bombarded the center of the beast tide. Large amounts of steel-toothed black wolves were sent flying by the shockwaves generated by Xianxia's fall. The shockwaves transformed into a surging toroidal wave that continued to spread out. This scene caused the military general to be stunned on the spot. "It's almost over." Xianxia took a deep breath. Seeing a large number of steel-toothed black wolves surround him, he had already begun to pounce on him. Xianxia knelt on one knee and placed his right hand on the ground. Then, he roared, "Thunder!" In an instant, he frantically absorbed all the yuan qi in his body to feed by yen lightning. Boom! His hand, which was close to the ground, suddenly erupted with a circular white electric net, and then the electric net quickly spread out. The entire beast tide was enveloped by the power grid. The power grid spread like crazy, engulfing the demonic beast army like a tidal wave, while the demonic beast army fell to the ground in droves. In an instant, all the iron-backed rhinoceroses and the steel-toothed black wolves fell to the ground due to the power of thunder and lightning. Each of them lay on the ground, convulsing endlessly. Xianxia had already shown mercy. He was using more yuan qi in exchange for a larger attack range. Otherwise, all he needed to do was narrow down his attack range, and the power of the lightning would become greater. All the demonic beasts shrouded in lightning would be turned into charcoal by lightning. Looking at the countless fiendish beasts lying on the plains, all the soldiers were shocked, and none of them moved. Too scary. The young military general swallowed his saliva and said, Is this the lightning meridians innate? Too scary. Really too scary. We used all our strength and sacrificed countless soldiers to barely stop the beast tide. He actually dealt with them all in one move. The military general went mad with envy. Why didn't he have such a shocking talent? The attribute of this lightning meridian's talent was something that every martial artist in the world dreamed of. That's great. The military general woke up like a dream and hurriedly said, Quickly slaughter all those demonic beasts that have lost their ability to resist. Stop! Xianxia shouted. All of you stop! Young master, we can't let them go. These are idle demonic beasts that roam the plains and forests. They don't care about the agreement. If we let them go now, they will come back one day. Impudent! Xianxia's eyes narrowed. What rank do you have? How dare you question my orders? The military general was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped down and knelt down on one knee at Xianxia. "This subordinate deserves to die." "Retreat," Xianxia said coldly. The general was helpless and could only glance at the demonic beasts waiting to be slaughtered before leading his team back into the city wall. Xianxia wasn't in a good mood at all. He wasn't complacent because of his powerful strength. He could subdue all the demonic beasts in one move. What he felt in his heart was more sorrow. Looking at the trembling and sobbing demonic beasts lying on the ground, Xianxia's heart was filled with sorrow. He squatted down and gently stroked the head of a rhinoceros demonic beast, looking into its eyes. The eyes of these demonic beasts were pure and flawless, without the slightest distraction. They were not like humans, nor did they possess the schemes of humans. They are simple, they just want to protect their own homes. The rhinoceros lay on the ground, its body trembling. It looked at Xianxia with its big eyes blinking. There was an unconcealable look of fear in its eyes. Xianxia's eyes turned red. He gently stroked the rhinoceros's hard cheek and said, "Sorry. I know you just want to protect your home and protect your descendants. I know that some of you demonic beasts can understand my words. Let's go back. Let's go home. We humans won't continue to expand anymore. That's all. No one will kill you all, and no one will invade you. Go back." Xianxia stood up and took a deep breath. This scene was the last thing he wanted to see. After a long time, the demonic beasts struggled to stand up one after another. They limped into the distance and kept looking back at Xianxia with fear in their eyes. After Xianxia returned to the military construction site, the young general was bandaging his broken arm. When he saw Xianxia, he quickly stood up and said excitedly, "Young master, you saved the lives of countless of my warriors. Please accept my most sincere respect." After saying that, the general immediately knelt on one knee and smashed his right hand heavily into his heart. Immediately after, all the soldiers knelt down in unison. Boom! Boom! The military salute at the heart of the fist hammer was neat and loud. "Glory!" With a cold face, Xianxia shouted, "Do you feel honored to slaughter these demonic beasts?" The general was speechless. Xianxia shouted, "The duty of a soldier is to protect the country, not to use it as a war machine to slaughter outsiders, not to invade the weak. Do you deserve your iron-boned military souls? Do you deserve the oath you swore to life when you joined the army?" Everyone was silent and not a single person spoke. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He pointed at the sky and said angrily, "Are there still too few continents that we humans have wasted? This is already their last pure land." He pulled out the waste token given by the first prince and said, "If you were only mining here, how could those demonic beasts rush over here, risking their lives to break through the city wall? Aren't they afraid of death?" Xianxia slapped his waste token on the table and shouted, "Don't be so careless with me. Don't think that I don't know what you guys are doing behind your backs." Xianxia leapt into the sky and slammed Wei Tuo's palm into the ground. The ground instantly caved in, revealing the underground passageways that stretched out in all directions. When they saw these passages, all the soldiers had shameful expressions on their faces. Xianxia landed on the ground and grabbed the collar of the young general. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you lose an arm on the battlefield, I will respect you as an iron-boned man. But here I won't. Young master, we are just—" The military general lowered his head and said, "We are just following orders. Don't play this game with me." Xianxia grabbed the waste token and threw it to the ground, shouting, "I'm here with the orders of the first prince. I don't care what tricks your higher-ups are plotting. I represent the first prince right now. Let me tell you, if anyone continues to expand secretly, they will be dealt with by military law and will be killed without mercy. I stand here. I promise that I will do what I say. Do you fucking understand me?" "Understood," all the soldiers shouted in unison. Xianxia grabbed the collar of the general and said, "Look at my face. My name is Xiangru. Who the hell is unconvinced? Let him come to the 9 Firmaments Imperial Palace to find me. I'll shoulder the responsibility. Yes, the general hurriedly said. Xianxia had already used his own actions to prove his strength. His words were very deterrent. Xianxia stuffed the first princess waste token into the young general's hand and said, "From today onwards, fill all the underground tunnels that have been sneakily created for me. If any high-ranking military official is dissatisfied and comes over to point fingers, just show your waste tokens and arrest him on the spot. Immediately escort him back to 9 firmaments." The general looked at Xianxia with shock on his face and said excitedly, "This subordinate obeys. No matter who disturbs the agreement, arrest him." Roar! Countless soldiers shouted in unison. This group of soldiers admired someone like Xianxia who was reckless. "I hope you won't disappoint me. I hope I'm not mistaken." Xianxia patted the general on the shoulder and said, "Have you lost your broken arm?" The general hurriedly said, "Reporting to young Master Xiang, we have found him." "Yes, give it to me," Xianxia said. Someone immediately grabbed this broken arm and sent it over. Xianxia checked the torn arm and nodded. "The wound isn't that bad. You can take it back." After saying that, Xianxia removed the bandage from the general, sewed up his broken arm, and used the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to heal his wounds. The broken arm was slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This move caused many soldiers to be dumbfounded. Almost there. Xianxia patted the general on the shoulder and said, "Don't engage in a fierce battle for a month. The broken arm will slowly recover. All right, you guys stay here. I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you." With that, Xianxia transformed into a beam of bright light that shot into the sky. A martial artist's physical fitness was excellent, and his self-healing ability was also outstanding. Normally speaking, as long as the treatment was timely enough and coupled with good herbs and spirit medicines, the broken arm could basically be taken back. However, this is limited to areas where there are no body organs. For example, when Xianxia killed his enemies, it would be very difficult to deal with a wound that could cut a person in the waist with a single saber. Even if the rescue was timely, there was a high chance that he would die. This was because the waist chop would directly affect the internal organs. The structure of these organs was extremely complex, unlike the simple parts of the arms and legs that only had muscles and bones. Once his internal organs and head were injured, there would be nothing he could do. If his head was cut off, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it back no matter what. At this moment, Xianxia was rushing towards the depths of the demonic beast continent. He had already spent nearly 2 days. The 10-day deadline was getting closer and closer. To be honest, Xianxia didn't know if he could find the desert snake race this time. All he knew was to continue onward. The official map in his hand had already indicated the approximate location of the desert. That desert was named Ocean of Death by humans. Ocean means desert. Xianxia didn't even know if he had the life to reach the Ocean of Death alive. Although he was at the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, this was the demonic beast continent. Just like the human experts in the human world, there were also super-powerful demon races with heaven-reaching cultivation bases. As a result, as Xianxia had expected, he was surrounded by a large number of flying demonic beasts in less than half a day. It was really unwise to fly forward in such a place. That was equivalent to exposing his figure directly. However, Xianxia had no choice. He did not have enough time. However, just as Xianxia was about to attack, he discovered a strange scene. The flying demonic beasts that surrounded him were actually in a very orderly formation. Furthermore, they did not attack him immediately, only trapped him. Xianxia was curious. This situation could only mean one thing, and that was that these flying demonic beasts had clear orders. At this moment, an armored demon male suddenly turned into a black light from afar. The demon male immediately hovered beside Xianxia. This person had the 1st level of the heavenly Yuan realm, and his appearance was quite ferocious. "Human," the monster man frowned and said, "We have already made an agreement with the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan that we will not violate it for 10 years. Don't tell me you don't care about the 12th prince's life or death." Xianxia felt even more baffled. The demonic beasts and demonic races here should be divided into territories based on their ethnic groups. Why did it look like they were fighting for an orderly demonic beast army? Could it be, Xianxia said? Could it be that you have already become a country? Even Xiangnan himself felt that this statement was ridiculous. In the demonic beast's heart, there was no concept of a country, only the concept of a territory. Unexpectedly, the demon race man's eyes slightly moved as he said, I have no obligation to answer any of your questions. Please leave quickly, otherwise, you will be killed. It's actually true. Looks like you've really established a country, Xiangnan said. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude into your territory. I came here to visit the desert snake race and look for the desert queen. The demon male's eyes were immediately filled with vigilance as he said, What are you looking for our queen for? This small detail was caught by Xiangnan. The man was not from the desert snake race, but he was talking about our queen, not the desert queen. In other words, they were all under the control of the queen of the desert. This was actually happening. Xiangnan hurriedly said, I, Xiangnan, have met the desert queen in the Devil Sea. Please inform me of my visit. Are you Xiangnan? Are you really Xiangnan? The demon man was suddenly overjoyed. I am. Xiangnan was stunned for a moment. You know me? The man leaned over happily and said, Her Majesty the Queen said long ago that we, the demonic beast continent, will always welcome a human man named Xiangnan. I didn't expect you to come, haha. Beside him, a big demonic beast that looked like a cow but had wings scratched its head and said in a low voice, What kind of food is Xiangnan? Is it delicious? Eat your head. Get lost. The demon man kicked. What the hell? This bunch of low-intelligence beasts. The demon race looks at demonic beasts like humans look at monkeys, Mr. Xiangnan, please forgive my presumptuousness. I have to verify your identity before I can bring you to Her Majesty the Queen. The demon man smiled sincerely and said, Please light up your weapons. Xiangnan also smiled and said, I understand what you mean. You want to see the red devil blood thunder. Xiangnan pulled out the dragon blood saber and slightly shook it. Immediately, red arcs of lightning wrapped around the blade. Indeed, Mr. Xiangnan, please follow me quickly. I will take you to meet Her Majesty the Queen. Xiangnan was also very happy. He didn't expect this trip to be so smooth. He originally wanted to go through a lot of trouble. At this time, with the accompaniment of the demons, Xiangnan's journey was smooth sailing. On the way, Xiangnan carefully asked about the situation of the Desert Queen. Only then did he know the cause and effect. 100,000 years ago, after the war between the humans and the demons, the powerful ancient demon leaders left the southern domain and went to the cold northern domain. However, there were still many demons who refused to leave their hometown, so they shrank to this demonic beast continent. But for more than 100,000 years, the demonic beast continent had always been a pile of scattered sand, and there was no unity between them. Until later, the Desert Queen arrived at the demonic beast continent and was unanimously elected emperor by all the demon races. Strictly speaking, the Desert Queen should be her name. In fact, her current identity was the Demon Emperor of the Demon Beast continent. This was because she was the only demon clan left in the entire southern domain that possessed the royal bloodline. What was even more precious was that she was the only royal clan that had witnessed the battle between the two races 100,000 years ago and had survived until now. Naturally, the Desert Queen proclaimed herself emperor and unified the entire demonic beast continent with her status. This was something that Xiangnan had never expected. However, the demonic beast continent was simply too large. It was much larger than any known human continent. By the time Xiangnan arrived at the Monster Imperial Palace, 4 days had already passed. It was the 5th day that Xiangnan and Shen Qingzhu had agreed to. The time was very tight. Monster Race Imperial Palace. This was simply a chaotic area where demons were dancing. All of them were flying in the sky, running underground, climbing trees, and all of them were demonic beasts. Countless demon guards had beaten the entire palace into a steel barrier, and not even a single mosquito could fly in. After Xiangnan finally met the Desert Queen, Both of them were very excited. Your Majesty. Xianxia did not forget himself because of his identity. He immediately knelt down on one knee and placed his right hand on his chest. He sincerely said, Human Xianxia, come and pay your respects to Her Majesty the Queen for her health. The Desert Queen sat on the high throne and looked down at Xianxia with a condescending gaze. She smiled and said, Please get up, my dearest friend. As I said, our demon race will always open its doors to you. You are our desert snake race's relative. Can you open your eyes and see the world? Xianxia said happily. Your eyes are as beautiful as sapphires in the desert. The Desert Queen smiled and said, It's all thanks to Xiao Yi. He has a strange ability. As long as he stands beside me, he can neutralize the petrification in my eyes. Only then did Xianxia notice that there was a handsome young man standing quietly beside the Queen of the Desert. The man looked to be around 20 years old, but the life expectancy of the demon race was longer than that of humans. It was impossible to judge his true age only from the outside. The man might be over 50 years old, or he might even be over 100 years old. However, this man gave Xianxia a very quiet feeling. It was as if as long as he stood near his body and mind would be at peace. Experts. Xianxia did not conceal his judgment of the man and said, I am unable to see through your realm. I presume that you are an expert with an extremely high realm. The young man politely nodded to Xianxia. I have heard of young Master Xiang's actions in the Devil Sea. Please allow me to express the sincerest thanks to you on behalf of the monster race. You're welcome. It's my honor to be able to help the Queen, Xianxia said. The Desert Queen waved to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, come with me. The Queen left the palace with Xianxia and rode on a huge azure demonic beast, flying into the distance. Xianxia was curious. He always felt that he had seen this kind of dark blue demonic beast somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. This azure demonic beast was a little exaggerated. Its body length had already exceeded 5,000 meters, and if it was converted into distance, it would be a full 10 kilometers. A demonic beast of this size was extremely frightening. It was the largest demonic beast that Xianxia had ever seen. One had to know that the Wampoa aristocrat clan's super-large flying ship was only 10,000 meters long. That was already the limit of the largest flying ship that humans could build. This demonic beast is, Xianxia said, puzzled. Why do I feel that it looks familiar, but I just forgot to see it somewhere? The Queen smiled and said, You will know its identity soon. As she spoke, the Queen's red lips moved a few times, and a secret message entered the azure demonic beast's ears. Soon after, the azure demonic beast suddenly began to shine. Its body suddenly changed from azure to dark blue, and its body emitted a peculiar light that was almost black. The light emitted by the entire demonic beast turned into a ball about 10,000 meters in diameter. Afterwards, the space suddenly became unstable, and the giant demonic beast disappeared from the space. When it appeared again, it was already in a vast desert. Xianxia personally sensed this scene and was shocked. I remember. This is a void beast. The Desert Queen smiled and nodded. That's right. This is a young void beast. Xianxia's face was filled with shock. No wonder he couldn't remember, because even in the records, this void beast was only a few brushes. He had seen it before when he was trying to nourish the knowledge of demonic beasts. The Queen said, This kind of demonic beast is quite precious. We searched the entire southern domain and only found 5 of them. The void beast has an incredible spatial ability, can travel through space. If it doesn't want to be found, almost no one will be able to find it easily. And what you see now is only a young void beast. An adult void beast can reach a length of 100,000 meters. Yes, I've read about it. Xianxia was still incomparably shocked. What was the concept of a demonic beast that could travel through space? It was simply a living teleportation array. I never thought that the Desert Queen would actually have 5 void beasts. Xianxia, we're here. The Desert Queen smiled. Xianxia flew to the edge of the demonic beast's body and looked down. He discovered that there was now a sandy city. From here, he could see that there were quite a few desert snake race residents moving about. Ha! I've seen this sand city before, Xianxia said happily. This place is exactly the same as the sand city in the Devil Sea. The Desert Queen jumped down with Xianxia. Soon, they were surrounded by many desert snakes. The desert snakes were very happy. On the one hand, the queen had returned to visit them, and on the other hand, Xianxia had come. Brother Xianxia, it's really you. A few sturdy desert serpent warriors rushed forward excitedly. Xianxia laughed loudly. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Is everyone all right? Good, good, good. The outside world is much more exciting than the Devil Sea. A sturdy man hugged Xianxia's shoulder and kindly said, Thanks to you. Otherwise we would still be trapped in the Devil Sea. During this period of time, the brothers in the clan have missed you very much. Xianxia laughed heartily. Brother Xianxia, do you still remember me? A warrior walked over. Ah, it's you. When Xianxia saw this person, he was deeply impressed. The warrior smiled and said, Yes, you saved my life in the Devil Sea desert. Brother Xianxia. Xianxia was surrounded by the crowd and kept greeting the people of the serpent race. At this time, a little girl squeezed in from the crowd and pulled Xianxia's hand and giggled. Ha, it's you, little fellow. Xianxia squatted down and intimately rubbed the little girl's hair. Is the food outside delicious? The little girl grabbed the big roasted scorpion and said happily, It's delicious. It's much better than mud biscuits. Where's the beautiful eldest sister who accompanied you? Xianxia smiled and said, Big sister has something to do. She didn't come with me this time. A few elders walked over and raised their hands and shouted, Let's treat our friends to the finest banquet. The entire sandy city was instantly overjoyed, and every single family ran back to prepare food and drinks. The Desert Queen and Little E stood by the side, smiling as they watched. Your Majesty, looks like this young Master Xianxia is very popular with your desert snake race, said Xiaoyi with a gentle smile. The Desert Queen nodded her head and said seriously, He was the only one who was willing to help us regardless of remuneration when our Desert Serpent clan was in the most desperate situation. That Xiaoyi said, It is good to add flowers to brocades, but it is even more rare to send charcoal in the snow. This young master of the human race is purer than most of the humans I know. Half a day later, a grand banquet began. The entire desert snake race was filled with streets and alleys, with rows of tables and chairs placed on the streets. Everyone ate, drank, chatted and laughed. It was very lively. The Desert Queen also put down her airs and sat on equal footing with everyone, welcoming her friends from afar. It had been a long time since Xianxia had been so happy. He had also attended quite a few banquets. There were even those that were 10 times and 100 times higher than this, but this was the most relaxing time for him. There were no conspiracies on the table, no schemes between people, only sincere enthusiasm and kind smiles. During the banquet, Xianxia asked about the Queen's realm and was surprised to find that the Desert Queen had returned to the Divine Martial Realm. The Desert Queen was originally a peak heavenly tribulation realm martial artist. She was sealed and suppressed in the Devil Sea, and after more than 100,000 years, her realm had dissipated. When she returned to the outside world, she could quickly return to her cultivation realm. Her cultivation realm was returning to its original state, so her cultivation realm was several hundred times faster than that of an ordinary person. The Desert Queen said, At this rate, I can return to the heavenly tribulation realm in less than 2 years. Xianxia raised his glass and said, I wish His Majesty a speedy return to his peak. I also wish our eternal friends of the desert snake race a smooth journey. The Desert Queen also raised her glass. At this moment, the entire clan raised their wine glasses in unison, pushing the atmosphere to the peak. After the banquet, the Desert Queen closed her eyes and waved to Xianxia. Xianxia, come with me. As soon as she closed her eyes, Xiaoyi tactfully stopped following and gave time to the Queen and Xianxia. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is very large. It is as hot as fire during the day and as cold as winter night at night. The two of them walked in the ocean of death at night. The Desert Queen said, "Do you need my help this time?" Xianxia said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, is there nothing wrong with me coming to see you?" The Queen of the Desert smiled and said, "I naturally welcome you to visit me, but I know that you are not someone who is willing to be idle. I have already treated you as one of my own, so if you have anything to say, just say it directly. I will try my best to help you." Xianxia was a little embarrassed. One of his two requests was more excessive than the other. He didn't know how to speak. "Can't you say it?" The Desert Queen turned to Xianxia and said, "Could it be that I want to marry you?" "No, no, no." Xianxia hurriedly shook his head. "Even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare to have such a disrespectful thought. Actually, I have two things to do this time, but I'm afraid that the Queen will be unhappy if I tell you." Immediately, Xianxia told him his reason. The Desert Queen listened carefully. She had always been very quiet, without any emotional fluctuations. After Xianxia finished speaking, she said, "You know how I was imprisoned back then? It was precisely because I chose to trust humans that I went to the Nine Firmaments continent." Xianxia was very embarrassed. "I know. That's why it's difficult for me to speak." The Queen thought for a moment and said, "Let go of the 12th prince of the Nine Firmament Imperial clan. This matter will not be a problem. Since you personally guarantee it, I will trust you. As for my trip to the Nine Firmaments continent, I still need to discuss it carefully. I'll give you an answer in 2 days. Before that, I will arrange for you to meet with the 12th prince." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xianxia was overjoyed. The Queen's words were not tight, indicating that there was still room for discussion. That night, he rushed back to the Monster Imperial Palace with the Queen. Under the lead of the monster guards, he went to the underground prison to meet the 12 princes. The underground prison of the demon race was actually more like an underground palace. There were many floors below it, and it was complex and magnificent in scale. Most of the people imprisoned here were felons of the demon race, as well as a small number of humans. All of the humans imprisoned here were extraordinary figures. They were either of high status or of exceptionally high cultivation. These people were arrested because they had offended the demon race. When the human prisoners saw that Xianxia, a human, had actually come to the dungeon to visit under the lead of the demon race, they all had astonished expressions on their faces. Under the leadership of the demon race, Xianxia walked down more than 30 floors until he reached the depths of the ground. Only then did he see a man with a disheveled hair and a dispirited expression in a huge solitary confinement. The man sat on the straw cushion and didn't say a word. His whole body was covered in whips, and it seemed that he had suffered a lot. "Young master, this is the place." The demon guards on both sides said and respectfully left. "We'll wait for you outside." The 12th prince still did not raise his head. Instead, he covered his face with both hands and cried, "You're going to hit me again. You're going to force me again. I've already said it countless times. I really don't know what Big Brother's plan is. I'm just here to play in the demonic beast continent. What exactly do you want me to say before you believe me?" The 12th prince cried sadly and pitifully. Obviously, his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Xianxia stood outside the cage and looked at him quietly. He thought to himself, that Nine Firmament Imperial clan's first prince is really ruthless. He never mentioned that his own younger brother was imprisoned here. If my younger brother is captured by the demon race, I'm afraid I will pay all the price and come to save him. However, what the first prince was thinking was not his younger brother's safety, but a 10-year mining contract. The first prince would definitely be an outstanding monarch, but he was definitely not a qualified friend or relative. 12th prince, I've come to see you, Xianxia said. The prince suddenly raised his head and said, "You're alone? Are you going to execute me?" Xianxia said, "Your Highness, there is no need to be afraid. I am a human, not a demon." "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." The prince smiled miserably. "Even before you die, are you going to play me once? I told you that I really don't know what Big Brother's plan is. Even if you pretend to be humans, I can't say anything." Xianxia shook his head. He raised his hand, and a ball of yuan qi was beating in his palm. When the prince saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. He rushed over like a madman and stretched out his hands through the cracks in the railing to scratch. "You're really human. Quickly, quickly, save me. I don't want to stay here for a minute." Xianxia took half a step back and said, "Your Highness, please calm down." The prince shouted for a long time before he slowly calmed down. Perhaps he thought of his lofty status and was embarrassed. He quickly changed the topic and said, "This place is located underground of the monster Imperial Palace. How did you enter as a human? This is simply inconceivable. Not to mention you, even my eldest brother doesn't have the qualifications to approach the Demon Imperial Palace for half a step. How did you do it?" Xianxia thought for a moment. His heart could save someone, but it couldn't be saved in vain. He rolled his eyes and thought about it. "Actually, I'm from the Haotian Empire," Xianxia said. The prince was stunned and asked curiously, "You are not one of my big brother's men? Then why did you come to save me?" Xianxia said, "Our noble Haotian imperial clan has long heard that the 12th prince has outstanding literary talent and unparalleled personality, so they admire the 12th prince very much. You have to believe me. This time, our Haotian imperial clan really expended a lot of effort and countless costs in order to save you." The 12th prince was actually happy and said, "Naturally, I am proficient in zither, weiqi, calligraphy, and painting, and my martial arts attainments are even more unparalleled in the world. As for you, since you are able to come to the Demon Imperial Palace, I believe that you must have invested a lot of money. I will remember this friendship in my heart. Obviously, why would the demon race send a human over without paying a great price?" But the 12th prince thought for a moment and said, "I know that my personality is very charming, but even so, your Haotian imperial clan doesn't deserve to save me." Xianxia smiled and said, "My Haotian imperial clan admires talents like you very much. I want you to go to the Haotian Empire. There are many princesses there who secretly agree with you." "Huh? Ha, well, that makes sense." The 12th prince was overjoyed. As the saying goes, a person's spirits are refreshed when they meet a joyous occasion. After suffering so much torture, he suddenly realizes that someone is coming to save him. That is no less than reviving after bathing in fire. His mood is instantly beyond the horizon. But isn't this becoming a nuisance? The 12th prince was happy for a while and frowned again. Xianxia said, "Of course not. Our the Haotian Empire wants to ally with Jushao Empire. Our the Haotian Empire is willing to give you a princess home. However, in order to promote the friendly relations between the two sides, you are only equivalent to marrying a princess and staying in the Haotian Imperial Palace as an envoy all year round. Of course, this wedding is best held in the Haotian Empire." "Then why?" the 12th prince asked curiously. Xianxia smiled and said, "Because there are many princesses who like you, you have to personally choose one, don't you?" The 12th prince chuckled. Seeing this, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought to himself, ninth princess, I've put in a lot of effort to help you. This time, you won't have to marry 9 firmaments away." The prince of the 9 firmament imperial clan had married into the Haotian Empire. Isn't this beautiful? Originally, the Haotian Empire sent a princess to the 9 heavens as a hostage. Now that it was better, the 9 heavens empire sent a prince to the 9 heavens. The 6th prince of the Haotian Empire would definitely be very happy. In any case, the 12th prince's brain wasn't very good. It was fine to fool him. If he was smart, how could he be so stupid as to come to the demonic beast continent to cause trouble and be imprisoned by others? "I'm willing to agree to everything you said." The 12th prince nodded forcefully and gritted his teeth as he whispered to himself, "Big brother treated me so unrighteously. In the end, it was the Haotian imperial clan that saved me with blood. If I went to the Haotian imperial clan, my treatment would definitely be much better than in the 9 firmaments. I'm already considered a family by Haotian." Xianxia could hear it clearly, but he didn't show it on his face. He just smiled secretly in his heart. "Oh right. How are the negotiations between you and the demons going? Are they willing to let me go?" The 12th prince asked the question he was most concerned about. Xianxia frowned deeply and said, "The situation in the negotiations is not optimistic. If I'm not mistaken, they will most likely not let anyone go." "Brother," the 12th prince suddenly lay on the railing, his mood declining from heaven to hell. He cried bitterly and said, "From today onwards, you are my good brother. You mustn't leave your brother here. This is not a place for people to stay." Xianxia nodded solemnly and gritted his teeth. "Your Highness, please rest assured. Even if I don't want this head, I will definitely think of a way to save you." The 12th prince was so moved that he almost collapsed. How could he find such a good person in this world? Good brother, as long as you can save me, I will agree to whatever you say. Even if you want my prince identity, I will give it to you. You must not leave your brother here. Don't worry, I will definitely save you." Xianxia nodded solemnly and cupped his fists. "Brother, rest well and wait for my good news. Brother, have a good trip." The 12th prince was so moved that tears and snot flowed all over his face. He hurriedly said, "I haven't asked your name yet." Xianxia turned around and said, "Xiangru. Just let him wait for 2 more days and let him realize that it was not easy to save him." Demon Imperial Palace. Xianxia and the others were impatient, but it was not good to urge the queen. Seeing that there were only 2 days left before the 10-day agreement, Xianxia was even more anxious. If Her Majesty did not decide, it would be too late. On the 9th day, the queen finally summoned Xianxia. When Xianxia arrived at the main hall, he discovered that the main hall was already filled with demons. Apart from Little E, who had always been protecting the queen, there were nearly 100 mighty demon generals standing on both sides. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Xianxia knelt on one knee and clasped his fists. The Desert Queen waved her hand and said, "Xianxia, get up. I must apologize to you." Xiangnian's heart suddenly turned cold. Then he shook his head and sighed. "Your Majesty, it is reasonable that you disagree. It is my request that is too excessive." The Desert Queen shook her head and said, "It's not that I don't agree. In fact, after our discussion, I'm very willing to accompany you to the 9 Firmaments continent. On the one hand, it's to help you win the bet. On the other hand, we think it's time to show off the strength of our demonic beast continent." "That's right." A great general stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "We will lead thousands of troops to the 9 heavens. Let them know that our demonic beast continent also has its own empire. We are not that easy to bully. We will not let Her Majesty the Queen repeat her mistakes. So this time, all our generals will follow Her Majesty." The Desert Queen nodded and said, "Also, I want to personally talk to the first prince of the 9 Firmaments continent about mining. Our demon race also needs minerals, but we are not as proficient as humans in prospecting and mining. Therefore, I hope to reach an agreement with the first prince to mine them together. However, we must mine in the area I have designated." Xianxia was overjoyed. "This is a good thing. Then why did His Majesty apologize?" The Desert Queen sighed and said, "We are definitely going to the 9 Firmaments continent, but this place is far away from the 9 Firmaments continent. We should not be able to arrive before your betting deadline." Hearing this, Xianxia felt very embarrassed. Yes, it was good for them to go, but there was only 1 day left before the agreed deadline. He was afraid that he would definitely lose this bet. The teleportation array that he had left behind in the Wampoa clan was too small. It could accommodate up to 3 or 5 people at a time, and he would be able to endure it to death. There was absolutely no way he could send the demonic beast army there as well. If he wanted to bring the queen first and let the demonic beast army arrive later, then these generals would definitely not agree. Right? Xianxia suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, don't you have 5 void beasts? Why can't I use the void beast to head straight to the 9 Firmaments continent? Could it be that the teleportation distance of the void beast is limited? Theoretically speaking, void beasts can reach any point in space in this world," said the Desert Queen. However, the problem was that the void beast's own perception of space was limited. This place was too far away from the 9 heavens. The void beast was unable to sense such a long distance. Once it teleported through space, it would become a random teleportation. It was unknown where it would appear. Therefore, unless there is a lighthouse as a guide, the void beast will be able to accurately sense the spatial nodes. You mean the lighthouse? Xianxia asked. The queen of the desert said, when I say lighthouse, I mean spatial fluctuations at certain spatial nodes, such as teleportation arrays. A teleportation array? I have one. Xianxia was overjoyed and said, I have a teleportation array in the 9 firmaments continent. If I build another teleportation array here, the 2 teleportation arrays will be able to travel together. It's just that my teleportation array is too small. I wonder if it will work. The desert queen laughed. It has nothing to do with size. As long as there is a spatial connection between the 2 teleportation formations, the void beast can follow the spatial line and directly enter the 9 firmaments continent. You can create teleportation formations? A demon general obviously didn't believe in Xianxia and said, judging from your young age, how can you master this kind of ability? This person's tone was clearly underestimating Xianxia. But at this time, Xianxia was not in the mood to go against him. He said, I will leave the palace and find a wilderness to set up the teleportation array. Your Majesty, please rest assured. As long as this journey is completed smoothly, I will definitely destroy the 2 teleportation formations and will not threaten the monster imperial palace. The queen of the desert nodded and said, you are very thoughtful. Then go ahead and do it. I will order someone to bring the void beast. Also, you'd better go back in advance and explain this matter to the 9 firmament imperial clan's first prince, so as to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Yes. Xianxia nodded and immediately flew into the wilderness. Of course, he had to explain it to the first prince beforehand. Otherwise, the sudden arrival of the demon army would probably not trigger a conflict, but a war. After Xianxia set up the teleportation array, the Desert Queen had already arrived with hundreds of thousands of troops. 5 azure void beasts floated in the sky. 2 young void beasts were 5,000 meters long, and 3 adult void beasts were 100,000 meters long. It could be said that they covered the sky and could not see the light of the sky. Looking at the vast scene of the demon army, Xianxia was extremely shocked. The 12th prince was also brought over by the attentive queen. However, the scene in front of him shocked the 12th prince incomparably. He was shocked to the point that he would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. What kind of scene was that? 5 void beasts floated, covering the entire sky. Hundreds of thousands of demon armies were ready to attack, their killing intent surging. On the other side, Xianxia raised his chest and faced the demon army without changing his expression. This righteous scene, this person facing the tragic scene of hundreds of thousands of demon army, became so profound in the 12th prince's heart. Man! This is a man! The 12th prince was incomparably excited. Obviously, the prince had misunderstood the true meaning of this scene. He only thought that it was Xianxia who had come to save him, and he didn't fear the power of the demon race and fought against the entire demon beast continent on his own. The 12th prince was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears that it was impossible to describe his admiration and gratitude for Xianxia. He actually came alone. He actually broke into the demonic beast continent to save me. At that moment, the prince's heart was filled with pride and ambition, and his blood surged. He thought to himself, Brother Xianxia is willing to go through fire and water in order to save me. In the future, for the sake of Brother Xianxia, I can also go up the Saber Mountain and put oil in the pot. I'm a man too. I want to be a man as strong as Brother Xianxia. Xianxia, I will fulfill all your requirements. Now you can leave with your men. The Desert Queen gave Xianxia a look. Xianxia was grateful in his heart. He waved his hand and said, Your Highness, please follow me. The prince's blood was boiling just now, but now he was scared again. He carefully looked at the queen. The Desert Queen said coldly, If it weren't for Xianxia protecting you with all his might, your decision would have been inseparable. You are free now. Don't let me see your figure on the demonic beast continent again. When the 12th prince heard this, he immediately ran to Xiangnan's side. He tightly grabbed Xiangnan's arm and refused to let go even if he was beaten to death. He lost his composure, while Xiangnan maintained his demeanor. He cupped his fists and said to the Queen of the Desert, "Your Majesty, I will be ahead of you. I will arrange everything by noon tomorrow. At that time, I will wait for you across the street." With that, Xiangnan grabbed the 12th prince with his left hand and activated the void stone in his mind. In an instant, the two of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The Desert Queen said, "Get ready. Tomorrow at noon, go to the 9 Firmaments continent to negotiate." 9 Firmaments. The shadows of Xiangnan and the 12th prince appeared from the manor of the Wampoa aristocrat clan. The first prince saw the sun again. He stared blankly at the blue sky and smelled the familiar smell of his hometown. He couldn't help but burst into tears. He knelt on the ground and kissed the land he loved deeply. "I'm free. I'm back." The 12th prince raised his hands high up and roared angrily towards the sky. Xiangnan looked at this person's inconsistent performance, and his heart was filled with both laughter and irony. What kind of person is yelling? A group of Wampoa aristocrat clan guards rushed over. The 12th prince roared at the sky one moment and hid behind Xiangnan like a frightened bird the next. "Oh, it's young Master Xiang." The guards knew Xiangnan, so they cupped their fists and said, "You're back." Xiangnan said, "Where is Miss Ruyan? I want to give her a big gift." "What?" "Cooperate in mining the mineral deposits of the demonic beast continent." Wampoa Ruyan stood up in shock. "Is what you said true? The mineral resources of the demonic beast continent are enough for us to develop for 10,000 years. Can we really participate?" Mining was not a joke. Even the Wampoa clan had to pay attention to this business. Xiangnan smiled and said, "The demon race wants to cooperate with the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan, but the demon race has always been afraid of the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan's army. Therefore, it is inappropriate for soldiers to do this. That's why I want your Wampoa clan to cooperate with the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan and let you open the mine. Then, the benefits will be shared equally with the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan and the demonic beast continent." "This is a good thing." Wampoa Ruyan hugged Xiangnan happily and gave him a fierce kiss on the face. Then a red cloud quickly flew over her face and she hurriedly let go of Xiangnan. At the side, the manager of the branch, the old man, pretended not to see him and cupped his fists at Xiangnan. "Young Master Xiangru is willing to hand over this kind of good thing to our Wampoa clan. It really helped us. My Wampoa aristocrat clan has always wanted to touch the demonic beast continent, but it's just that we don't have a suitable opportunity. After all, even the 9 Firmament Imperial clan suffered a great loss there. The opportunity you've created for us this time is far more than 1,000,000 times more valuable than the weapons on those 2 ships. Yeah, there's no need to repay the weapons of those 2 ships." Wampoa Ruyan said happily, "You helped me accomplish a great feat this time. The clan elders will definitely treat me differently." "Xiangru, thank you so much." Xiangnan smiled and said, "You've always been helping me, and today, I finally have the chance to help you." Actually, Xiangnan was prepared to give this benefit to the Haotian Empire. However, after careful consideration, he decided to hand it over to the Wampoa aristocrat clan. Firstly, the Haotian continent was too far away from the demonic beast continent. Even if the Haotian Empire had that kind of heart, it did not have that kind of strength. Secondly, 9 Firmament Haotian had just prepared for the alliance and was cooperating in mining. This was definitely a dangerous signal to the Profound Sky sect and the Flying Cloud sect. The 2 allied empires wanted to mine and forge weapons? In that case, wouldn't the next step be to gather troops and attack the Heavenly Profound sect and the Flying Cloud sect? Once such a thing appeared, the Heavenly Profound sect and the Flying Cloud sect would probably immediately attack the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan. No matter how difficult it was, they could only take this step. After Xiangnan left the manor with the 12th prince, he rushed to the palace without stopping and immediately told the first prince about this matter. The first prince was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "This is truly a great achievement. Xiangru, Xiangru, you really have it. Originally, I still had a headache about how to deal with the problem of the demonic beast continent. I didn't expect that you would solve it for me. Before I could become an official and become a noble for you, you had already begun to work for me. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The heavens are truly helping our 9 firmaments imperial clan. Even the usually steady first prince rarely lost his composure after hearing this news. Big brother, I'm back. The 12th prince whispered to the side. Yes, I see. You can leave first. I have something important to discuss with Xiangru. The first princess heart had already flown to those countless precious mineral deposits. So how could he care about the 12th prince? Seeing this, the 12th prince silently turned around and left. However, his eyes were a little cold. In this world, only brother Xiangru treats me sincerely. He gritted his teeth and murmured to himself in a venomous tone. The first prince walked around excitedly and said, Xiangru, Xiangru, you are truly the talent I have always dreamed of. With you here, there is no need for our 9 firmament imperial clan to worry about returning to its peak. Tell me, what do you want? Official position, wealth, or enclosure? As long as you speak, this prince will agree. Xiangnan said politely, It's my honor to work for the first prince. I don't want any rewards. Good. You are truly a loyal general. The first prince praised endlessly, but his heart skipped a beat. From the perspective of an emperor, a person who was greedy for money, loved beauty, and wanted something was the person that an emperor most admired, because such a person could be controlled. I'm afraid that Xiangnan doesn't want anything and doesn't love anything. This makes the first prince suddenly feel powerless. He can't catch Xiangnan's heart. However, I have a small request. Xiangnan pondered for a moment. Speak quickly. The first prince's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, Good! As long as you want it, I can give it to you. As long as you are willing to stay and assist me, I will agree to anything. I want the 9th princess to return to Haotian and the 12th prince to follow me back to the Haotian Empire, Xiangnan said. Xiangru. The first prince was suddenly enraged. He patted the throne and said, Do you know what you're talking about? Xiangnan's expression was calm, and he knelt on one knee. I am a member of the princess, so I naturally have to think for the princess. Please forgive me, Your Highness. And this is also what His Highness the 9th princess meant. At the same time, the 12th prince also expressed his willingness to go to the Haotian Empire. The first prince walked around angrily, pointing at Xiangnan and saying, Don't think that if I value you so much, you can step on my head and do whatever you want. This scene also strengthened Xiangnan's determination not to leave the bureaucracy. First prince, please help me. Xiangnan clasped his fists and said this without changing his mind. The first prince hated and loved him. What he hated was that Xiangnan's condition was too bastard. What he loved was that even though this Xiangru was 30 million miles away from the Haotian Empire, he still remembered his own country in his heart. Why couldn't such a person be from the 9 firmaments imperial clan? The first prince closed his eyes and tried his best to calm himself down. After a while he said, Princess, I can let you go. 12th brother, I can also send you to Haotian. But I want you to stay. The first prince stared at Xiangnan. Forgive me for not obeying my orders. Xiangnan shook his head and said, My heart is in Haotian, and my soul is in Haotian. I will never let down the kindness of Haotian's homeland. The first prince said anxiously, What benefits can the Haotian imperial clan give you to be so loyal to them? You only need to stay behind and assist me. I can make you be above 10,000 people. Xiangnan said seriously, I am not loyal to the Haotian imperial clan. I am loyal to my hometown. Looks like I can't talk to you anymore. The first prince closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Your Highness, please help me. Xiangnan said, Yes, I can agree to any of these things you want, but I only need one condition. If you don't agree to this condition, even if I turn against you and imprison you and the princess, I won't hesitate. The first prince stared straight into Xiangnan's eyes. I want you. In your lifetime, you must not be my 9 firmaments imperial clan's enemy. You must not help the Haotian imperial clan deal with the Nine Firmaments imperial clan. You must swear an oath on the spot. If he couldn't recruit a talent, then he had to make sure that he couldn't stand on his own side, otherwise he would be beheaded. Xianxia swore an oath on the spot without hesitation. Originally, he had no intention of becoming an official in the Haotian Empire. All right, you go. The first prince rubbed his temples and said, I will cooperate fully with you and create momentum for you. I will let you win beautifully and make the people of the world convinced. When the princess heard this news, she was overjoyed. At this moment, the way she saw Xianxia was completely different from the way she saw Xianxia for the first time. Back then, she had decided that Xianxia was an embarrassing trash who could not do anything big. And now all of this was done by Xianxia alone. The so-called experts of the 5 royal academies were completely convinced of Xianxia, and they were completely convinced to the bone marrow. The 5 of them in Haojing admitted that they were also outstanding people of the same age. However, after they arrived at the 9 firmaments, they were immediately unable to accept the situation. They were actually at a loss as to what to do. They didn't know how to do anything, and they didn't even have the slightest bit of effort to do anything until now. At the same time, it was hard for them to imagine that a young master from the Haotian Empire would be able to summon the wind and rain after arriving at the 9 firmaments continent. In comparison, it was dwarfed. At noon the next day, Xianxia took the 9th princess by the hand and went to the star-gazing city bell tower to attend the appointment. This place was already overcrowded, and there were even more spectators than last time. In the afternoon, Xian Qingzhu and Feiyun Luhai also came. This time, the 2 of them were filled with confidence. Even if Xiang Ru had the ability to pierce through the heavens and earth, he definitely wouldn't be able to invite a demon that had died for 100,000 years. This was no longer a problem that could be solved by one's own abilities. Xian Qingzhu was ready to look at Xianxia's embarrassed expression. The agreed time limit has come. Xian Qingzhu smiled calmly and said, Where is the ancient demon clan I want? Xianxia did not answer. Xian Qingzhu chuckled and said, Last time, I didn't think about it thoroughly. It was too early to speak ruthlessly. But this time, I don't mind saying it earlier. Xiang Ru, you've lost. You've completely lost. I want you to know that in this world, no one can go against me, and no one can get any benefits from me. You can't beat me. Xianxia smiled and looked at the horizon. Suddenly, dark clouds sealed up, and demonic energy soared into the sky. The entire sky was dyed black. All of a sudden, the expressions of everyone in Tianyu City and Star-Gazing City changed drastically. Countless top experts from all over the 9 firmaments continent stood up. They could feel a demonic aura engulfing the 9 firmaments continent. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, The wind is coming, Yun Feiyang. It's the demon army. The people of Heavenly Universe City and Star-Gazing City were all in great panic. What kind of scene was it when hundreds of thousands of demon armies were facing the city gates? At this moment, Xianxia raised his right hand and shot out a strand of yuan qi into the sky. The yuan qi exploded when it flew high into the sky. The explosion was a guide, and the demon army flew towards Star-Gazing City. When the 9th princess saw this, she was shocked and said to Xianxia, Did you find these demon armies? Xianxia smiled and nodded. Yes, they are here to help us win the bet. The 9th princess frowned and said, Xiang Ru, this is too risky. You actually brought hundreds of thousands of demon army into 9 firmament imperial city. What if those demons are uneasy and have good intentions and suddenly attack the imperial city? Didn't you become a sinner for thousands of years? Xianxia smiled calmly and said, Think about it carefully. Actually, it's not as serious as you think. Think about it. The 9 firmaments Empire's forces are not concentrated in Tianyu City. Even if the demon army captures Tianyu City at the first possible moment, it is impossible to disintegrate the 9 firmaments Empire's forces. Then why are there so many people who are afraid of the fall of the imperial city? That's not because they are afraid of the collapse of the military defense, but because they are afraid of the seizure of the political power. When humans fought, if they wanted to quickly occupy the imperial city, then the purpose of doing so was to usurp the throne and seize power. If it wasn't for usurping the throne and seizing power, but to disintegrate an empire, then it would be useless to take down the imperial city. Xianxia said, "There is no such threat to the demon army. It is impossible for humans to recognize the demon regime. If they really want to do so, they can only be trapped in Skyspace City and endure attacks from all directions. In the end, they will be completely annihilated." The ninth princess came to a sudden realization and said, "Ah, I forgot this point. The enemy is not a human, but a demonic beast. The demonic beasts are going deeper this time, so it's not us who are taking the risk, it's them." Right at this moment, the royal city guards that the first prince had already prepared flew into the sky. They followed the wings of the demonic beast army, but they did not have any offensive posture. Immediately after, the first prince personally came forward and shouted at the demon army, "Welcome to the demon envoy." Seeing this scene, the hearts of ordinary martial artists and commoners relaxed a little. Very quickly, the demon army had surrounded the entire star-gazing city. At the very front, on the nose of a void beast stood the current demon empress, the Desert Queen. "Wow! Look, that woman is so beautiful. I've never seen a woman in such a role." The crowd immediately became chaotic. Beauty was a subjective concept, but today, the beauty of the Desert Queen had already exceeded the limits of ordinary people's imagination. Everyone originally thought that Xianxia represented the pinnacle of beauty in this world, but after seeing the Queen of the Desert today, they realized that beauty could actually be even higher. Even if she was as beautiful as a mystic green bamboo, she and the Queen of the Desert were standing in the same sky, and her complexion paled. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Xianxia stood in the air and cupped his fists at the Desert Queen. The first prince smiled as he walked to the Desert Queen's side and introduced her to everyone below. "This is the first great empress of the demonic beast continent, the Desert Queen. At the same time, she is also the only desert snake bloodline successor from 120,000 years ago." Hearing this, the scene became quiet. Everyone's eyes focused on Xianxia's face. As for Xianxia, her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at this scene in disbelief. The Desert Queen smiled and said, "Thank you, the Nine Firmament's great prince, for personally welcoming me. At the same time, I would like to express my intention of coming. This time, I was invited by Mr. Xianxia to come here specifically for Mr. Xianxia. Friends of the human race, there's no need to panic. My subordinates are doing this to protect my safety. In fact, our demon race has no ill intentions towards the Nine Firmament's human race." The scene immediately exploded. Did he come here specifically for Xianxia? Everyone was extremely shocked. In order to win the bet, Xianxia had actually found an ancient era's monster race. Furthermore, he was the heir of the royal family bloodline of the ancient era's monster race, the Desert Queen. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of demon armies had been summoned all of a sudden. What kind of person could trigger such a large-scale operation for the sake of a bet? What kind of person had such terrifying connections? Feiyun Luhai was stunned and said, This is a joke, right? The female empress of the demon race actually came to such a place for a small human. Xianxia, you lost." Xianxia crossed his shoulders and said to Xianxia, "I'm sorry to tell you that this time, you said something vicious earlier. It's not that I want to slap you in the face. It's that you insisted on coming over and getting beaten up. I can't do anything about it." Xianxia's face turned green and red, as if he had eaten 100 flies. At this moment, the audience's attitudes were very ambiguous. Everyone chuckled as they looked at Xianxia. They felt that it was a great pleasure to see such a great figure being defeated with their own eyes. Xianxia still refused to give up. She shouted, "What a ninth princess! You have already broken the agreement. It is clear that you have accomplished this step with the help of the first prince." The ninth princess giggled and said, "Elder Qingzhu, isn't it a bit difficult to convince the crowd when you say this? Are all of your servants stupid? If the first prince has this kind of face, Why would he have to face so many resistance in the demonic beast continent and still be unable to gather minerals peacefully? That's right. The audience heckled loudly. The Desert Queen looked down at Xianxia condescendingly and said, "This human girl, don't tell me what I said isn't clear enough?" I said, "I'm here for Mr. Xianru. Is this sentence hard to understand? It seems that human civilization education needs to be strengthened." The Queen's words were even more ruthless, and it was hard to use Xian Qingzhu's brain to directly name him. Xian Qingzhu's face was ashen with anger, while Xiang Nan and the ninth princess laughed happily. When the audience was watching the good show, they couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, what exactly was the origin of that Xiangru? Not only was the mysterious Wampoa clan willing to help him, even the female monster emperor personally came forward to help Xiangru. This was no longer just a matter of having connections to the heavens, but the demon veins were also frighteningly large. Elder Qingzhu, are you still unwilling to admit defeat? Xiangnan looked at Xian Qingzhu and said, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. There is no need to ask the last question. I'll leave my harsh words here in advance. No matter what question you set, you will undoubtedly lose. Unfortunately, some people's harsh words were destined to be slapped in the face in public. As for my harsh words, there's nothing you can do. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and everyone clapped their hands and cheered. Xian Qingzhu gritted his teeth and said, Xiangru, don't be complacent too early. I need to consider this fifth exam question. I'll give you an answer here tomorrow. Lu Hai, let's go. How could Xian Qingzhu still have the face to stay in such a place? She had asked Xiang Nan to find the living ancient demon race. She had originally made it clear that she wanted to make things difficult for Xiang Nan. Everyone saw this clearly and clearly. Now, Xiang Nan had actually solved this clearly difficult question. As the saying goes, no matter how much trouble you make, you will lose as many people as you want. This time, Xian Qingzhu had truly humiliated the profound sky sect. Xiangru, come. The first prince smiled and waved at Xiang Nan. This sentence was very interesting. The first prince was not greeting the ninth princess. Instead, he went past the ninth princess and greeted Xiang Nan directly. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that this first prince was clearly going to put on some shoes for me. Gong Gao Guzhu was very scary. Although the ninth princess did not care about these things, the Haotian imperial clan behind her would definitely care about them. Immediately, Xiang Nan pulled the ninth princess to the side of the first prince without changing her expression, and introduced her to the Desert Queen. Noble Queen, this is the ninth princess of the Haotian Empire to whom I am loyal. Xiang Nan bit the word loyalty hard. The Desert Queen herself was the great empress, so she could naturally see the first prince's intentions and Xiang Nan's situation. The Desert Queen's expression changed slightly. She sneered and said, Xiangru, let's not talk about this cooperation anymore. Come back to the demon race with me. I will treat you like a younger brother. If humans don't welcome you, then my demon race is willing to accept you. The first prince hurriedly said, Her Majesty the Queen is too serious. How can I not welcome Xiangru? The Desert Queen glanced at the first prince and said, What I said before is true. The reason why I am willing to come here this time is entirely for Xiangru's sake. You must understand this point. I can work with any empire to mine, but the Nine Firmaments Empire has no choice. I'm willing to come because I trust Xiangru. That's why I chose to trust you. If even you don't trust Xiangru, then I think it would be better to end this business as soon as possible. The first prince's face was still smiling, but his heart suddenly sank. He had to admit that not only did Xian Qingzhu underestimate Xiangru, even he himself had made the same stupid mistake. No, no, no. The first prince smiled and said, It was because I was too happy that I was careless. Come, Your Highness, please accompany me to welcome our friends from the demon race. Let's talk about mining in the demon beast continent. Xiangru, go to the Wampoa aristocrat clan and invite Miss Wampoa Rian to the imperial palace. Yes. Xiang Nan nodded and turned into a beam of bright light. Next, how they would discuss the specific cooperation in mining was not something Xiang Nan had to care about, and he was not interested in. That night, Xianxia sat in his own residence. While circulating the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to cultivate his strength, he thought about 2 other things. Right now, there were still 2 questions before them. One was Xianxia's 5th question, and the other was the 9 Firmament Imperial Cloud Fire Thunder. The 4th question of Xianxia was already so difficult. The 5th question would probably be so difficult that he could not imagine it. However, the 4 questions had all survived. No matter how difficult it was now, he had to grind his teeth and persevere until the end. Apart from that, there was a sect ranking tournament waiting for him. The southern region's 7 tigers, who were the most vocal, didn't even show up. Clearly, the profound sky sect had protected these 7 experts very tightly, and they weren't willing to reveal anything before the qualifying tournament began. I wonder what kind of shocking realm the so-called Southern Region 7 Tigers possess. Xianxia frowned and pondered. Was Xianxia's disciple Yu Donghai really as powerful as the legends had said, and his potential even surpassed by Mukin's back then? If he could reach the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm at this age, then Yu Donghai might not be too low. Xianxia would never underestimate his opponent. He had to admit that he was not the only one in the world who had encountered fortuitous encounters. At this moment, a faint breeze blew and Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. In the courtyard, there was a silhouette standing quietly. Xianxia did not open the door and knew who was coming. He said, "Since you're here, why don't you come in and chat?" A faint chuckle came from the courtyard. Then, the door was pushed open, and the graceful figure of Xianxia walked in leisurely. As she entered, a faint fragrance immediately filled the room. This scene caused Xianxia's mind to be somewhat dazed. Once upon a time, Xianxia had played out this scene countless times. At that time, she would always sneak over to look for him with her master behind her back and push open the door like this. However, at that time, she would secretly call him Big Senior Brother. At that time, Xianxia doted on Xianxia incomparably and even treated her as the apple of her eye. And the junior sister that he once loved, Xianxia closed his eyes, trying his best not to disturb his judgment. He told himself that the person standing in front of him was no longer that cute junior sister, but the heavenly profound sex green bamboo elder. It was the snake and scorpion woman who had cut off her life. "Drink tea," Xianxia said coldly. He pushed his right hand and a teacup slid across the table. He gently raised his finger and a water dragon flew out of the teapot and fell into the teacup. Xianxia pulled up her chair and sat opposite Xianxia. She held her teacup and said, "Aren't you curious why I came? Since you took the initiative to say so, then I will ask Elder Qingzhu why he visited this place late at night." Xianxia crossed his hands and looked at her indifferently. Qingzhu took a sip of tea and said, "Good tea." Xianxia looked at her. If she did not speak, he would not speak. Qingzhu smiled and said, "You know, you don't have to be so hostile to me. There is no selfless grudge between you and me. We are just standing on the opposite side because we do our respective duties. No personal grudges?" Xianxia took a deep breath. "Elder Qingzhu, have you already started to speak softly?" Xianxia smiled faintly. "The Qingzhu I've heard of is not someone who admits defeat so easily." Qingzhu played with the expensive South Sea purple sand teacup and said, "Good tea. You have to match it well. Drinking tea is a kind of artistic conception. If this high-grade tea was placed in a rough and worn-out teacup, then the feeling and taste would be wrong." Xianxia crossed his fingers on the table and said with interest, "If that's good tea, is he willing to be put into a broken teacup? You are just a superior to decide what is suitable for good tea, but you have not asked the tea what it thinks. Don't you think that your words have a high and mighty attitude?" "Hegemen, he. Qingzhu smiled. "Young Master Xiangru, how do you understand the word superior?" Xianxia said, "The so-called upper echelons are just people who have more choices than ordinary people. I understand very well, but it's not thorough enough." Qingzhu's right hand gently exerted force, and a few cracks immediately appeared on the teacup. She said meaningfully, The so-called upper echelons indeed have more choices than ordinary people, but most importantly, there are many times when the upper echelons simply do not need to choose. Because, if I want this tea to be in any container, it has to be in any container. Because this is the ability given to me by my power. Xianxia paused for a moment and said, as I said, good tea needs a good cup to taste. Young Master Xiang Ru, Hao Yin's teacup and 9 Firmament's teacup are not suitable for you. Then, Xianxia crossed his hands on the table and looked at Xiang Nan seriously. Young Master Xiang Ru, with your talent, no matter if it's loyalty to Hao Yin or Zhou, it's not a wise choice. You know, the Hao Yin faction is weak, and the 9 Firmaments have been weakened for a long time. Sooner or later, these 2 teacups will be in the possession of the profound sky sect. Relying on me now is better than being forcefully subdued by me in the future. Xiang Nan laughed. Xianxia lowered his head to make tea and glanced at Xiang Nan. Don't tell me young Master Xiang Ru doesn't think we have the ability to do so? He said. Xiang Nan smiled and said, you are mistaken. I am neither a teacup that can be tasted nor a teacup that can be kneaded. I am a teapot. I'm just a bystander. And my role is only to give tea and teacups a chance to set off each other. I can even say that. Xiang Nan leaned forward and said, I'm a teapot, so I gave it to you. If I didn't give it to you, you wouldn't have it. What a big tone. Xianxia nodded and said, young Master Xiang Ru's ambition is admirable. However, there is one thing I am curious about. You have always shown obvious hostility towards the profound sky sect. Why? Could it be that the profound sky sect has offended you? Is that why you are unwilling to join us? Xiang Nan took the teacup that was cracked by Xianxia and said, it's just that I don't agree with the way that the profound sky sect does things. Xiang Nan stroked the cracks and said, I don't know how many innocent civilians the body of a half-demon is going to kill. I know very well that cultivating this body requires the souls of a large number of ordinary people as a price. Xianxia sighed. I thought young Master Xiang Ru should be a person with foresight and great ideals. So he is just a woman's benevolence. Those who have achieved great things don't worry about trivial matters. If you look at the kings of past generations, which one of them isn't stained with the blood of innocent people? For the sake of the overall situation, some necessary sacrifices are inevitable. You want to talk about the Tao of monarchs with me? Xiang Nan shook his head. Then I'll talk to you about the Tao of monarchy. You said I was short-sighted, but in fact, I have a longer view than you. How much do you think the kings of the world are willing to practice benevolent government? Are they born with a kind heart? Or do they need such a false reputation to decorate their reputation? I'm afraid I'm not either. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. Xianxia said. Xiang Nan held the teacup and said, just like the cracks on the teacup, it costs too much to be unrestrained and fierce. Perhaps benevolent government is not as profitable as being fierce, but at the very least, there is no big cost. My so-called cost is the crack on this teacup. From a long-term perspective, Xiang Nan stared at Xianxia seriously and said, you can indeed grow rapidly by doing this now, but you have also planted a deep hidden danger for yourself. Because when you sacrifice others without mercy, you don't know who you offended, and you don't know who among those people you offended will bring you any kind of disaster in the future. This is the cost of your hatred. Interesting. Let's continue. Xianxia said. Xiang Nan said, perhaps you accidentally sacrificed a trivial figure in your eyes, but this trivial figure may be a great figure with great insight in the future. It is precisely your unrestrained rules that have forced this great figure into the enemy camp. The profound sky sect is like this teacup. In the end, its destruction is not due to the penetration of the water drop stone. Instead, it is because you pinched it too hard that it shattered. There are countless precedents in history for self-destruction. Xianxia said proudly, I have to admit, you are indeed thinking very far, but not far enough. You only saw the growth of a hero and the hidden dangers he had planted. However, there is another method on the higher level. All the geniuses in the world are in my hands. Those who have the ability to deal with us are already ours. Those who want to deal with us have already been destroyed by us, or are on the path of destruction. Really? Xianxia smiled and said, are all the geniuses in the world already in the profound sky sect? How dare you praise Hai Cao? Xian Qingzhu said, in the world of martial arts should be respected. Let's talk about martial arts talents. Of the 7 southern domain tigers with the highest voices and the strongest potential, 3 have already entered the heavenly profound sect and 2 belong to the flying cloud sect. We already have 2 of the 7 tigers. I believe I have the ability to let the other 2 join us. Or, I can directly make the 7 tigers of the southern domain become the 5 tigers of the southern domain. Xianxia shook his head with a smile and said, forgive me for not sending him far away. Xian Qingzhu stood up and said, looks like I can't reach an agreement with young Master Xiangru. This is your choice. You have to pay a painful price for your high costs. Xian Qingzhu used her fingertips to lightly tap on the edge of the teacup. Then, she turned around and left. 3 seconds later, the teacup shattered into powder. The moment Xian Qingzhu pushed open the door and left, Xianxia picked up the teapot to make tea for himself and said indifferently, although the 7 tigers are strong, there are still dragons above them. The back of Xian Qingzhu paused for a moment before turning into a streak of green light and disappearing. Above the 7 tigers was a dragon. These words echoed in Xian Qingzhu's mind. Who was this dragon referring to? The next day, at noon, the star-gazing city bell tower. Today's star-gazing city was still overcrowded. But today's bystanders were already in good order. This was because tickets were being sold openly here. Before the sect ranking tournament started, it had already begun its duties in order to watch the city of the ranking tournament. The buildings that were constantly spreading upwards had already turned into spectators' seats. Everyone knew that today was the 5th question for Xian Qingzhu and the 9th princess. After this question, it was clear who would win and who would lose. Countless people stood bustling in their seats and looked at Xian Qingzhu and Feiyun Luhai in the sky above the bell tower. Xian Qingzhu came especially early today. Afternoon had passed. Xianxia and the 9th princess arrived late. However, when Xianxia arrived, thunderous applause sounded from the entire audience. They were looking forward to what kind of pleasant surprise this young man, who had always been good at creating miracles, would bring to everyone. Elder Green Bamboo, we're here to meet. Xianxia stood still in the air. Xian Qingzhu said indifferently, I will give you one last chance to give up this bet. Otherwise, you will lose to the ground. Xianxia smiled and said, thank you, Elder Qingzhu, for your kind reminder. Please ask the question. Enough courage. Xian Qingzhu nodded. She pointed down and said, the continent you are standing on is called the 9 Firmaments. It is the sacred land of martial arts in the hearts of martial artists of the southern domain. And the city you are in is called Star Watching. It was also built specifically for the sake of martial arts. So the 5th question I gave you is about martial arts. Martial arts? Isn't that bullying too much? That's right. Everyone knows that Mr. Xiangru is a civil servant. But you want to test him in martial arts. The audience burst into an uproar. Indeed, Xiangxia's ability to stand out of thin air meant that he was at least a heavenly Yuan realm martial artist. But there were also differences between the weak and the strong in the heavenly Yuan realm. Everyone had already determined in their hearts that Xiangxia's ascension to the heaven origin realm at such a young age was definitely due to his very special identity, and he had always been nurtured by the Haotian imperial clan and forcefully piled his realm up. This kind of stacked realm was generally considered to be completely devoid of gold. In other words, it had a heaven origin realm outer shell, but its actual combat ability was extremely poor. This was everyone's basic impression of Xiangxia. After all, how much do you expect from a civil servant of the Haotian Empire? Xian Qingzhu was very surprised. She did not know when the audience had already tilted to Xiangxia's side. Xian Qingzhu suddenly realized that he might have already lost. Even if Xiangxia failed in the 5th question, Xiangxia had already won the hearts of the people. Xiangxia was a classic example of a small figure fighting against a large group of people. Furthermore, Xianxia continued to succeed. This caused countless martial artists and spectators to feel the resonance of not lowering their heads to power. Xian Qingzhu took a deep breath and said, "Since the ninth princess and young master Xiangru are standing on this land, this place is called the Holy Land of Martial Arts in the Southern Domain. Since they want to have a place here, why can't I consider their martial arts?" This time, the audience was completely silent. They knew that Xian Qingzhu was right. Xian Qingzhu took out a watermelon-sized hydrangea from his storage ring and casually tossed it. The hydrangea floated 3 meters above the bell tower. Afterwards, she took out a longbow. The bow was pitch black, and its wings only extended 3 meters, but its weight was frighteningly large. Xian Qingzhu said, "This is our heavenly profound sex elementary heavenly armament. The fallen profound iron bow is made of black profound iron from meteorites beyond the heavens. At that time, I will clear the star-gazing city." Xian Qingzhu looked at Xianxia and said, "The 5th exam question I gave you is that you must enter through the east gate of star-gazing city, pass through the 9 units formation of the profound sky sect, and shoot down the hydrangea with the profound iron bow in your hands. Since young Master Xiangru has already reached the 2nd level of the heavenly Yuan realm, the members of my 9 unity formation will be chosen at the 3rd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. It just so happens to have a slight suppression of your realm." Hearing this, the audience was in an uproar. The 9 unity formation was not a formation of the mysterious Tao, but a battle formation that arranged troops. The so-called 9 unity formation was made up of 99 or 81 experts from the heavenly profound sect stationed in Stargazing City, allowing Xianxia to barge in alone. Not only did Xianxia have to dodge the attack of 81 Tianyuan 3rd stage experts, he also had to shoot down the embroidered ball. "Bullying!" Someone shouted. "This is outrageous. Young Master Xiangru is just a civil servant. I'm afraid he can't even defeat an ordinary disciple of the profound sky sect, let alone an expert who can form the 9 unity formation." Someone echoed, "That 9 unity formation is simply impossible to pass. Not to mention Xiangru alone. Even 81 Xiangru cannot pass. That 9 unity formation can push a martial artist's cooperative strength to a peak. The strength of 81 people will double. That's right. I'm afraid that young Master Xiangru won't even be able to pull the fallen profound iron bow apart without the 9 unity formation," said a person beside him. "I heard that the profound iron bow weighs 80,000 jin. To pull it full, it requires more than 300,000 jin of strength." Everyone sympathized with Xianxia. The 4 questions that Xian Qingzhu had asked earlier could be solved by Xianxia relying on his status and connections. However, this 9 unity formation was considering real kung fu. Xian Qingzhu scanned the surroundings and said, "What? Do you have any objections to my exam questions?" This time, no one dared to speak. At this time, someone said in a very small voice, trembling, "It is clear that the heavenly profound sect relies on its enormous power to bully outsiders. How formidable is the 9 unity formation? I'm afraid that even if the 18 stars of the southern domain are all here, they might not be able to make it through." Xian Qingzhu's ear power was astonishing. He had already heard this person's words to himself and said, "Someone thinks that no one can break through the 9 unity formation on their own?" The scene remained silent. Xian Qingzhu said, "My heavenly profound sect has such a character. My eldest disciple, Yu Donghai, once broke through the 9 unity formation by himself." Ah! The scene immediately became chaotic. Yu Donghai, number 1 of the 7 tigers of the southern domain. Did this person actually already possess such terrifying strength? Even the 9 unity formation could break through by itself? Young Master Xiangru, shouldn't you declare your stance? Xian Qingzhu looked at Xianxia and said, "Do you want to take this exam question or not? It's not your usual style to remain silent." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. "When did I say I didn't agree? I was silent because I was waiting for you to quickly set up the formation." "Holy shit! You have guts!" The audience screamed. "Ha-ha!" Xian Qingzhu nodded. "A great calamity is imminent. You are still trying to be brave. You refuse to admit defeat. Sooner or later, you will suffer a great loss for your conceited personality. Yunhai, you're in charge of clearing the field. I'll go to the sect and bring the disciples over. After saying that, the black-green bamboo turned into a streak of green light and left. Feiyun Luhai clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, you have heard me. Please leave Star-Gazing City as soon as possible, so as not to harm the innocent." The audience immediately retreated like a tidal wave. No one wanted to stay here and be engulfed by the flames of war. The Sky Profound 9 Unity Formation was not a joke. The 9th princess looked at Xianxia worriedly and hurriedly asked, "Who are you inviting this time? Is there anyone you know who can break through the 9 Unity Formation?" "Invite someone? Why?" Xianxia said. The 9th princess was stunned. "If you don't invite someone to enter the Sky Profound 9 Harmonies Formation, then why would you agree to such an exam?" Xianxia was even more curious. "Didn't the princess ever think that I would rush in myself? Are you crazy?" The 9th princess's expression changed drastically. She grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, "Didn't you hear? Even if the 18 stars of the southern domain rushed into the 9 heavenly profound formations together, they might not be able to do so. Do you want to personally rush in? Xiangru, I know that your martial arts strength is not bad. You even defeated Zhong Wushuang. But just because you defeated an 18-star southern domain doesn't mean you can defeat 18 at the same time. Yes, young Master Xiang." Lone Mun's expression was also solemn. "And I'm sure that Zhong Wushuang didn't use all of his strength when he fought against you. He was hiding his strength and preparing to display his strength in the sect ranking tournament. Young Master Xiang, think twice. Our Haotian Imperial clan cannot afford to lose someone like you." "That's right." The 9th princess clenched her fists and said, "I won't let you break through the profound Sky 9 Unity Formation. Even if we lose this time, we will return to Haotian at most. We must not lose you." Xiangnan smiled and said with relief, "Your Highness, have I ever disappointed you?" The 9th princess said anxiously, "I know you are very capable, but your connections are limitless, and your manpower is limited." Otherwise, the princess gritted her teeth and looked at Lone Moon. "Why don't you give the purple gold heavenspan technique to Xiangru?" Lone Moon was shocked. "Your Highness, you can't. The purple gold heavenspan technique is a secret technique not passed down by the Royal College. It was personally created by the great emperor. Since when do you care about this?" The princess said angrily. The purple gold heavenspan technique was one of Emperor Haotian's classic cultivation methods in his early years. This type of cultivation method was a type of qi refining technique that could greatly increase yuan qi, that is, a cultivation method that could turn yuan qi into purple gold. However, although this cultivation technique was extremely powerful, it could only be considered as an existence in the middle and lower reaches of the Haotian Emperor's cultivation technique system. It was roughly equivalent to the nature sect's third cycle astral qi and primordial astral qi. However, the purple gold heavenspan technique was much stronger than these two techniques. Xiangnan politely rejected the princess' kindness. Although the purple gold heavenspan technique was very good, Xiangnan did not want to be involved too deeply with the Haotian Imperial clan. After completing the mission with his own team this time, he would be completely relaxed after returning. No matter how prosperous the official road was, what could it do? Wasn't he threatened by the profound sky sect even if he had the status of the 9 firmament's great prince? Martial arts was the real right to speak in this world. Everyone was arguing, and Shen Qingzhu had already rushed over with 81 core disciples of the 3rd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. These 81 disciples were all the key targets of the profound sky sect. Although their individual value was not comparable to Zhong Wushuang's, they were still considered geniuses. "Are you ready?" Shen Qingzhu looked at Xiangnan and said, "Is it young Master Xiangru who personally took action? Or should we ask someone else to help us?" "I'll go myself," Xiangnan said. "All right, this is your choice. If you die in battle, don't blame me for not warning you." Shen Qingzhu nodded. After he finished speaking, Shen Qingzhu threw a large amount of eagle eyes into the sky. Those eagle eyes quickly split up and aimed their eyes at the entire star-gazing city. This scene was transmitted directly to the city wall outside Stargazing City through the Eagle's Eye. This city was built for the spectators to watch the match, so the walls were built with huge amounts of money, allowing them to project real-time images from the Eagle's Eye. The crowd outside the city was crowded. Everyone stared at the clear images on the city wall. Not only could they see the real scenes of Xiang Nan and Xian Qingzhu through their eagle eyes, they could even hear the conversation between Xiang Nan and Xian Qingzhu. "Young Master Xiang Ru, please." Xian Qingzhu made a gesture of invitation and said, "Come in from the east gate. The bell tower will shoot the hydrangea." "Can I try that bow first?" Xiang Nan said. "No problem." Xian Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Xiang Nan landed on the ground and grabbed the fallen profound iron bow. Then he lifted the black bow up. This bow was indeed extremely heavy. After Xiang Nan took the bow, his feet sunk deeply into the ground. He weighed the giant bow in his hand, then abruptly took a horse step and pulled the profound iron bow to the full moon. Kiki kiki. The bowed body bent and made a heavy noise. It would take at least 300,000 kilograms of strength to pull this bow apart. Xiang Nan opened the door, looking effortless. That scene immediately attracted the applause of the entire audience. After the Xiantian realm, a martial artist will turn to cultivate Yuan Qi instead of focusing on pure strength. It is rare for young Master Xiang Ru to have such strength. Xian Qingzhu nodded, as if he had gained an initial recognition of Xiang Nan's strength. Xiang Nan put down the giant bow and said, "Can I start now?" Xian Qingzhu nodded. "I'll give you a day. After a day, you'll be considered a failure." "Please." Xiang Nan's group, along with Xian Qingzhu and Feiyun Luhai, flew out of the east gate of Stargazing City, while the 81 geniuses of the heavenly profound sect stayed here. Young Master Xiang Ru, Stargazing City is very large. You can make use of the terrain to bypass the disciples of the heavenly profound sect. Don't fight them head-on. Someone shouted from the crowd of martial artists outside the east gate. That's right. The examination grounds are very big. You have plenty of room to play. Remember not to fly into the sky. You must quietly move forward at the corner. Xiang Nan cupped his fists and cupped his hands at the crowd. "Thank you for your kind reminder, Xiang Ru," he said. "After I shoot down that hydrangea, I'll give a big banquet and treat all the heroes to a drink." "Haha, good." Everyone laughed loudly. Someone asked, "Brother Xiang Ru, I see that you don't have any weapons. Do you need us to lend you an earth armament?" "No need." Xiang Nan waved his right hand, and the dragon blood saber flew out with a clanging sound and was grabbed by Xiang Nan. This ancient and peculiar shape of the giant saber immediately caused everyone to exclaim in shock. "What a big saber!" The 9th princess, Xian Qingzhu, and the others were slightly stunned. They had heard of this saber before. Although its shape was somewhat different, it was generally correct. "This isn't..." The 9th princess's eyes lit up. Xiang Nan nodded and said, "I have a friend. When he heard that I was coming to Zhouxiao, he specially lent me his saber." Hearing this, the 9th princess and Xian Qingzhu let out an "oh," but they did not doubt Xiang Nan's identity. This Xiang Ru was even able to invite the female monster empress over. So borrowing a saber from Xiang Nan wasn't a big deal. "So you know Xiang Nan?" The 9th princess smiled and whispered, "When we get back, you must introduce me." Xiang Nan didn't want to reveal his identity, so he nodded. "Let's begin." Xian Qingzhu waved his hand and announced the 5th exam question, officially starting. Xiang Nan placed the giant bow on his back and strode towards the city. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again. Heavens! He actually carried the 80,000 heavy bows on his body? This is too unwise. The weight of that giant bow really affects flexibility. Yeah, I thought he was going to put the profound iron bow into his storage ring. In the midst of everyone's puzzled voices, an even more shocking scene appeared. Xiang Nan did not choose any detour, nor did he have any intention of dodging. He actually walked the righteous path. He headed straight for the bell tower. In this way, he would have to contend head-on against the 81 disciples of the heavenly profound 9 harmonies formation. Hiss! The entire arena let out a cold breath. The 81 Tianyuan third layer heavenly profound sect disciples had already flown everywhere in the sky, searching for Xiang Nan's hiding figure. Look, that brat didn't sneak in. He just walked in openly. A disciple of the heavenly profound sect rubbed his eyes and shouted in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the rest of the disciples were furious. They simply don't put us in their eyes. Today, I will definitely let this brat come back. Senior brothers, cut him into pieces. 81 heavenly profound sect disciples flew over and landed around Xiang Nan at the same time. These people immediately set up a formation and used the heavenly profound sect's specific cultivation technique to connect the Yuan Qi between them. This was the Sky Profound 9 Unity formation. The members of the array could borrow each other's strength. This move was very similar to the way the 5 cultivators had used a single formation to infuse their divine soul power into the leader cultivator, but on a larger scale. Moreover, if he wasn't borrowing divine soul power, then he was directly borrowing Yuan Qi. The corner of Xiang Nan's mouth curled up slightly. His right hand grabbed the profound iron bow and said, "Divine weapon, the heavens descend." The black iron bow immediately turned into a black shadow and merged into Xiang Nan's body. At this moment, Xiang Nan possessed the strength of a heavenly grade beginner. The profound iron bow that had fallen. The spectators were stunned as they watched Xiang Nan's skin turn dark, but none of them knew why. And star-gazing city. Xiang Nan jumped high into the air, and then, like a solid siege cannonball, he fiercely smashed into the center of the Sky Profound 9 Unity formation. Boom! The moment Xiang Nan landed on the ground, he bowed his leg, took a horse step, and wielded a knife in his right hand. He made an initial hand stance of drawing his saber, and around his body, a vortex rapidly spread around his body, strong winds blowing in all directions, twisting and blowing out. Momentum. The moment Xiang Nan landed on the ground, the 81 experts of the heavenly profound sect felt an inexplicable atmosphere at the same time. All of them drew out their weapons and chopped down on the air for a while. But when they woke up, Xiang Nan still narrowed his eyes and did not move. Hiss! The 81 experts also sucked in a breath of cold air. This hallucination? It's my turn. Xiang Nan licked his lips. Stop him. Bu Xiaojiu formation. The 81-man team immediately split into 9 teams, each consisting of 9 people. One of the teams rushed forward first. The 9 of them were covered in a hazy layer of yellow light. The yellow light formed a ball and surrounded all 9 of them. The person in the lead immediately threw a sword light at Xiang Nan. The sword light was incomparably huge, and it was an astonishing 100 meters tall. The 100-meter sword radiance had an incomparable visual impact just by looking at it with the naked eye. The enormous sword light was condensed from the Yuan Qi of 9 third-level heavenly Yuan martial artists, and it was extremely powerful. Xiang Nan held the saber in his back and placed his right elbow on the back of the saber. He used the blade to welcome the 100-meter sword light. With a loud explosion, the terrifying Yuan Qi shockwave immediately spread out into the surroundings. Xiang Nan forcefully took a sword strike, and his body was blasted back more than 10 steps. Catch it! The audience were all shocked. The disciples of the heavenly profound sect didn't expect that they would look at each other with incredulous expressions on their faces. They were disciples of the profound sky sect. Each of them was a top 10 expert, and they were also geniuses amongst the experts of the profound sky sect. Moreover, he was a level higher than Xiang Nan. Moreover, 9 people were fighting together. Are you done? Xiang Nan took a step forward and slashed out with a blade light. The blade light slanted against the ground and rushed towards the 9-man squad. The 9 heavenly profound sect disciples felt that the power of the blade light was extremely unusual, and their faces changed slightly. Carry! The 9 people were arranged in a triangle so that the disciples at the top of the triangle could withstand the power of the saber light, while the other 8 people condensed their Yuan Qi onto this person. After the saber light slashed forward, the heavenly profound sect disciples immediately used their long swords to block it. With another explosion, the 9 heavenly profound sect disciples took a few steps back. This time it caused quite a stir. Xiang Nan actually used his own strength to directly retreat 9 people. Let's go together. When the 9 of them realized that they couldn't take down Xiangnan with just their yuan qi, they immediately rushed towards Xiangnan. The leader jumped high and slashed down on Xiangnan's head. Xiangnan blocked the saber. After the sword hit the giant saber, it forcefully knocked Xiangnan back 3 steps. Just as the leader's attack was completed, the second disciple arrived. He also slashed his sword at Xiangnan's saber and took 3 steps back, followed by a third person and a fourth person. This was the power of the 9 unity formation. Each of the 9 people could have the power of 9 people. No matter who was in charge of the attack, the power of the 9 people would be transferred to the attacker in an instant. Don't forget, there are 8 other 9-man squads that haven't attacked yet. Clang. Finally, a disciple successfully struck Xiangnan's arm with his sword in the midst of a chaotic battle. However, when the sword struck Xiangnan's body, it actually emitted a metallic collision sound. Xiangnan was knocked back 2 steps, and Xuanzong himself was knocked back 2 steps. Hiss! The spectators outside the city were already stunned. This scene made them unable to imagine how that Xiangru could be so powerful. Everyone, let's go together and finish this battle quickly, a heavenly profound sect disciple shouted loudly. Following that, 9 teams rushed forward together, 81 people launching a round of bombardments on Xiangnan. Xiangnan had to admit that this heavenly profound 9 unity formation was truly formidable. It was because he was unable to determine which disciple the strength of the 9 people was currently gathered on. If he could not determine this point, it would be very difficult to repel the enemy. The heavenly descent of the divine weapon was indeed formidable. It allowed Xiangnan to obtain the physical strength of the profound iron bow, but it was not impossible for the enemy to destroy the strength of a heavenly grade elementary grade weapon when the strength of the enemy's 9 people was condensed together. You know what? Xiangnan's body slid back more than 10 meters in a collision. He held the knife in his right hand and slowly raised his head. I'm tired of playing, he said. Are you going to admit defeat? A disciple of the heavenly profound sect was greatly disappointed and said, I thought that you would be able to hold on for a while longer until we were able to kill you on the spot. However, since you are willing to admit defeat now, we can only follow the rules and spare your life. At this time, the audience outside the city shook their heads in regret. Someone said, Not bad. Although Xiangru did not pass this test in the end, he has already given us a big surprise. Yes, it's already amazing to be able to do this. Someone nearby echoed. Qingzhu, what do you think of this Xiangru? Is he very valuable for cultivation? In the sky, the flying clouds flowing sea lowered its voice and said to Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu nodded. Indeed, his martial arts attainments have surpassed my imagination. It seems that his value is even higher than I expected. But unfortunately, this person is too stubborn. I've already signaled him twice to accept him into the profound sky sect. But he's stubborn. But it doesn't matter. At least he lost. We won. He then looked inside Star City. The 81 heavenly profound sect disciples had already put away their weapons and prepared to return triumphantly. Xiangnan, however, held the huge saber in his hand and smiled. I never said that I wanted to surrender. A disciple of the heavenly profound sect was furious when he heard this. You said it yourself just now. What are you teasing us? Xiangnan shrugged his shoulders and said, I just said that I'm tired of playing. I didn't say that I'm not going to play anymore. I mean, I don't have the mood to waste any more time with you guys. I want to end this quickly. Haha. Speak crazily. The disciples of the heavenly profound sect became excited instead. This way, they would have another chance to kill Xiangnan. Xiangnan took a deep breath and thought to himself, 6 times. Vermilion bird force. With his unbreakable golden body, he had increased his physical strength by 6 times. At the same time, his strength and speed had also increased by the same amount. This 6-fold vermilion bird strength, coupled with the Shen iron bow's increased physical defense to Xiangnan, had already been exaggerated to an unimaginable extent. However, before the disciples of the heavenly profound sect could discover this, they all attacked again and rushed towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan's eyes flashed with a bright light. He took a step forward and slashed the huge saber in his hand towards a small group. With this kick, his right foot directly crushed the ground. The strength of his kick was simply unimaginable. The power of that saber strike was even more shocking. Just as the 9-man squad drew their swords, they were all sent flying by Xianxia's saber strike. The 9 of them couldn't even maintain their formation, like being scattered in the sky. One person, one saber, knocked down 9 people. The other 8 teams arrived beside Xianxia before they could think about it. Xianxia took a horse step on the spot and held the saber with his right hand. The yuan qi in his left hand condensed into a huge scabbard. Immediately after, he drew his saber and slashed out horizontally. The giant saber rubbed against the scabbard, bringing forth an incomparable power. With this saber slash, a large full moon saber light suddenly slashed out. The 8 9-man squads were all scattered by this saber strike. Ah! The audience's eyes widened. Inside Star-Gazing City, Xianxia held a huge saber in his hand and said condescendingly, "Do you think that only the profound sky sect's strength is the strongest in the entire world? Do you think that as long as you are willing, you can subdue others and trample them under your feet?" The 81 disciples had just climbed up from the ground. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he shouted, "Who gave you such confidence? Today, I will personally destroy your confidence and your pride. I will let you know that in my eyes, that the profound sky sect is worthless, impudent." The 81 disciples were furious and shouted in unison, "Kill him!" Amidst the heaven-shaking roars, the 81 disciples all transformed into demons. The 81 disciples' bodies had soared to more than 4 meters tall, and obvious patterns had appeared on their bodies. These 81 disciples who formed the heavenly profound 9 unity formation all had the same type of demonic form. They were all demonic panthers. Leopard was the most perfect critical point for combining strength and speed. It was also one of the most flexible and easily adaptable demonic beasts. "I've finally shown my true ability." Xianxia nodded and said, "If this is your strongest method, then I'm afraid you will be disappointed in the end." Xianxia did not intend to use his true strength. He wanted to use the power of the world-devastating divine lightning as a trump card and participate in the sect ranking tournament in the future. But today, he believed that he only needed to use his golden body to defend against the divine weapon, plus his strong fighting spirit. It was enough. The 81 demonized heavenly profound sect experts quickly split into 9 teams and attacked Xianxia again. Xianxia slowly spread his legs and shouted in his heart, 10 times true dragon force. Even Xianxia himself was unable to accurately estimate how terrifying the strength of his body and the sturdiness of the black iron bow were. He only felt that at this moment, he was invincible and invincible. The 81 people rushed forward, all of their yuan qi erupting as they ferociously slashed towards Xianxia with long swords. The sharp edge of the sword cut through the sky, leaving behind beautiful and sharp arcs. Xianxia's body paused for a moment before exploding beneath his feet, launching an explosive charge towards a small group. Boom! The land Xianxia stepped on suddenly collapsed, and countless pieces of land were shot everywhere by him at any moment. As for Xianxia, he charged out violently and instantly disintegrated a 9-man squad with a single saber. The 9 disciples of the heavenly profound sect felt as if they had been struck by a meteor flying from the sky. A terrifying power engulfed them. The power pierced through their arms, poured into their bodies, and pierced through their backs. These 9 people were all sent flying by Xianxia's saber strike, and 9 long swords flew everywhere in the sky. Xianxia's figure flashed and directly swayed into the chaotic group of 9. He grabbed a disciple of the heavenly profound sect and elbowed him into the disciple's chest. Under this elbow, a powerful force surged into the disciple's body. The terrifying elbow strike was the first to disintegrate the muscles on his chest, causing him to suddenly break apart like a tense zither string. The energy continued to advance, penetrating through his bones, causing his 3 ribs to instantly break. The 3 broken ribs were implicated in the other ribs, and the other 3 ribs were also broken at the same time. And that power was still advancing. It pierced through the ribs and entered the lungs of the disciples of the heavenly profound sect, crushing and shattering their lungs. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the disciples of the heavenly profound sect. The damage caused by this elbow was very complicated, but the actual time it happened was when it was eaten. It was only an elbow. Xianxia first elbowed a disciple of the heavenly profound sect, and then his body soared into the air. He pierced his heart and kicked the next disciple's chest. The power of the heart-piercing leg pierced through the skin, muscles, bones, organs, and back. That day, the disciple of the black sect was kicked. His entire body was like a stewed prawn on a hot pot. His entire body curled up and he flew backwards. Aren't you people from the profound sky sect arrogant? Xianxia hugged a disciple of the heavenly profound sect with his left hand and punched the disciple's nose. With a single punch, the disciple's nose collapsed and the half-dead disciple was thrown away at any moment. Show me another one. Xianxia leapt up horizontally. He lay flat in the air, his legs twisting around the neck of a disciple. He broke the disciple's neck on the spot and threw him away with his legs. At the same time, both of his hands protected the other disciple's head. With a mistake, the disciple's neck cracked and he immediately collapsed to the ground. Behind him, a small group of 9 people had already rushed over. This rescue line formed a vertical line, condensing the strength of the 9 people onto the leader. The leader, on the other hand, was holding a long sword and fiercely hacking down towards Xianxia. Its sword light was like light. The sword blade was sharp. The long sword slashed down, causing the air to tremble. Every single one of you demonized has the souls of countless innocent people. If strength is obtained at such a price, then this kind of strength is no different from demons. Xianxia abruptly turned around and raised his saber with his left hand, hacking the sword of the leading disciple into the air. Immediately after, Xianxia strode forward and cracked a crater 5 meters in diameter with 1 foot. His heavy punch was sturdy and ferocious, smashing into the stomach of the leading disciple. With this punch, Xianxia's yuan qi was surging. He was roaring. The heavy punch that was mixed with astonishing yuan qi penetrated through the first person, the second person, the third person, and even the 9th person. The 9 disciples of the heavenly profound sect who were lined up in a straight line all spat out blood as they flew backwards at the same time. This brat's strength is boundless. Let's go together and condense into the great 9 unity formation. One day, the disciples of the heavenly profound sect howled with pale faces. 9. It is the largest number in the terms of the profound Tao, and 9 is perfection. The power of the 9 people gathered together was the little 9 unity formation. The strength of the 9-man squad was condensed together to form the great 9 unity formation. This power was directly increased by 9 times. However, 81 disciples of the profound sky sect could no longer be gathered. Only 65 of them were still in peak condition. These 65 people formed a solid triangular formation and charged towards Xianxia. The combined attack of 65 people was already incomparably exaggerated. The 65 people were like a steel city wall, rumbling towards Xianxia. When the audience saw this scene, even if they didn't personally experience it on the spot, they could still feel the oppressive effect brought about by the sight. The combined charge of these 65 people made all the spectators feel suffocated and suffocated. Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground and shouted, "What sky profound 9 unity formation? It's just a joke." Roar! A dragon roar pierced through the clouds. Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground and stared at the back of the saber with his left elbow. With a loud boom, his entire body burned and turned into a ball of violent flames as he charged towards the triangular formation formed by the 65 people. And in the sky behind Xianxia, a huge dragon head phantom appeared. The dragon head was incomparably dignified. It arrogantly looked down on the earth, looking down on all the ants in the mortal world. At this moment, Xian Qingzhu was suddenly shocked, and a sentence suddenly came to his mind. Although the 7 tigers were strong, there were dragons on them. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion appeared. Countless buildings in Star-Gazing City were blasted to pieces by the terrifying shockwaves. 65 disciples of the heavenly profound sect were sent flying into the sky, scattered everywhere. At this moment, none of the 81 heavenly profound sect disciples in Stargazing City were standing. At this moment, Xianxia was panting heavily. He was holding a huge saber in his right hand, his entire body boiling hot like a burning iron block, and he was emitting white smoke. Is that the azure dragon going out to sea? Could the Xiangru be Xianxia? Feiyun Luhai couldn't believe his eyes. Xian Qingzhu's face was ashen, and she felt embarrassed to be thrown home. Earlier, he had boasted about how powerful the 9 heavenly profound formations were, but now all 81 disciples were lying on the ground, dying. No! Xian Qingzhu's mind was still clear. She shook her head and said, regardless of height, appearance, or cultivation, he is seriously incompatible with Xianxia. I heard that Xianxia is good at using a martial skill called Azure Dragon Exiting the Sea. But the legendary Azure Dragon Exiting the Sea is very different from the martial skill Xiangru is using now, especially since Xianxia isn't a strength-type martial artist. What you said makes sense. Feiyun Luhai quickly took a few breaths and said, this isn't too bad. This Xiangru is too terrifying. However, since he is not Xianxia, we don't need to worry. This scholar is an expert from the Haotian military. He is not qualified to participate in the sect ranking tournament. We can rest assured. Hearing Feiyun Luhai's words, Xian Qingzhu's face was burning with pain, as if someone had really slapped him. When did the profound sky sect end up here? He was actually afraid of a young man to such an extent. He was so scared that as long as that young man could not participate in the sect ranking competition, he would secretly rejoice. Xian Qingzhu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, so what if this Xiangru can participate in the competition? With his strength, he is definitely not a match for the East China Sea. That's true. Feiyun Luhai nodded. The conversation between the two had long since been drowned out by the shocking cries of the audience. Star-gazing city. Xianxia looked around in a condescending manner. He coldly swept his gaze over the surviving disciples of the heavenly profound sect who were lying on the ground and shouted, Heavenly profound sect, 9 unity formation, Qi. With that, Xianxia strode towards the direction of the bell tower. You, stop! At this time, a disciple of the heavenly profound sect struggled to get up from the ground and panted, You! Xianxia suddenly turned around and punched at the disciples of the black sect from afar. This punch did not release any yuan qi. Instead, it smashed into the air with just one punch, producing a loud explosion of air. The air was compressed into cannons. The air cannon smashed into the disciple's stomach. The air cannon created by this punch protruded the eyes of the disciples of the heavenly profound sect, causing their entire bodies to be folded in half. Their backs were pressed against the ground, and they frantically retreated backwards while rubbing against each other. The force of the punch was slanted downwards. The disciples of the profound sky sect were pushed backwards by this downward force, and their bodies were pushed downwards. As they retreated, their backs arched up a small and growing earth mountain on the ground. What the audience saw was Xianxia punching down from the sky. The disciples of the heavenly profound sect immediately lay on the ground and slid backwards, drawing a long gap. They finally stopped on the earth mountain that was propped up by their backs. In the end, their heads tilted and they died. Xianxia glanced coldly at the disciple and carried the huge saber on his back as he strode away. Then he soared into the sky and raised his right hand. His skin color suddenly changed from dark to fair. Immediately after, a giant bough flew into the sky from his body. Zhang! Xianxia quickly reached out his right hand and grabbed the giant bough. Then, he condensed his yuan qi into an arrow and pulled the profound iron bow to the full moon. Above the sky, Xianxia stood with a bow full of bows, aiming straight at the distant bell tower. Hydrangea. This arrow will pierce through your sky profound sex confidence. Xianxia suddenly loosened the bowstring and with a boom, the yuan qi arrow flew out. The arrow was incomparably gorgeous. It dragged its long tail of light, leaving a trace of light in the air. The arrow was like a shuttle of light, piercing through the hydrangea with a chi sound. It continued to fly wildly with its tail plume, flying out of the horizon and disappearing into specks of light. Xianxia landed on the ground and tossed his hand. The fallen profound iron bow hung directly from the bell tower. Xianxia patted the dust on his hand and looked at the flying eagle eyes in the sky. "Is that the 9-unity formation of the profound sky sect?" he said. "I'm so disappointed." Xianxia was so angry that his face turned ashen that he was unable to utter a single word. A moment later, applause rang out outside the city. "We've won! We've finally won!" The 9th princess cried out in joy. She grabbed Lonmun's arm, jumped up and down, and smiled. "Brilliant! Too brilliant!" The audience cheered heartily. Someone said, "That Xiangru's fighting style is truly overbearing. What's even more rare is that his attack did not drag on in the slightest. Could be said to be a gale that swept the leaves all the way. It was truly pleasing to the eye." But what exactly is the origin of this scholar? Why does he feel like he is omnipotent? That's right. Almost all of the 5 questions were completed by him alone. Whether it was money, connections, or personal strength, he had completed the test in the most outstanding way. "Today, I finally know what it means to have a heaven beyond the heavens. There are people on the earth." At this moment, Xianxia had already flown out of Star City and arrived at the 9th princess side. He raised his head to look at Xianxia, who was in a daze in the sky, and said loudly, "Elder Qingzhu, I have completed all my examination questions. Shouldn't you keep your promise?" Xianxia had a livid face and even her arms were trembling slightly, but she did not say a word. Xianxia smiled faintly. "In front of the heroes of the 9 firmaments continent, the profound sky sect doesn't even want to go back on their bet. Right? Good, good, good," Xianxia said 3 times in succession. She took a deep breath and said, "All right, Xiangru, you're really good. My heavenly profound sect keeps its word. The bet I promised you will be carried out." Xianxia's lips trembled with anger. She had never dreamed that she would one day lose. Furthermore, she had fallen into the hands of such a young man. She was caught off guard and caught off guard. Xianxia crossed his shoulders and said meaningfully to Xianxia, "Elder Qingzhu, now tell me whether I am tea or a teacup." Xianxia snorted coldly and left. Feiyun Luhai coldly glared at Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Young man, don't be arrogant and domineering just because you have some ability. There will come a day when you will suffer a great loss." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and retorted, "There's nothing I can do. I was born this way. If you don't like it, just find the expert you think you can deal with me. If you can't do anything to me, just obediently endure it." Feiyun Luhai was furious and said, all right, wait for me. I'll wait for you." Xianxia crossed his arms and said. The flying clouds flowing sea turned into a ray of light and quickly chased after Xianxia. 9 Firmament Imperial Palace, Golden Palace. "Haha, good, good, really good." The first prince was pleased with himself. He walked down from the throne and grabbed Xianxia's arm. He praised, "Good talent." At this moment, the first prince was indeed worthy of the words proud of the spring breeze. Ever since Xiangru followed the 9th princess team to the 9 firmaments continent, he had brought too many surprises to the first prince. First were 2 boats of military weapons, then were the cooperative mining rights of the demonic beast continent, and finally Xianxia won against Xianxia, allowing the Haotian Empire to form an open alliance with the 9 Firmaments Empire. Before this, the first prince was trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself, unable to find any room to maneuver under the pressure of the profound sky sect. However, ever since this person named Xiangru arrived, he had completely broken the deadlock. The 9th princess was the most pleased with herself. She raised her head happily and said, "First prince, did my arrival bring you great help?" The first prince smiled from ear to ear. "Naturally, 9th sister's contribution to our 9 Firmaments Imperial clan is truly indispensable. Our 9 Firmaments Imperial clan will always be open to the Haotian Imperial clan." The 9th princess happily grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, Then we will return to the Haotian continent in 2 days. After that, we will send a true diplomatic envoy. I hope that the first prince will treat our envoys like he treated us. All right, whatever ninth sister says, I'll do as you say. The first prince was in a good mood, so it was easy to talk. Although the ninth princess and Xianru still wanted to leave in the end, the first prince was already very satisfied. Before Xianru returned, he had already brought him too much profit, which he didn't even dare to think about before. The first prince walked over and patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder, saying, Xianru, although you keep saying that you don't want any rewards, but just because you don't want them doesn't mean that I won't give them to you. You must order something. Otherwise, if word gets out, people will think that our 9 Firmaments Imperial clan is too stingy. Xiang Nan's eyes lit up. This was what he was waiting for, so he pretended to be, this helping the 9 Firmament Imperial clan is helping the Haotian Imperial clan. This is my duty as a subject, and I do not dare to claim credit for it. Hey, you can't say that. The first prince said, the reward for merit is natural. There is no need for Xianru to be so modest. All right then. Xiang Nan nodded awkwardly. The first prince hurriedly asked, what do you want? Xiang Nan lowered his voice and whispered in the first prince's ear, Red cloud, fire, lightning. Hearing this, the first prince's body trembled and he was shocked. How can that be possible? The red cloud, fire, lightning is the palace treasure of our 9 Firmaments Imperial clan. How can I casually give it to someone? Xiang Nan was only probing the first prince's mouth, so he only said half of his words and only mentioned the words red cloud, fire, lightning. If the first prince was really willing to give it away, Xiang Nan would naturally be happy to accept it. However, if the first prince refused to give it away, Xiang Nan would have room for maneuver. Xiang Nan also pretended to be shocked and said, where did the first prince go? I want to see the red clouds flame thunder with my own eyes. Not take it away. That thing, even if you are willing to give it to me, I won't be able to take it away with me. Xiang Nan looked at the first prince with a you think too much expression. Only then did the first prince let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he had indeed thought too much. With Xiangru's heaven origin realm, how could he possibly use the red cloud, fire, lightning? The first prince was a little embarrassed, so he coughed dryly. Is it just for a look? Xiang Nan nodded. I'm just looking. But, can I watch by myself? I don't want anyone watching. The first prince was slightly embarrassed, but after thinking for a while, he agreed. In any case, red cloud, fire, lightning was the 15th most vicious item on the divine lightning rankings. Could it be that he was afraid that Xiang Nan would be able to steal it? The first prince whispered, you'd better not spread the news. The red cloud, fire, lightning is sealed in the secret of my palace. You have to see, we need to unseal it. How about this? Come and find me by yourself tomorrow afternoon. I will arrange it for you. Thank you, Prince. Xiang Nan was overjoyed, but his face did not show it. After bidding farewell to the first prince, Xiang Nan and the princess returned to their side palace courtyard. The 9th princess insisted that Xiang Nan teach her martial arts. Xiang Nan thought it was interesting and teased. Isn't the person the princess admires the most Xiang Nan? How can I, Xiangru, have the ability to teach you? The 9th princess hugged Xiang Nan's shoulder affectionately and laughed. Xiang Nan is amazing, but now, Xiang Nan can only be ranked 2nd in my heart. You are the first. Aya. Xiang Nan was overjoyed and said, I didn't expect that I would have such a peerless talent in martial arts. What a surprise. The 9th princess saw that he was laughing at her and punched at Xiang Nan's chest. Don't do this. Previously, it was clearly you who pretended to be crazy and foolish, and you insisted on pretending to be weak. I underestimated you. Could it be that I'm to blame? Xiang Nan smiled and shook his head. As long as the princess is safe and sound, that will be my greatest gratification. Your Highness, we are about to leave the 9 Firmaments continent. Hurry up and prepare. Xiang Nan wanted to find an opportunity to send the 9th princess away. However, the 9th princess refused and grabbed Xiang Nan, insisting on practicing. Xiang Nan was helpless. He could only say, it's not like I'm not leaving anymore. We will return to Haotian together. At that time, there will be plenty of time. Do you still care about this moment? Besides, you've come to the 9 heavens with great difficulty. Perhaps you won't have such an opportunity in your life. Are you willing to leave like this? Don't you want to seize the time to play in the 9 firmaments and buy more strange little toys? Hearing this, the 9th princess's eyes immediately lit up. Aya, why didn't you say it earlier? Then what? Anyway, my current identity has already been revealed. Hurry up and arrange for Li Junyi to take me around. I only want to go to those famous cities. I want to buy things. I want to buy a lot of things. This isn't difficult. Xianxia sent a message to Li Junyi. In the distance, after receiving the message, Li Junyi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This Xianru is not an ordinary person. No wonder Brother Muchun thinks so highly of Xianru. However, I think he is also someone who can get so close to Brother Muchun. Can he be an ordinary person? Li Junyi had long heard of Xiangru's prestige in the 9 firmaments continent, and in his heart, he had an idea of how close he was to Xiangru. Young master, our family is busy. Do you really want to spare a few days to accompany the 9th princess of the Haoyan Empire? An elderly attendant lowered his head and asked respectfully. Li Junyi smiled and said, "Don't you see? Brother Xiangru is giving us a chance. If I can get closer to the 9th princess these few days, then our Snow Fox clan will have a backer in the Haoyan Empire in the future." The attendant was overjoyed when he heard this. Young master, you mean to say that you want to open the industry to Haoyan? This is overjoyed news. Li Junyi nodded. Perhaps our Snow Fox isn't as big as the Wampoa aristocrat clan, but it's inevitable that our clan's business will expand outwards. With this opportunity to make friends with the Haoyan Imperial clan, we will have to fight for at least 10 years less. In the future, we will be able to enjoy a smooth life in the Haoyan continent. Xiangru, how many more surprises do you have to give me before you can give up? Everyone in the 9 firmaments continent knew that the profound sky sect had fallen. Moreover, Shen Qingzhu had fallen into a fierce commotion when he personally appeared. He was defeated by a young man named Xiangru. It was from this day onwards that the word Xiangru could be said to have completely resounded in the 9 firmaments continent. It was night. Xiangnan was sitting alone in his courtyard, drinking alone to the moon. Actually, he hadn't expected all of this. He hadn't expected that he would become famous in the 9 firmaments continent in this way. What was even more ironic was that the name he had given him was Xiangru, not Xiangnan. This made Xiangnan not know how to evaluate his trip. A person's fake identity was famous in the 9 heavens, but his true identity was not as important as his fake identity. No matter how he thought about it, it was a bit strange. I originally thought that Shen Qingzhu would invite at least one Southern Region 7 tiger out at the last moment. I didn't expect her to be so determined. Xiangnan gently tapped on the table as he thought to himself. As matters stood, the 7 tigers of the southern region of Shuatong, who were desperately fighting for their lives, had already arrived. Even after she had given Shen Qingzhu such a huge blow, she still did not feel as if she had been utterly defeated. That meant that Shen Qingzhu's confidence in the southern region's 7 tigers was enormous. In fact, it was so great that she believed that the southern region's 7 tigers would be able to pull back around for her in the sect qualifying tournament. Xiangnan thought for a while, but he still couldn't figure out what to do. He could only leave overnight to look for the first prince. Southern region's 7 tigers? The first prince was also very surprised when he heard these 4 words. He looked at Xiangnan curiously and said, "The 7 tigers of the southern domain are indeed very powerful. However, they don't seem to be able to threaten you, right? You are a member of the Haoyan army. No matter how famous the 7 tigers of the southern domain are, they still do not belong to the same domain as you. You have to worry. It's also the other first-class sects that are worried." Xiangnan smiled and said, "I'm just purely curious. I want to know just how powerful the 7 tigers of the southern domain are." "It's hard to say," the first prince said with a serious expression. "If you were a disciple of a first-rate sect, I would definitely warn you that it would be best not to have any friction with the 7 tigers of the southern domain. I know that you defeated the heavenly profound sect's 9 unity formation by yourself, but this is far from enough. The difference in strength between you and Yu Donghai is more than 1 level. So powerful? Xiangnan was shocked. The first prince shouldn't be lying, right? The first prince nodded seriously and said, I'm not sure how powerful Yu Donghai is. I've only seen him twice before. This young man has a decisive killing aura that no one else has. He is like a sharp sword, giving people a huge sense of danger. Furthermore, you don't know that the profound sky sect is already secretly building up momentum for Yu Donghai, and intends to turn Yu Donghai into a second by Mukin. Then how should I describe the feeling Yu Donghai gave me? The first prince thought for a moment and said, It's like walking alone in the boundless grasslands. When you pluck away a bush of withered grass, you suddenly find a sleeping lion. It didn't find you, but you found it. You just saw it, and a sense of helplessness started to appear in your heart. Xiangnan frowned and remained silent. The first prince's evaluation of Yu Donghai was really high, even a little unbelievably high. Xiangnan said goodbye to the first prince and returned to his residence. He muttered to himself, I don't know what realm this Yu Donghai is at. Normally speaking, he should be under 20 years old. Martial artists of this age are generally still at the 1st to 5th level of origin return. However, the resources that heavenly profound sect disciples enjoy are very generous. Perhaps Yu Donghai is already at the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Perhaps this is also the case. While Xiangnan was deep in thought, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the courtyard. Xiangnan's heart trembled slightly as he pushed open the door and turned into a black shadow as he flashed out. However, the courtyard was empty. Am I overthinking it? Xiangnan surveyed the surroundings vigilantly, but he still didn't find any changes. Previously, Shen Qingzhu had also come once, but when she came with the mentality of trying to rope in Xiangnan, making Xiangnan not feel any sense of danger. But just now, the cool breeze that appeared in the courtyard suddenly caused the temperature of the air to drop rapidly for a moment. Immediately after, the temperature returned to normal. This feeling made Xiangnan feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He immediately cast his lightning-like gaze and searched the courtyard again. I clearly felt something coming in just now. Why? Before he could finish speaking, 2 drops of cold sweat suddenly dripped down Xiangnan's forehead. At this moment, he was squatting behind an ancient tree in the courtyard, looking into the courtyard. However, when he used his lightning photoelectric eyes, he discovered that there was a woman squatting right in front of him. The distance between that woman and Xiangnan was very, very close. She tilted her head and stared at Xiangnan's eyes with a curious look. Even the tip of her nose was about to touch Xiangnan's. The cold wind blew, and in the quiet courtyard, the 2 of them squatted under the tree and looked at each other, no more than an inch apart. This scene made Xiangnan's hair stand on end. Just now, he actually didn't. Yes. Effet. Now. She didn't use any invisibility techniques, blindfolding techniques, or hallucinations. She was really squatting in front of Xiangnan, but she had a way to make Xiangnan ignore her existence. Think of her as something that should have been in this courtyard, just like that stone table and stool, and it wouldn't attract Xiangnan's attention. If it weren't for Xiangnan's lightning, she wouldn't have discovered her existence. Xiangnan held his breath. He didn't dare to move. He didn't even dare to show that he had discovered her. If she could quietly squat in front of her and observe her without fear, she would not be able to discover her existence. Then she would definitely have the strength to easily take off her head. Xiangnan still pretended not to see anything and looked around the courtyard with a puzzled expression. Even though the woman's face was right in front of him, this woman's appearance was very frightening. She had a big mouth with half a crack. The shape of that big mouth was exaggerated, as if it had split the entire head in half. The corners of her lips hooked to the bottom of her earlobes. Her head was not proportional to her figure. Her head was too big, and her body was like a monkey. Most importantly, Xiangnan saw a flower in this woman's eyes. A flower with 8 petals. The 9 Desolate Eye Clan. This woman was a true the 9 Desolate Eye Clan. It was completely different from the counterfeit Xianxia had encountered in the western regions. Could it be that she was the one Xianxia mentioned? Xianxia's heart suddenly felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Since Xianxia had already sent her here, it meant that Xianxia was determined to take Xiangru's life. Xiangnan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like I'm being paranoid. With that, he stood up and strode towards his room. The woman actually lay directly on Xiangnan's back. She actually stretched out her hair-raising long neck, and from behind Xiangnan, she wrapped her face around Xiangnan's face, observing Xiangnan with her face pressed against her face. Xiangnan's thoughts spun rapidly. What should we do? Call for help now? I'm afraid that by the time the Imperial Guards arrived, their corpses had already been separated. Slash her with the Sun's sword chi? But she was so close to him. Before the Sun's sword energy could fly out, she could kill herself in advance. Xiangnan's heart was in his throat. He never imagined that such a heavily defended 9 firmaments imperial palace would actually be infiltrated by a ghost. What to do, what exactly to do? Xiangnan tried his best to think of a solution, but he didn't think of any possibility of killing the 9 Desolate Eye Clan. At this moment, the woman stared into Xiangnan's eyes, and her flower pupils began to spin. Not good, Xiangnan shouted. At this moment, he didn't care about camouflage anymore. He directly flashed 500 meters away with a flash step and immediately activated the last strand of Sun Sword Chi in his mind. But at the same time, Xiangnan felt his body suddenly float away from his body. Seize the house. Damn it! Damn it! Xiangnan cursed angrily. His soul was knocked out, and his speed was so fast that he was completely unable to react. The 9 Desolate Eye Clan's ability to seize possessions was much stronger than those ghosts in the Devil's Sea that had been suppressed for more than 100,000 years. This time, Xiangnan was really forced into a corner. His soul floated in midair, looking at his body in confusion. Indeed, he had eaten a pill that could bring him back from the dead. But the crux of the matter was that after his physical body was taken away, his soul would be exiled between heaven and earth. That wasn't death. From now on, this woman would occupy her own body and continue to live. At this moment, Xiangnan's body trembled slightly and he turned around, revealing a strange smile towards Xiangnan's soul in midair. Azure Bamboo is indeed right. Your body is truly worthy of being snatched away. Xiangnan laughed strangely. I feel boundless potential. Although I lost you and lost my original high realm, I don't need to worry about realm after possessing your fleshly body. Xiangru, from now on, let me take your place and live in this world. Jie. Hearing Xiangnan's strange laughter, Xiangnan's soul was enraged. He frantically rushed towards his own body, trying to recapture his own fleshly body. However, when his soul struck his body, it was actually bounced back by a huge force. This rebound almost shattered Xiangnan's soul. It was also the soul. Now, I want to join the heavenly profound sect. Can you stop me? Xiangnan smiled sinisterly. As he spoke, the Xiangnan flew into the air and headed straight for the outside of the imperial palace. Xiangnan's soul hurriedly chased after him. He still didn't want to give up. Halfway through, a large number of palace guards discovered Xiangnan, but when they saw Xiangnan's appearance, they all bowed respectfully. Young Master Xiang, why are you out so late? Is there something important? Xiangnan ignored them and flew out. Xiangnan was so angry. You bastards, what did you do earlier? The imperial palace broke into a ghost, yet no one noticed it. Was that the 9 firmament imperial palace's grand palace protection array such a shitty thing? Can't even stop ghosts? Xiangnan had already flown out of the scope of the imperial palace and out of Tianyu City, thinking about the direction of the profound sky sect. No matter what, Xiangnan refused to give up his body. Could it be that after working so hard for so long, he finally managed to obtain a peak of hope for revenge, and all his efforts were in vain? Xiangnan was extremely annoyed. He even hoped that an expert would suddenly appear and kill his own body. Once the resurrection pill worked, his soul would be sucked back into his body. However, Xiangnan himself knew that such an idea was undoubtedly a fantasy. On the Nine Firmaments continent, the only person who wanted to kill him was the Heavenly Profound sect. And how could the Heavenly Profound sect send the Nine Desolate Eye clan to rob him of his own body? Just as Xiangnan was gradually feeling despair, Xiangnan, who was flying in front of him, suddenly stopped. His body suddenly froze in midair, and his body even started to tremble slightly. Xiangnan was suddenly shocked and thought to himself, "What happened? Why did Xiangnan stop?" Immediately after, Xiangnan felt an inexplicable, terrifying atmosphere enveloping him. Not only did it envelop his soul, but even his body was also enveloped. That Xiangnan was afraid of this kind of atmosphere. What was even stranger was that the originally moonlit sky suddenly became dense with dark clouds. Black clouds appeared out of thin air, covering the stars and moons, causing the bright land under the bright moonlight to instantly turn extremely dark. In the vast darkness, a slender and exquisite figure was slowly walking over. The closer the figure got, the clearer Xiangnan could see. "It's her." Xiangnan's head buzzed. It was the Nine Flowers ghost on the Bridge of Helplessness. The moment Xiangnan saw the Nine Flowers ghost, he immediately screamed, "No! No! No!" He screamed hysterically and fled into the distance like a madman. The Nine Flowers ghost still had a faint smile on her face, exactly the same expression she had when she stood on the Bridge of Helplessness. The Nine Flowers ghost gently waved its hand, and the fleeing Xiangnan suddenly fell to the ground with a somersault. As for Xiangnan, a soul-like monkey had been captured from his body. The Nine Flowers woman smiled faintly. The monkey was immediately sucked into her hand. She pinched the monkey's neck and smiled. When did the Nine Desolate Eye clan that once dominated the world end up working for humanity? When Xiangnan saw that the time was right, he immediately rushed into his own body. Then his soul and body merged again. After Xiangnan regained control of his body, he heaved a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. "Senior, have you already come out of the Devil Sea?" Xiangnan was overjoyed and cupped his fists at the Nine Flowers woman. The woman smiled faintly. "I came out earlier than you," Xiangnan said happily. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. But how did Senior know that she would sneak attack me tonight?" The woman shook her head and smiled. "I don't know. I'm not here to save you. I'm here for her. Ever since I left the Devil Sea, I have been searching for my clansmen outside and have slowly chased them to the Nine Firmaments continent. It's a coincidence to save you tonight. However, it seems that we do have a destiny." When Xiangnan heard this, he felt a wave of fear. "Fortunately," the woman said, "Young Master Xiangnan, take care of yourself. I'll catch her and leave this place. If you encounter the Nine Desolate Eye clan again in the future, send me a message. No matter when and where, I will rush over to help." The woman handed a message to Xiangnan and said, "Young Master Xiangnan, we are always parting. Distance is fate, and parting is fate. I will give you something to keep your soul stable and not be robbed." The woman tossed Xiangnan another small jade pendant. This jade pendant was pitch black and looked extremely bad. If it was placed among the people, it would probably only cost 1 or 2 silver coins. Xiangnan didn't know how to express his gratitude, so he could only put the jade pendant on his neck and put it away. "Senior, I hope you have a pleasant journey." The woman smiled and disappeared into the darkness. Afterwards, the black gas disappeared and the sky was still clear. After the woman left, Xiangnan clenched his fists and said angrily, "Xian Qingzhu, in your previous life you used despicable methods to kill me. I never thought that you would actually kill me a second time even if you still don't repent. I am inseparable from you." Xiangnan gritted his teeth and was about to return to the imperial palace. But he suddenly had an idea and thought, "Xian Qingzhu is so vicious. Why don't I try and see what kind of tricks she wants to play?" Thinking of this, the corners of Xiangnan's mouth curled up slightly, and he imitated the ghost's voice. He laughed strangely. This imitation is not very similar. I need to practice more. Thus, Xianxia stepped into the air and headed towards the Profound Sky Sect. Naturally, Xianxia knew the location of the Profound Sky Sect. It was once his only home. The Profound Sky Sect was located in a desert on the Nine Firmaments continent. It was only 10,000 kilometers away from Heavenly Cosmos City. With Xianxia's current speed, this distance wasn't a big deal at all. Less than half an hour had passed. In the distance, in the boundless desert, the shadowy architectural shadow of the Profound Sky Sect had already appeared. Unlike other sects, most of the other first-rate sects were built on green mountains because they were good for collecting spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The Profound Sky Sect, on the other hand, was very different. It was located in the desert, but it occupied a dragon vein in the Nine Firmaments continent. The dragon vein could be regarded as a geomantic treasure ground, or it could be regarded as the essence of a continent. This kind of place was usually a place where spiritual chi was highly condensed. Meanwhile, the heavenly Profound sect had been transformed into a beautiful city of rivers and willows in the desert. The tall buildings in the city were all secret places within the sect. Returning to the Profound Sky Sect, Xianxia could be said to be filled with emotions. 1,000 miles away from the Profound Sky Sect, there were already patrolling disciples flying around in the sky and discovering Xianxia. Those disciples immediately surrounded him and used many weapons to suppress Xianxia. Xianxia was curious. Why would these disciples attack him? Didn't they know that they had already been robbed? Thinking about it, this conspiracy was planned by Xianxia alone, and no one else knew about it. Xianxia scratched his body. Sure enough, at some unknown time, a waist token appeared on his waist. When those disciples saw the waist token, they withdrew their weapons and brought Xianxia back to the sect. The heavenly Profound sect was still as beautiful as ever. Every single plant and tree did not change much. Moreover, there was a relatively small statue standing at the gate of the sect. The prototype of the statue was also by Mukin. He was once the famous signature of the Profound Sky Sect. At this moment, a green light flew out of the sect and landed beside Xianxia. This person was Xianxia. All of you leave? Xianxia waved his hand. Yes. Those disciples left respectfully. Xianxia looked at Xianxia carefully and said, "Did you succeed?" Xianxia laughed strangely and did not answer. He knew that he would lose if he spoke too much, so it was better to say less. If a soul and a ghost flew back and forth in front of an expert, as long as the expert was very focused, they would still be able to discover it. However, the person who had been taken away was different. The person who had been taken away had already perfectly fused his soul and body. No matter how he looked at it, he could not see the mystery behind it. Xianxia stared into Xianxia's eyes for a long time before saying with satisfaction, "Don't worry. I told you to give up the half-sage realm and take away a young man at the heaven origin realm. I won't treat you wrongly either." This Xiangru's physical strength is indeed extraordinary, and his combat awareness is also extremely high. But he has a big weakness. His Yuan Qi is too ordinary. He can only rely on that high-grade earth weapon to increase his Yuan Qi's power. Come, follow me to the book pavilion. I will give you a top-grade Qi refining technique. After saying that, Xianxia flew out first. Xianxia followed closely behind. The two of them crossed half of the sect's area and arrived in front of a tall tower at the center of the sect. At the entrance of the tower, there was a huge ancient signboard with the words, "Book Collection Pavilion," written on it. After Xianxia landed on the ground, he was half a step behind Xianxia and said, "Come in." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He didn't enter the book pavilion. Instead, he walked to an inconspicuous building next to the book pavilion. Here, Xianxia buried a trick for Xianxia. The books of the Profound Sky Sect were indeed hidden in the book pavilion, but some of the important martial arts techniques were on the lower floor of the tower. Very few people knew that this tower was a mirror image of the upper and lower buildings. In the underground location, there was a collapsed tower exactly like the front of the tower. Xianxia deliberately lagged behind Xianxia by 2 steps in order to test whether Xianxia had really been taken away. If Xianxia stupidly entered the tower, he would be completely exposed. When she saw Xianxia walk towards that inconspicuous building, she was truly certain. Xianxia sneered in his heart. I am incomparably familiar with every single plant and tree in the profound sky sect. You have to use this method to test my authenticity. Xianxia, you really miscalculated this time. After entering the nearby building, there was a staircase leading to the underground. The staircase circled halfway around the entrance to the tower, and then the two entered the tower. Actually, Xianxia wasn't too excited because he had already read at least 1/10 of the martial skills in the book pavilion. This 10th was all top-notch and the rest had no value at all. At least by Mukin's eyes, it was worthless. Therefore, no matter what Qigong technique Xianxia wanted to give Xianxia, it would not be of any help to Xianxia. He was a lightning meridians. The other attributes of Qi condensation technique were not right at all. The two of them walked all the way to the bottom of the collapsed tower. Xianxia smiled strangely and said, "Do you want me to choose a cultivation technique here?" Xianxia smiled faintly. "You don't know anything. Although this is the place where the profound sky sect collects secret manuals, there are some truly powerful martial arts techniques that aren't here. Below this, there is a third tall tower. The martial arts and techniques there are the true treasures passed down by our sect masters from generation to generation. Since you are willing to sacrifice your half-sage realm for me, I am also willing to give you a corresponding reward. Follow me." Xianxia slapped the wall with his right hand. A stream of yuan qi poured into the wall. The ground shook and a secret tunnel entrance that only allowed the two of them to enter appeared. When he saw the entrance to the tunnel, Xianxia's heart was already cold. He was once the chief disciple of the profound sky sect. However, even he didn't know about the existence of this secret passage. On the basis of this information, Xianxia came to an important conclusion. That was, in his previous life, he had never been nurtured as a true successor of a sect. The heavenly profound sect's sect master and Xianxia had harbored vicious thoughts towards Bai Mukin from the very beginning. They had never trusted Bai Mukin. Another cultivated Bai Mukin as a victim. But now, the 9 desolate I-clan ghost was qualified to enter the secret room. He had wasted his previous life working for the profound sky sect, but the reward he received was a life-threatening silver needle. Ha! My Bai Mukin status is actually inferior to that of a ghost from the 9 desolate I-clan. Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. There were 3 sections of the pagoda. The main pagoda had 18 floors and the inverted pagoda had 18 floors. Beneath the inverted pagoda, there was a secret pagoda with only 2 floors. This was Xianxia's first time coming to the profound sky sect's secret pagoda, although it was a little ironic to say so. However, the moment he entered the pagoda, Xianxia felt a completely different atmosphere. This place was filled with a faint fragrance that was difficult to describe. Xianxia said, "The smell you smell is emitted from the golden body of the sect masters of past dynasties. Once we reach the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, we will experience the heavenly defying lightning tribulation. As for our heavenly profound sect's successive sect masters, they all died from the lightning tribulation and were unable to take the final step. An expert who has suffered the death of a lightning tribulation will either be annihilated by flying ash or have his body turned into gold." Xianxia laughed strangely, but he thought in his heart, this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Everyone knew that the lightning tribulation would destroy heavenly tribulation experts, but the profound sky sect actually had a way to preserve the past generations of sect masters in the form of golden bodies. He did not know this secret. Xianxia casually took a brocade wooden box from the bookshelf. She opened the wooden box and found a wooden box inside. The second wooden box was painted with strange inscriptions. "It's not easy to collect books, so you have to keep them carefully," she said. "This is a book called 3 Elements Qigong. It is a heaven-rank beginner Qigong. Believe me, you will never find such a high-grade cultivation technique outside. You should be satisfied." Xianxia casually flipped through the 3 Elements Qi refining technique and threw it to Xianxia. "What, you're not satisfied?" Xian Qingzhu raised his eyebrows and said, "This is a cultivation technique personally created by the second sect master of the profound sky sect. Then this one should satisfy you. This is the heavenly dipper chi refining technique. It is also a precious technique at the early heavenly stage. Moreover, its power is much more vicious than the three elements chi transformation technique." Xiangnan continued to shake his head, still unsatisfied. He ignored Xian Qingzhu and walked straight to the second floor. There were also some books on cultivation techniques and martial skills. Although there weren't many of them, they should all be priceless treasures. This one. Xian Qingzhu casually took a copy and said, "This is called the Nine Dragons Coiling Sea. It is a peak mid-grade heavenly grade cultivation technique. However, this technique is an evil technique. Furthermore, it is only half a damaged book. Cultivating this technique will do great harm to me. Almost no one in the profound sky sect cultivates it. Among the top experts of the heavenly devil religion, there are people who cultivate this kind of technique. However, they cultivate all of it. The name of their technique is different from this one." Xiangnan shook her head. She had seen this so-called Nine Dragons Coiling Sea before. Meng Dai and her master cultivated this kind of thing. "Are you not satisfied with this?" Xian Qingzhu frowned. Xiangnan suddenly discovered that there were a few brocade boxes placed beside him. There was a very peculiar smell coming from inside. The smell was very fragrant, but the smell was mixed with a faint stench of corpses. Xiangnan curiously handed a brocade box to Xian Qingzhu. Xian Qingzhu said, "When we dug you out of the ancient martial tomb, we also discovered some martial techniques. You know that. There are those martial techniques hidden here, but a large portion of them have not been broken yet." Xian Qingzhu opened the box and took out an even more ancient book. This book was very old and had already been curled up. Xian Qingzhu said, "There is no name on the cover of this book. It is preserved in the ancient martial tomb. It is under a stone stele beside the tomb owner. According to the words on the stone stele, it should be called Heavenly Lightning Fire. My guess is that it should only be a high-level local-grade chi refining technique, but for some reason the incantation of this technique is incoherent. It seems to be inexplicable. I used to spend some time trying to crack it, but in the end, I failed. Lightning Heavenly Fire?" Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. It sounded like a rare thunder meridian technique. Although the other cultivation methods were of high grade, they did not conform to his Yuan Qi attributes. It was better to use this one as a more cost-effective one. Xiangnan was already tempted. He flipped through the manual of the Lightning Heavenly Fire, and the more he looked at it, the more he frowned. Indeed, just like what Xian Qingzhu had described, the incantation of this cultivation technique was simply nonsense, completely unable to understand what it meant. Could it be? Xiangnan's heart trembled as a wisp of spiritual light flashed through his mind. "Are you sure you want this one?" Xian Qingzhu asked curiously. "Here you are. You can't practice it either. Why don't you try another one?" Xiangnan laughed strangely and shook his head. He was about to order this one. Xian Qingzhu said helplessly, "All right, I'll copy a copy for you now." She took out a bottle of ink from her storage ring, poured it all into the air, and took out a blank sheepskin scroll. She waved her hands and the ink dripped onto the scroll, turning into words. Xian Qingzhu handed the scroll to Xiangnan. Xiangnan shook his head with a strange smile, still hugging the originally unwilling to let go. Xian Qingzhu said, "You want the original? Just give it to you." After Xiangnan put away the book, Xian Qingzhu said indifferently, "Now, it's time to talk about the plan." Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "Plan? What kind of plan?" Xian Qingzhu said, "I mentioned one thing before. I want you to continue pretending to be Xiangru after you see Xiangru and follow the ninth princess and the others back to the Haotian Empire. I have two tasks for you. First, sneak into the Haotian Imperial clan, establish good relations with them, and secretly send back their information every 10 days. Second, think of a way to find Xiangnan and kill him. With your strength, it should be easy to kill Xiangnan." Xiangnan laughed strangely. "Since that Xiangnan is such a trash, Why would I risk exposing himself to kill him? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said coldly, because that Xiangnan has mastered the phaseless tribulation finger. If I don't get rid of this person, my heart won't be at ease. Also, it would be best if you could force out the incantation of the tribulation-free finger before he died. If you can't ask, just kill him directly. Make sure he's dead. Do you understand? Yes. Xiangnan nodded. Xianxia said, apart from that, all the important figures in our sect will know your identity. They will find a way to conceal your identity. You must remember that no matter what, you cannot reveal your identity. No one can know that you have been robbed, not even if it arouses suspicions from others. You have to imitate every word and action of Xiangru. You have to imitate every action of Xiangru to be similar enough. In the future, the Profound Sky Sect will do its utmost to help you, and you will receive our missions from time to time and try your best to complete them. Understood. Xiangnan's expression changed as he spoke in a normal voice. Xianxia smiled with satisfaction. Yes, the voice and attitude of speaking are already 70% similar, but there is still a lack of the calm and unhurried charm of Xiangru. Practice more. Don't show your tricks. All right, go back to the palace immediately. Don't make them suspicious. Xiangnan nodded and cupped his fists. Goodbye, Elder Green Bamboo. After leaving the Profound Sky Sect, Xiangnan was both amused and pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that he would inadvertently become a spy. Xianxia actually asked him to kill Xiangnan. What was even more ridiculous was that in the future, she could openly insult Xianxia in public. The more she acted against her, the more relieved she would be. However, the most advantageous part was that from now on, the Profound Sky Sect would no longer pursue him. As Xiangnan flew, he opened the lightning heavenly fire and looked at it. He muttered to himself, could it be that this lightning heavenly flame, like the carefree traveling martial skill, is a type that must be dismantled before it can be reassembled? This was a sudden thought that occurred to Xiangnan when he saw the heavenly flame art. In ancient times, martial arts experts would use some unusual methods to encrypt their mantras in order to keep them secret. As for ordinary people, after obtaining such ancient books, it was still too late to take care of them. Who would be willing to tear them off page by page? Xiangnan Ken. Without any hesitation, Xiangnan used his blade to cut off the back of the book neatly. Pages immediately scattered down. Xiangnan landed and placed dozens of pages in a row. In the end, those pages actually understood. As if they were alive, the tiny words kept moving back and forth between the pages of the other books. Seeing this scene, Xiangnan was overjoyed. If he hadn't made a trip to the Devil Sea and managed to gather 10 pages, how would he have discovered such a secret? Not long after, the words on the dozens of pages had been completely moved. From the looks of it, the incantations became incomparably mysterious and could be read. Xiangnanyue was even more shocked when he saw this. He paled in shock and said, this is actually a high-grade, heaven-grade cultivation technique. Furthermore, it's really a rare lightning meridian's attribute, qi refining technique. Xiangnan smiled from ear to ear as if he had obtained a precious treasure. The only thing he lacked was the qi refining technique. Who would have thought that Xianxia would actually give him a copy? It was truly unexpected. He continued to fly towards the imperial palace. Along the way, he kept flipping through this cultivation technique and carefully comprehending it. Heavenly lightning fire was a peculiar technique that could convert thunder and lightning into flames and lightning. Not only did the flames possess the heat and incineration effects required by other flames, they also possessed the speed of thunder and lightning as well as the effect of lightning strikes. Moreover, the power of the lightning heavenly fire was determined by the grade of the lightning meridians innate mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, and heaven. The mortal grade lightning meridian's innate ability to cultivate lightning heavenly fire can triple the strength of Yuan Qi. By analogy, once he reached the heavenly stage, he would be able to increase his cultivation by 5-folds, while Xiangnan's divine grade lightning meridian's talent would probably double to a full 10-folds. My heavens! 10 times the strength of Yuan Qi? Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. In this way, Wouldn't his physical body's strength and Yuan Qi's strength be on par with each other? The balance between Yuan Qi and physical body strength would make a martial artist become a balanced martial artist, neither favoring strength-type martial artists nor speed-type martial artists. Xiang Nan's heart was pounding. He thought to himself, divine grade talent always brought him all kinds of surprises. According to the incantation of the lightning heavenly fire, he first attempted to convert the power of thunder and lightning into thunder and fire. He spread out his palm and a ball of lightning slowly rose up. Then, according to the incantation of the lightning heavenly fire, he circulated his Yuan Qi. That ball of lightning suddenly turned into a strange, snow-white flame. This color should be affected by the white flame lightning, right? Xiang Nan nodded silently. He wrapped the white lightning flame around his fingers and pointed towards the distance. The white lightning flames shot out like lightning. His speed had already far exceeded the speed limit that ordinary flames could reach. This book is really amazing. Xiang Nan patted his chest and hurriedly rushed out to look. He discovered that the strand of lightning he had just released had actually shot a bottomless hole into the ground. Even though the Yuan Qi flames forced out by Fire Vein's talent are also very powerful, they are far from being able to reach the speed of lightning and lightning. Xiang Nan's body trembled, and a large amount of lightning spread out. The lightning immediately burned into a raging white flame. Xiang Nan wrapped his body in this white flame and charged into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he discovered that the thing in front of him had suddenly become blurry. His speed was too fast, so fast that he could hardly see the rapidly retreating scenery. What an astonishing speed! Xiang Nan took 3 deep breaths in a row and said, I just randomly sprinted once. I was actually close to catching up to the maximum speed of my full charge before this. This is truly amazing. But this lightning heavenly flame still needs some time to reach the great perfection. As mentioned above, there are 5 levels of the lightning heavenly flame. If you want to cultivate to each level, you need to borrow the power of a world-devastating divine lightning to cultivate. In other words, this lightning heavenly fire is very similar to the golden body unbreakable restriction. I already have 2 types of world-exterminating divine lightning, plus the first prince's red cloud fire lightning. There are 3 types. That will allow me to reach the 3rd level of the lightning heavenly fire. That is, 6 times the strength of my Yuan Qi. Xiang Nan nodded heavily. This result was already very satisfactory. 6 times the strength of his Yuan Qi was unimaginable. After returning to the palace, it was already dawn. The 9th princess was picked up by Li Junyi early in the morning to go sightseeing. On the other hand, Xiang Nan lay down and took a nap. He slept until noon before he cleaned up slightly and went to find the first prince. Accompanied by the first prince, the 2 of them arrived at the inner courtyard of the 9 Firmament Imperial Palace. Xiangru, I hope you can understand. The first prince took out a black cloth, and the black cloth was painted with runes of the profound Tao. Xiang Nan smiled and nodded. I understand. Xiang Nan took the black cloth and wrapped his eyes around it, covering his vision. He tried to see through the black cloth with his lightning-like eyes, but the symbols began to shine, stopping his actions. When the first prince saw the runes shining, he said, You can't see through them. Xiang Nan was slightly embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and said, Cough, try. Just try. It's purely curiosity. The first prince smiled and didn't care, saying, Let's go. I will use my Yuan Qi to guide you. Immediately after, Xiang Nan felt his body soar into the air. After flying for an unknown amount of time, he landed again, as if he was shuttling back and forth between palaces. Xiang Nan understood in his heart that the first prince was obviously taking him around a detour, but he didn't care about this either. In any case, he didn't really come here to take the risk of snatching the red cloud fire lightning, so it didn't matter whether he kept it a secret or not. Xiang Nan felt a wave of terrifying thunder and lightning elements violently beating in the air when an incomparably heavy sound of the stone door pushing open rang out. We're here. The first prince took off the black cloth from Xiang Nan's eyes. This place was an empty abyss. Looking down, the abyss was bottomless. It was unknown what strange place it led to, As for Xianxia and the first prince, they were standing beside the circular abyss cave, where stone stairs were being built. A red divine lightning that was as fierce as a blazing sun floated in the air of the abyss cave. Looking at the divine lightning, Xianxia couldn't help but pale in shock. This 15th-ranked red cloud fire lightning was simply a small sun. My God! Xianxia's expression stiffened. The first prince was very satisfied. I didn't expect that there was something in this world that could make the famous Xianxia reveal such an expression. Am I worthy of being proud of? Xianxia's attention was already focused on the red cloud's flame thunder. The 15th-ranked divine lightning was indeed powerful. Xianxia stood there, at least 400 to 500 meters away from the red cloud fire lightning in the center of the abyss. However, he could already feel the power of the lightning elements in the air. If one looked closely, one would discover that this red cloud flame thunder actually had two different colors. The divine lightning itself looked similar to the sun and was a bright yellow color. On the other hand, the surface of the divine lightning was surrounded by a dense, fog-like red light. At first glance, the divine lightning would cause people's vision to deviate from the red color of the divine lightning. Xianxia stood in front of the red cloud flame lightning and felt that the white flame lightning in his spiritual sea had quieted down. It was as if the white flame lightning had also fallen into hibernation after encountering a divine lightning of a higher status. Xianxia had the guts to praise him and said, "This is truly amazing. However, what is the use of this abyss? Was it created from the very beginning? Or was it created by the red cloud fire lightning? Or was it created artificially?" The first prince looked at Xianxia and said, "I have a question for you first. How did you know that our 9 firmaments imperial clan possesses divine lightning? Furthermore, you clearly know that it is the 15th-ranked red cloud fire lightning." Xianxia said, "The last time I went to Mr. Rihua's place to ask for words, he mentioned something when we were chatting." "Yes, that's right." The first prince nodded and said, "There is still a lot of history regarding this abyss. I'm afraid you don't know that the world-devastating divine lightning needs to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth just like living beings. Especially when the divine lightning releases lightning power in large quantities. It needs more spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish itself. This abyss leads down to the north and south dragon veins. When it releases the power of lightning to protect the 9 firmaments imperial palace, a massive amount of spiritual energy will surge out from the abyss and be absorbed by the divine lightning." Xianxia nodded silently. Of course, he knew that when he used the white flame lightning, the lightning would absorb his martial artist Yuan Qi. The first prince said, "I promised you that I would leave you alone with the divine lightning, but I must advise you not to do anything to this divine lightning. This red cloud fire lightning is powerful. If you don't do it well, you will lose your life. All right, you can slowly study it yourself. When you're ready to leave, just knock on the stone door." With that, the first prince left this place, and the stone door behind him closed with a rumble. He thought I was going to study divine lightning." Xianxia nodded silently. He first used his lightning photoelectric eye and carefully searched the area. After confirming that there were no peeping items like the eagle's eye, he finally relaxed. He sat down cross-legged and took out the Rebound Lightning Heavenly Fire technique and placed it on the ground. The Lightning Heavenly Fire technique, like the Golden Body Unbreakable technique, required external objects to cultivate. The difference was that the Golden Body Unbreakable technique relied on the blood of demonic beasts, while the Lightning Heavenly Fire could only accept the power of divine lightning. Cultivating this technique should start from the 22nd ranked Red Devil Blood Lightning. This time, I only want to borrow the power of the Red Devil Blood Thunder, not absorb it. It shouldn't harm the Dragon Blood Saber. Xianxia stabbed the Dragon Blood Saber into the ground beside him and summoned a wisp of red lightning from within with the 9 transformations of thunder. Afterwards, he began to circulate the first level of the Lightning Heavenly Fire technique. That blood-red bolt of lightning wrapped around his body. As the cultivation technique circulated, blood-red lightning continuously shocked Xianxia's body and entered his body, swiftly swimming through his meridians. Xiang Nan originally thought that it would take him at least half an hour to cultivate this first-level incantation. But in reality, he succeeded in less than 10 minutes. So fast! Xiang Nan opened his eyes and was slightly surprised. However, after thinking for a moment, he understood that he possessed the divine grade lightning my innate skill, and this cultivation technique was also of the lightning meridian's attribute. The power he needed to borrow was the world-devastating divine lightning. Everything that was needed in the entire process was made up of lightning elements, and it had nothing to do with any other elements. This gave full play to Xiang Nan's heaven-defying divine talent. After Xiang Nan reached the first level, he spread out his right palm and refined his qi into lightning. He discovered that the thunderball jumping in his palm was directly a flaming thunderbolt. Furthermore, the flaming thunderbolt was blood red. Xiang Nan muttered to himself, "In the past, when I refined qi into lightning, what I forced out was pure lightning power. Now, because of the cultivation method, the lightning power has been completely converted into flames and lightning. This way, there will be one step less. It's quite convenient." Xiang Nan pondered for a moment before starting to cultivate the second level of the incantation. This time, he sealed the red devil blood lightning back into the dragon blood saber. Following that, his right hand lightly trembled and the lightning of the white flame lightning jumped out of his palm. He circled the lightning around his body a few times before drilling into his meridians and following his yuan qi to temper and swim. About 20 minutes later, the second level of the heavenly flame mantra had been completed. At this moment, Xiang Nan could clearly feel that his yuan qi had greatly increased. By the time he finished practicing the second layer, his yuan qi had already reached an astonishing 4 times its strength. This strength had already surpassed the increase in yuan qi he had obtained from borrowing the dragon blood saber. Then that's it. Xiang Nan raised his head and looked at red cloud fire lightning. Should we absorb it first or refine it first? Xiang Nan pondered for a moment. In the end, he chose to absorb it first. After absorbing it, his realm would increase to a certain extent, and his resistance to electricity would also increase. Xiang Nan used the 9 transformations of thunder to draw an arc from the burning red clouds. The electric arc was as hot as the sun, turning bright yellow, emitting an incomparable amount of lightning power. Xiang Nan took a deep breath. He waved his hand and sucked the arc of the red cloud's flame lightning into his body. At this moment, Xiang Nan's entire body was frozen by lightning. His body stiffened and floated up into the air. The red clouds of lightning in his body spread out into a huge net of lightning, wrapping around Xiang Nan. The indescribable pain caused cold sweat to drip down Xiang Nan's forehead, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. It had been a long time since he had experienced such intense electric shock pain. It was as if this was the first time he had absorbed the white flame lightning. As expected of the red cloud fire lightning, my current lightning resistance is already so strong, yet I still feel this kind of pain. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and used the 9 transformations of thunder to slowly refine and absorb the power of the red cloud fire lightning. At the same time, his cultivation base began to increase. His realm had risen from the second level of the heavenly yuan realm to the third level of the heavenly yuan realm. At this point, he felt that he was almost unable to withstand the destructive power of the red cloud fire lightning, and his physical body began to disintegrate in the most common state. His skin cracked into pieces and slowly peeled off. "Hold on, you must hold on." Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and frantically activated the 9 transformations of thunder. His eyes turned red, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down. As for his cultivation, it slowly rose from the 3rd level of the heavenly yuan realm to the 4th level of the heavenly yuan realm. At this point, Xiang Nan was truly unable to withstand it. He could only force out the redundant red cloud flame lightning in his body and use the lightning trembled martial skill to return it to the original red cloud flame lightning. With a punch, a bright yellow bolt of lightning shot towards the red cloud fire lightning's true body and was instantly engulfed by the red cloud fire lightning. Who? Xiang Nan landed on the ground, panting heavily on the ground. He clenched his fists and felt that the lightning in his body was incomparably shocking. His body had already undergone the baptism of 3 types of divine lightning, from the red devil blood lightning, the white flame lightning, to the red cloud flame lightning. His realm had also risen to the 4th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Coupled with the white flame blazing lightning hidden in my body, if I activate the power of the blazing lightning, will I be able to reach the 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm? Xianxia clenched his fists and activated the white flame blazing lightning in his spiritual sea. In an instant, surging white lightning rumbled out, wrapping Xianxia into a thunder god. His hidden 3rd level realm was suddenly released, allowing his complete realm to directly jump to the late sky origin 7 great stage. Xianxia felt his Yuan Qi rapidly flowing away. He let out a long breath and retracted the white flame blazing lightning back into his spiritual sea. Then he frowned and said, "Looks like I still can't reach the 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. The hidden 3rd level has already become 2.5 levels. The white flame blazing lightning had previously concealed the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels of heavenly Yuan. After Xianxia's normal state had reached the 4th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, the white flame blazing lightning would theoretically be hiding at the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels. However, the further a martial artist progressed, the harder it would be to raise their cultivation, and the higher their gold content would be. Obviously, 345 and 678 couldn't be compared. The instant the white flame burning lightning provided erupted, it could only erupt at 2.5 levels. If I reach the Heaven Scryer realm, I'm afraid that this white flame lightning concealment realm can only increase my cultivation by 1 level at most. I have to find a more powerful divine lightning." Xianxia nodded forcefully. In his mind, he recalled the promise made to him by the 6th prince of Haotian. The 6th prince had a map of divine lightning. He spread out his palm, and a ball of bright yellow lightning jumped above his palm. A faint layer of red clouds appeared on the surface of the lightning. This was the lightning of the red cloud fire lightning. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the 3rd level of the lightning heavenly fire technique. About half an hour later, the 3rd stage of the lightning heavenly flame had been completed. He suddenly opened his eyes and a bright yellow flash of fire flashed through them. Xianxia retracted his right hand and the lightning was sucked back into his body. He then refined his qi into lightning, and a ball of bright yellow flaming lightning jumped in his palm. This flaming lightning wasn't the red cloud's flaming lightning, but the Yuan Qi that had been improved by the heavenly lightning flame. Sure enough, it has turned bright yellow. It seems that the color of the lightning heavenly fire has changed according to the strongest lightning attribute in my body. Xianxia nodded, very satisfied with his results today. 10 times the strength of his physical body and 6 times the strength of his Yuan Qi were already extremely frightening. Xianxia grabbed the dragon blood saber and released his Yuan Qi again. Through the amplification of the Yuan Qi given by the dragon blood saber itself, he discovered that his Yuan Qi had increased by 8 times. Not bad. Xianxia nodded excitedly and said, "I originally thought that the dragon blood saber would at most double my Yuan Qi when it reaches 6 times its strength. I didn't expect that I would still be able to obtain twice the gain. The dragon blood saber really didn't disappoint me." Xianxia caressed the saber and said, "Find an opportunity to upgrade it to heavenly grade." After doing all of this, Xianxia carefully thought about it. He should have done all the things he needed to do. There were no omissions before he knocked on the stone door. Very quickly, someone outside sent a message. About half an hour later, the 1st prince came back and pushed the door open. "Ah, your realm has risen again." The 1st prince scanned Xianxia's realm and discovered this in horror. Of course, Xianxia would not say that he had the 9 transformations of thunder and divine grade talent. He only said that he had been given a pill by Mr. Rihua. That pill needed to be taken in conjunction with the powerful lightning elements in the air to obtain the best effect. After consuming the pills, his realm had risen to the 4th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. "Oh, I see." The 1st prince's face was filled with envy as he said, "We ordinary people can't even ask Mr. Rihua for a single word. It's amazing that you actually allowed him to give away medicinal pills. All right, let's congratulate Xiangru on reaching the next level. We can leave now." The 1st prince took out his black eyelids. Xianxia put on his eyelids and left with the first prince. In fact, even now, Xianxia hadn't completely seen through the great prince's realm. On the surface, the first prince should be a heaven-scryer realm expert, but Xianxia always felt that this realm's empty space was very large. It was highly likely that the great prince was already an expert at the fortune realm. Even if the Nine Firmaments imperial clan was not good at martial arts, they still possessed abundant resources. It would not be a problem for them to pile up a fortune realm expert. At this time, Xianxia's heart had already flown back to the Haotian continent. He couldn't wait to find the sixth prince and ask for the map, because there were only 3 months left before the sect ranking tournament. But the princess had a good time and hasn't come back yet. Predict how long we'll be back. Xianxia sent a message to the messenger and sent it flying. Not long after, the message returned. Xianxia grabbed it and activated it. Inside, the princess's excited voice sounded, "Xiangru, we met Miss Yu Meng again in Ice City. She is holding a lively singing party here, and more than 100,000 people are watching. Hey, I'm not going to tell you anymore. Li Junyi and I are going to the VIP seats. Let's watch from a close distance. Wait in the palace obediently. I'll be back in 3 to 5 days." The voice stopped. Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "If I knew, I would have only let her wander around Tianyu City. This time, this girl has gone crazy. By the way, the sect ranking tournament is still 3 months away. In other words, the entrance exam for the Azure Underworld sect in the Crimson Soil continent began more than 2 months ago. Then the big exam should be almost over by now, right? I wonder who took the place of me to participate in the big exam, and I wonder if it went smoothly. It just so happens that this place is relatively close to the Red Earth continent. Why don't you take a look?" Xianxia traveled from the 9 heavens to the Crimson Soil continent, so he didn't need to use any more flying ships. He just needed to directly use the official teleportation array. He was now a first-class celebrity beside the first prince. Naturally, the first prince agreed to such a small request without even thinking about it. The official teleportation array here was actually controlled by the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan and the Profound Sky sect. As for Xianxia, he was now a spy of the Profound Sky sect, so it was even more impossible for the Profound Sky sect to stop him. Xianxia easily stepped onto the official teleportation portal, and with a flash of light, he appeared in the territory of the Red Earth continent. Xianxia opened the map and took a look. After finding the location of the Azure Underworld sect, he stepped into the air. There was a ball of bright yellow lightning flames wrapped around his body, causing his speed to reach an unimaginable level within the same realm. A bright yellow light flashed in the sky. "Who is so bold? How dare you fly over our Twin Sword sect? Don't you think that our Twin Sword sect is nothing?" A large number of disciples flew into the sky, but they didn't even see Xianxia's shadow. They only saw a bright yellow light mark slowly dissipating in the sky. The official teleportation array was only 50,000 kilometers away from the Azure Underworld sect. With Xianxia's current speed, it only took him half a day to arrive. The Azure Underworld sect was similar to the Howran sect. The sect site was built in a mountain range. This place was rich in spiritual energy, but it was overcrowded. Xianxia didn't want to stand out from the crowd, so he used his golden body to disguise himself as a 5th-level Origin Realm cultivator. After all, a young man who was only 18 years old already possessed the 4th level of the Heavenly Yuan Realm. This matter itself was enough to stir up the entire Red Earth continent. However, an 18-year-old 5th-level Origin returning expert was also very rare. Wang Xiaoyun barely reached this height when he was 25 years old. Xianxia stood outside the mountains and looked for a visitor to inquire for a moment before realizing that the Azure Underworld sect's entrance exam was coming to an end. However, it was unknown to which link they had entered. Standing outside, the crowd of tens of thousands of people were spectators who were not qualified to be present. They were eagerly waiting for the final result outside the arena. Xianxia smiled and directly strode into the Azure Underworld sect's territory, even though 2 Azure Underworld sect disciples had come to investigate. "Oh, I'm from the Howran sect. I came here to see the progress of the competition." Xianxia took out the Howren sect's waste token from his storage ring. The two Azure Underworld sect disciples immediately laughed. So it's the junior brother of the Howren sect. You're too late. Let's go. The two of us will bring you in. The Howren sect and the Azure Underworld sect were friendly sections. Especially when the Howren sect supported the Azure Underworld sect's entrance examination, the relationship between the two sects was in the honeymoon period. At this moment, with the Azure Underworld sect disciples leading them, Xianxia would be much smoother if he went deeper. However, after traveling through the mountains, he finally arrived at the outer perimeter of the examination grounds. The Azure Underworld sect's entrance exam was obviously based on the style of the joint entrance exam of the 12 sects of the Howren sect, and the surrounding mountains were reclaimed as spectators' seats. A flat and open canyon between the mountains was used as the competition area. Junior apprentice brother, we really have nothing to do here. We can only apologize to you. Find yourself a place to stand and watch. The two disciples said guiltily. Xianxia smiled and said, Senior brothers, you are too polite. As long as there is a place to watch the match, I will be very satisfied. All right, after the competition is over, our senior brothers will treat you well. Goodbye. The duo turned around and left. Xianxia directly arrived at the top of the mountain, and through a layer of light, he could clearly see the arena of the competition. Ah! Xianxia looked carefully and was dumbfounded. In that valley, they had already entered the top 4. There were 2 contestants fighting fiercely on the arena, and the audience cheered in waves. Outside the arena, there were 2 other contestants waiting, but none of them belonged to the Howren sect. What? Is there no one from my Howren sect, or have they all failed? Xianxia couldn't believe his eyes. However, judging from the reactions of the tourists and disciples of the Azure Underworld sect, the Nature sect had indeed come, but why couldn't they be found in the arena? It was very likely that Murong Wanqing and the others had come to participate in the Azure Underworld sect's entrance exam. With their strength, they shouldn't even be unable to enter the top 4, right? He looked at the people fighting on the arena and made a simple assessment of their strength. He determined that these people had a high level of gold, but no matter how high they were not enough to crush Murong Wanqing. What exactly is going on? Xianxia was confused. He called in an audience to ask. The audience told Xianxia that it was not a top 4 competition, but a top 4 performance competition. Those 4 contestants were not top 4 contestants, they were experts of the same age selected from the audience. They were performing on stage to cheer up the fun. The real quarterfinals will not be held until tomorrow. Xianxia was even more puzzled. If something unusual happens, there must be a demon. Xianxia frowned and looked up into the sky. He saw rows of Azure Underworld sect disciples riding on flying demonic beasts patrolling in the sky. This tight defensive formation made Xianxia feel that something was wrong. He frowned and left the arena to ask the disciples of the Azure Underworld sect. However, the 2 previously enthusiastic disciples of the Azure Underworld sect now had ugly expressions on their faces. They only said that the top 4 were resting. Where should I rest? Xianxia smiled and asked, I want to visit my junior brothers. The 2 disciples were even more incoherent. One moment, they said that the top 4 contestants were healing their injuries, but they didn't see anyone. Another moment, they said that the top 4 contestants were seizing the time to cultivate in seclusion and couldn't come out. Seeing their strange reactions, Xianxia felt that something was wrong. He bid farewell to the 2 of them. After the 2 of them left, he suddenly flew towards the inner courtyard of the Azure Underworld sect. This time, a large number of patrolling disciples came to chase after him, but they were simply unable to catch up with Xianxia's speed. Just as Xianxia was about to approach the Azure Underworld sect's Elder Hall, a screen of light suddenly appeared in the sky, isolating Xianxia from the outside world. Immediately after, a white-haired old woman walked over. The older the woman looked, the older she was. There was no way to know her actual age, but her cultivation must be extraordinarily high. At the very least, Xianxia was unable to pry into her. The old man's expression was cold as he sternly said, Where did this wild brat come from? How dare he barge into our azure underworld sect's elder palace alone? Xianxia had long since returned to his original appearance. He cupped his fists and said, I, Xianxia, disciple Su Kaiwe, am here to ask for an audience. Xianxia, the old man was overjoyed at first, but then he said with a worried expression, What are you doing here? Xianxia said, I want to see my fellow disciples. I hope that the elders will fulfill my wish. The old man waved his hand and said, Tomorrow is the final 4. You will naturally see them. It won't be too long before you return. Seeing that the old man was about to leave, Xianxia frowned and said loudly, Elder, I don't care what happened here, but I must see my fellow disciples. Our Howren sect has come to support us. You have to give me an explanation. The old man turned around with a complicated expression. After a while, he sighed and said, Follow me. After the light screen was removed, Xianxia followed the old man nervously. He was worried not because he was afraid, but because he was worried about Murong Wanqing and the others' safety. At this moment, the Azure Underworld sect's Hall of Elders was in an uproar. Almost all of the 3 generations of Azure Underworld sect elders had arrived, and even 2 of the 2nd generation elders that hadn't appeared for a long time had arrived. The moment Xianxia entered, the scene immediately quieted down. The old man introduced, This is martial nephew Su Tsayue's disciple, Xianxia. When the elders heard Xianxia's name, their faces were filled with guilt. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He anxiously said, Seniors and elders, what exactly happened? Where are my nature's sect's martial brothers? The old man sighed and said, Xianxia, calm down first. Let me tell you slowly. Only then did Xianxia know the cause and effect. Xianxia was also shocked to learn that all the contestants in the final 4 had disappeared. This matter had to start with the change in the rules of the Azure Underworld sect's Grand Examination. Originally, the Azure Underworld sect's entrance exam was limited to the 5th level of the Origin Realm. Those who exceeded this level were not allowed to do so. However, there were 2 reasons that changed the situation. One was the appearance of the half-demon body, and the other was the appearance of the unbreakable golden body. Xianxia was responsible for sending the golden body unbreakable art to the neutral sect, while the friendly sect was personally sent over by the Haotian Imperial clan. Naturally, the Azure Underworld sect had also obtained the golden body unbreakable top 4 art. In that case, all the enemy disciples, including the heavenly profound sect, had cultivated the half-demon body, causing their realms to advance by leaps and bounds. As for Yufeng, he had cultivated the golden body unbreakable, and his realm had also greatly increased. Back then, Xianxia had cultivated an intact golden body that could not be broken. That did not raise his cultivation realm, allowing him to attain an extremely solid foundation. However, his improved golden body was still unbreakable, and there was a big flaw. It was that his martial arts realm would suddenly increase explosively. It was a good thing that his cultivation realm increased, but his unstable foundation was also one of the costs. As a result, all the contestants who had participated in the competition had their cultivation bases raised. All of them had exceeded the restriction of the 5th level of Origin Return. After some consideration, the Azure Underworld sect changed the rules and changed the restriction from the 5th level of Origin Return to the 20-year-old limit. The change in the rules caused more problems. The Starsea sect, which was ranked 3rd among the 8 sects, also sent people to the Azure Underworld sect. As for the Profound Sky sect, they also sent more people to bring over the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect. This created a chaotic battle. However, a great expert from the Starsea sect called Yuan Meng came to turn the tide. This person actually managed to single-handedly defeat all the young disciples from the Profound Sky sect and the Flying Cloud sect, so that none of the disciples from the Profound Sky sect and the Flying Cloud sect were able to enter the top 4. More importantly, Yuan Meng of the Starsea sect was one of the 7 tigers of the Southern Domain, ranked 4th. Taking part in such a great sect exam in his capacity immediately angered the Profound Sky sect. After that, the situation became even more chaotic. The mysterious heavenly devil religion had actually appeared as well. They had even planned a great conspiracy to raise the entire Azure Underworld sect's green underworld city area with 32 spirit explosion arrays. Fortunately, Azure Underworld City wasn't big. Almost all of the people inside came to the Azure Underworld sect to join in the fun. The rest of the people fled after seeing the traces of the Heavenly Demon sect. However, there weren't many casualties. However, when the Azure Underworld sect's elders came to suppress the Heavenly Demon sect, the disciples of the top 4 also disappeared. Up until now, there was still no news of the 4 contestants, including Murong Wanqing from the Howren sect. This was a huge scandal. In the Azure Underworld sect's examination, the top 4 contestants had actually disappeared. If this matter was not resolved, then the status of the Azure Underworld sect would plummet, and even be pointed at by thousands of people. In the future, no other sect would trust them. This crisis was far more costly than losing the grand examination. That was why the Azure Underworld sect held some sort of top 4 performance contest to stall for time and try to find the top 4 contestants as soon as possible. More importantly, even now, the Azure Underworld sect couldn't figure out whether the Heavenly Devil sect or the Profound Sky sect had snatched away the top 4 contestants. The Azure Underworld sect's elders had searched around for the Heavenly Demon sect members, and had captured more than 20 of them. However, the Heavenly Demon sect did not negotiate with the Azure Underworld sect at all. After being caught, they directly gritted through the poisonous mumbling embedded in their teeth and committed suicide on the spot. The Azure Underworld sect wanted to find an important person from the Profound Sky sect, but the Profound Sky sect refused to admit it and insisted that this matter had nothing to do with the Profound Sky sect. Things had reached this point and they were in a dilemma. When Xianxia heard this, his head was so big that he said angrily, "There's actually such a big mess." The old man said, "I'm afraid even the Profound Sky sect didn't expect that things would reach this stage. With their style, they probably wouldn't do such a thing as robbing people directly. They also don't have the ability to do so. The crux of the matter is that the damned Heavenly Devil religion interfered, and instead provided the Heavenly Profound sect with an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. It's also our fault for being too careless. We haven't considered it thoroughly enough." The old man even lowered his body and begged Xianxia not to spread the news back to the Howren sect. Otherwise, the relationship between the two sects would be over. At that time, not only would the Howren sect seek accountability from the Azure Underworld sect, even the Starsea sect would come over to ask for help. The entire Hall of Elders was filled with gloomy clouds. All the elders were extremely anxious, but they couldn't find a solution to the problem. An elder sighed and said, "Tomorrow is the final 4. If the top 4 contestants don't show up, then there will be no paper wrapping around the fire." Xianxia nodded and said, "Elders, please rest assured that I will bring back the top 4 contestants before dawn tomorrow." "You?" Elders were surprised. The old man said, "We can't find anyone. You alone can find them?" An old second sack elder said in a deep voice, "If you can help us solve this urgent matter, my Azure Underworld sect will give you an expensive heavenly-grade weapon." Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said, "Elders, please rest assured. Wait for my good news." After saying that, Xianxia withdrew and said goodbye. After Xianxia left, the elders were sad again. No one believed that Xianxia could do this. A second-generation elder's expression suddenly changed. He slapped his seat and stood up abruptly. "I, the Azure Underworld sect, have never been so embarrassed," he said angrily. "Before dawn tomorrow, if the top 4 contestants still haven't returned, pass on the order and seal the country." The moment these words were spoken, all the elders were shocked. Fengguo was no joke. He was using the Azure Underworld sect's own power to seal the country. During this period, no one was allowed to leave the country and no one was allowed to enter. Once this was done, it would mean that the country had entered a first-class state of emergency, and the price of becoming a country would be incomparably terrifying. Sealing an empire would cause the cultivation of all the Azure Underworld sect elders to fall back by 10 years. It was easy to destroy a country, but it was extremely difficult to seal a country, just as it was easy to break a mountain, but it was as difficult to carry a mountain as ascending to the heavens. Xianxia did not know what the Azure Underworld sect was plotting. At this moment, he had already arrived at the ruins of Azure Underworld City. Looking around, the entire Azure Underworld City had already disappeared from the horizon. There were messy ruins and endless rubble everywhere. The heavenly devil religion has gone too far this time. Xianxia took a deep breath. I didn't expect Big Brother Yuan Meng to be one of the 7 Southern Domain Tigers. I didn't expect that. Xianxia pondered as he slowly flew. A few months ago, when he saw Yuan Meng, he was only at the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm. This realm was far from enough for the 7 tigers of the Southern Domain. Perhaps even 18 stars would be difficult to squeeze into. Looks like this Yuan Meng is also a ruthless character that is hidden deep inside. He did not completely confess to himself. But Xianxia also embarrassed to ask Yuan Meng. After all, his own secret also did not tell others. The first person Xianxia was looking for was the heavenly devil religion. He changed his appearance again, becoming like Xiangru, and arrived at the nearest large city in Green Underworld City, Xinglong City. Whether it was looking for the heavenly devil religion or the heavenly profound sect, Xianxia had no clue. Xinglong City was still prosperous, but the citizens of Dawn were all extremely panicked, all of them immersed in white terror. The white-robed man was the standard outfit of the heavenly devil religion. Any place they had visited was described as white horror. Xianxia strolled along the streets of Xinglong City and casually found a commoner. He then asked about the Wampoa clan's properties here. In Xinglong City, there were 3 properties of the Wampoa clan: a spirit herb shop, a weapon shop, and the largest auction house in the city. After Xianxia arrived at the auction house, he directly requested to pay his respects to the person in charge. He slapped the dragon blood saber on the table on the spot and said, "I want to auction this saber and find your person in charge." The staff didn't care at first, but they were prepared to find a random reason to dismiss Xianxia. The person in charge didn't casually meet outsiders. However, when they saw the dragon blood saber clearly, their expressions changed slightly. This is a high-grade earth weapon. Furthermore, it is not an ordinary high-grade earth weapon. During this period of time, there is actually a faint embryonic form of a weapon spirit. A staff member shivered and hurriedly said, "Wait a moment." Later, an old man hurriedly rushed over and smiled. "Are you going to send a high-grade earth soldier?" Xianxia looked left and right, and the person in charge understood and dispersed the staff. There was no one around. Xianxia went straight to the point and said, "I'm Xiangru." The person in charge was stunned and said, Are you the Xiangru and young Master Xiang, who helped our Wampoa aristocrat clan broker the mining of minerals in the demonic beast continent? Looks like you know me." Xianxia nodded. He casually tossed out a token. Above the token, the Haotian Imperial clan's emblem could be waved. Beneath it, there were 4 golden words, "Crown Prince Young Master." The person in charge sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly said, "If you have any instructions, we will cooperate with you to the fullest." Xianxia frowned and said, "The Wampoa aristocrat clan has spies all over the world. The Azure Underworld City was destroyed by the heavenly devil religion. I'm sure you all have their clues." The person in charge nodded. "Yes, but, Sir Young Master Fu, perhaps you have the ability to see through the heavens and eat all directions. But the heavenly devil religion is very extraordinary. They are a bunch of madmen who do things recklessly, regardless of their social background. If you personally go and look for them, I'm afraid." Xianxia waved his hand and interrupted him. "Tell me where the heavenly devil cult is gathered. Don't worry about the rest. I'm running out of time. Don't waste my time." "Wait a moment." The person in charge hurriedly left and hurriedly returned. He placed a map on the table and said, "There are 2 gathering places for the heavenly devil sect. They will change directions again after noon tomorrow. You need to hurry up." Xianxia grabbed the map, turned around and walked out of the auction house before soaring into the sky. As the sky darkened, a crescent moon climbed into the night sky. Xianxia flew directly into a primeval forest 3,000 kilometers away. Following the directions on the map, he found a large-scale manor in this dense forest. In the shadows, More than a dozen heavenly devil cult experts were silently following Xiangnan. Xiangnan didn't care. He turned into a bright yellow light and directly landed inside the manor. In an instant, countless heavenly devil cult members quickly surrounded Xiangnan. Xiangnan put his hands behind his back, raised his head and said loudly, "I'm Xiangnan. I'm looking for Dream Butterfly." Master Dream Butterfly's status in the heavenly devil religion was extremely high, and her status in the heavenly devil religion was the same as Xiangnan's in the Haoran sect. A tall and handsome man walked out of the crowd. The man asked curiously, "You are Xiangnan? Junior sister Meng Dai is not here." Xiangnan said, "2 days ago, did you destroy Azure Underworld City?" The man smiled and said, "It was indeed our doing, but it has nothing to do with you. Even if you have a good relationship with junior sister Meng Dai, you still have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of our heavenly devil sect." Xiangnan nodded and said, "Top 4 contestants. Is this all I want to know if you guys are going to snatch it away? Did you come to our heavenly devil religion to question us?" The man narrowed his eyes, and all the heavenly devil sect members drew their weapons. Xiangnan said, "Among the top 4 contestants, there are people from my Haoran sect. I hope you can tell me honestly so as to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Otherwise, it will not be beneficial to both of us." The man narrowed his eyes and said, "Our heavenly devil religion is never afraid of anyone. However, you have some connection with our heavenly devil religion. We know that my senior martial uncle brought someone to the Haoran sect to propose marriage. Friendship reminds you that if you want to find a top 4 contestant, you have to go to the Profound Sky sect to get someone." "It really is them." Xiangnan nodded. "You should know the secret stronghold of the Profound Sky sect here." The man took out a map and said, "It's already marked. I'm afraid that you'll have a life and come back." Xiangnan grabbed the map and said, "Thank you. I'll remember this favor." It was already late at night, and Xiangnan turned into a ray of light and flew towards the horizon. Somewhere in the middle of a hillside manor, an unprecedented feast was being held, attended by all kinds of great figures. This manor was an illusion. The owner of the manor was actually one of the messengers sent by the Profound Sky sect to the Red Earth continent. Beneath the manor, Xiangnan was escorted to a secret room by a group of heavenly Profound sect disciples. In the secret room, a middle-aged man with an extremely high cultivation level was sitting behind the table and examining Xiangnan. He waved his hand and said, "All of you, get down. Leave this person to me." After the disciples of the Profound Sky sect left, the middle-aged man stood up and laughed. "You are Xiangru? I have already received a secret letter from Elder Qingzhu. All the messengers of the Profound Sky sect will cooperate with your actions. I want you to release him." Xiangnan broke free of the rope on his body and said directly, "Leave the top 4 to me." The middle-aged man frowned and said, "I'm afraid this won't do. Capturing the top 4 contestants is very important for us to deal a blow to the Azure Underworld sect. If..." Xiangnan was furious and shouted, "It's up to you or me. It's not your turn to ask what I'm going to do." The middle-aged man's expression suddenly became very ugly. He gently stroked the storage ring in his hand and said indifferently, "Don't use chicken feathers as an arrow. You must pay attention to your words." Xiangnan directly went up and kicked the table to pieces. He coldly said, "When you brought me out of the ancient martial tomb, you didn't mention that I was going to be angered by a yellow-haired brat like you." The middle-aged man broke out in cold sweat. He was stunned and said, You are the 9 desolates." The middle-aged man couldn't continue speaking and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Only then did he wake up as if he had just woken up from a dream. After making trouble for a long time, was this Xiangru robbed by the 9 Desolate I clan? In front of Xiangru, he was indeed a junior that could not even be ranked in seniority. Xiangnan grabbed the collar of the middle-aged man and said, "Even Xianxia Zhu has to be courteous in front of me. You have to weigh your identity." The middle-aged man's face turned incomparably pale as he hurriedly said, "Senior, please calm down. The 4 young contestants are being held in the prison thousands of kilometers away. They will be executed at dawn. Xianxia roared. Quickly take me there. If you delay my important matter, I want your head. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. All right, senior, please follow me. We have to hurry. The top 4 players were imprisoned in a heavily guarded place. Looking from the outside, this place was still an endless forest, but beneath the surface, there was an underground world. The middle-aged man had given Xianxia the highest authority to deal with any prisoner held here. This underground world was one of the important places where the profound sky sect held prisoners. There were not only the top 4 contestants, but also a large number of disciples from other sections. Xianxia frowned and asked before realizing that these sect disciples were all tough rebels. If the heavenly profound sect wanted to annex the various sects, there would be some tough bones among them that refused to submit to the heavenly profound sect, and people like this were secretly dealt with by the heavenly profound sect and imprisoned here. Xianxia held his head high and walked in front with large strides. There were cages on both sides, and the people inside were all half dead. An unpleasant stench mixed with a bloody smell drifted over from time to time. The middle-aged man lowered his head and trotted after Xianxia, apologizing all the time. Senior, I am also inferior to my fate. I also have my own difficulties. I really didn't know that you were from the 9 Desolate Eye clan. Please forgive this junior for offending me earlier. You mustn't take me away. I still have my family, young and old, and... Xianxia frowned and interrupted him. What are you talking about? Since when did I say that I wanted to take you away? With your stinky skin, it's worth it for me to take it away. Not only was the middle-aged man not angry, he heaved a long sigh of relief instead. The 9 Desolate Eye clan's ability to seize possessions had truly taken their own lives. That was a terrifying existence that could change the expression of humans. After several decades of hard work, a person had finally accumulated a body full of skills and was prepared to dominate the world. However, the 9 Desolate Eye clan had seized his physical body and tried to reason with him. As Xianxia strode forward, the disciples of the profound sky sect on both sides bowed their heads and didn't even dare to look at Xianxia and the middle-aged man. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed that a familiar figure had appeared in the group of disciples. It's him. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He actually found Wang Xiaoyun here. After the two of them walked past Wang Xiaoyun's location, Xianxia stopped and said, That disciple just now was also from the profound sky sect? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. You mean, oh, this junior understands. You're talking about that mediocre disciple, right? He was a core disciple of the Blazing Fire sect of the Haotian continent. Later on, the Blazing Fire sect was willing to be taken over by our Heavenly Profound sect. The advantage our Heavenly Profound sect gave the Blazing Fire sect was to nurture their core disciples according to the treatment of the core disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect. That brat is actually a man with a broken arm. Later on, the mysterious Tao experts in the sect received a puppet arm for him. You know him? Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't know him, but I don't think he's pleasing to the eye. Send him to the border, the farther the better, and let him suffer. Yes, Senior has the final say. The middle-aged man hurriedly smiled apologetically. With Xianxia's current power, killing Wang Xiaoyun was a matter of one sentence. However, Xianxia was still a disciple of the Haoran sect, and the agreement he had made was unbreakable. To kill Wang Xiaoyun, it was also a public duel after the agreed deadline had expired. After walking for a while, Xianxia saw a familiar figure again. In a cell on the left, there was a woman lying lazily on the ground. Her clothes were very messy, almost naked. Upon seeing this woman, Xianxia's head exploded. Dream butterfly? How could she be captured by the profound sky sect? Xianxia's anger instantly rose to its peak. He used all his strength to suppress his anger and said in a low voice, Did you capture this woman? The middle-aged man hurriedly said, This is the demonic woman of the Heavenly Devil sect. We accidentally caught her when they planned to destroy Green Underworld City. Xiang Nan looked at Meng Dai's disheveled clothes and almost gritted her teeth. What did you do to her? The middle-aged man was stunned and hurriedly said, I didn't do anything. It was this witch's dissolute nature. She was dressed like this. We didn't touch a single finger of hers. Originally, we planned to find an opportunity to let her go after the big exam. In this bone formation it would be unwise to make enmity with the heavenly devil religion. Xiang Nan was relieved. But, although Dream Butterfly liked to make trouble, her attire and temperament weren't like that. Why is she like this now? Xiang Nan frowned and said, Let her go. I want her to be useful. Now. The middle-aged man hesitated. Xiang Nan grabbed his collar and his eyes turned blood red. The thunder and lightning of the red devil blood thunder jumped crazily in his eyes. One person. Both eyes turned blood red. At first glance, he looked like a devil crawling out of hell. The middle-aged man was so frightened that his legs went limp. Senior, don't take me away. I'll let him go now. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and laughed strangely. If you question my orders again, I'll let you taste hell on earth. By the time Xiang Nan released him, he was already paralyzed by the side of the cage, and his entire body was scared to the point of collapse. The middle-aged man weakly pointed at the deepest iron door. The top 4 disciples are inside. If Senior wants to release them with the status of a decent sect, then Junior will not be able to follow them. Next, this Junior will injure all the disciples of the heavenly profound sect, creating the illusion that Senior has forcefully barged in to save them. The blood in Xiang Nan's eyes dissipated and he nodded. This is your proper attitude. Now let that woman go and let her wait for me. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. He first gave the order, then released a strand of Yuan Qi, causing all the disciples of the profound sky sect to be seriously injured. He also paid special attention to Wang Xiaoyun, and then ordered Wang Xiaoyun to be expelled to the border. Wang Xiaoyun vomited blood and crawled out. In the end, he didn't know who he had offended. However, strangely enough, even though Dream Butterfly was released, she lay lazily on the cage and sneered at Xiang Nan. This scene made Xiang Nan unable to understand. Normally speaking, she should have rushed forward with great joy and called herself a good brother. This was her style. However, he couldn't care less now. Xiang Nan kicked open the iron door. Inside, Murong Wanqing, Yuan Meng, and the other 2 disciples were hanging in the air by the iron rope. They looked very miserable. It was obvious that they had suffered some torture. You bastard! As soon as Murong Wanqing saw Xiang Nan, she angrily cursed. If you want to kill, you can do as you please. Go back and tell the profound sky sect that even if we die, we will not lower our heads. Xiang Nan's body changed greatly, and Murong Wanqing did not recognize him at all. Xiang Nan crossed his arms and said, Your mouth is quite hard, little beauty. Eft. Murong Wanqing's face was ashen. Shameless dog. Xiang Nan thought it was funny and teased. Little beauty. Accompany me to sleep one night and I'll let you go. Okay? Scram. Die. Murong Wanqing gritted her teeth angrily, wishing she could rush up and bite Xiang Nan to death. Xiang Nan couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, All right, all right, all right, all right. I'm just joking with you. I'm from the Haoyan Empire. My name is Xiang Ru. I'm the crown prince of Haojing, young master. I came here to save you. Xiang Nan pushed the door wide open and pointed at the messy scene outside. Murong Wanqing finally came to a realization and blushed. So it's Lord Young Master Fu. The joke you just played is a bit too much. Xiang Nan laughed and said, Xiang Nan and I are good friends. I know you have a good relationship with Xiang Nan, so I hope you don't take it to heart. Oh! Yuan Meng suddenly raised his head and said, You know my brother Xiang Nan? Looks like he's one of us. Xiang Nan shook his hand and a fierce flaming lightning bolt shot out. The flaming lightning bolt was incomparably sharp, cutting off the 4 iron chains on the spot. So beautiful! Yuan Meng landed on the ground and rubbed his wrist. What kind of Yuan Qi is this? It's actually so tyrannical. This iron chain is made of extremely cold, profound iron. It's very strong. Brother Xiang Ru's Yuan Qi is astonishing. Alright, you guys hurry up and follow me. The Azure Underworld sect is in a mess. If we can't make it to the top 4 before dawn, then it will be really troublesome. Xianxia rescued all 4 of them and immediately escaped from the underground prison with them. Yuan Meng looked at the chaotic situation here and said, Brother Xiangru's strength isn't shallow. He was actually able to overturn this underground prison. However, we cannot let down our guard. The strongest person here is a Fortune Realm man. If it's just a prison, I can break out, but that man is the biggest threat. Then you don't have to worry, Xianxia said. I've already used a trick to lure away the man from the profound sect. He won't be able to return for a while. After arriving at Meng Dai's prison, Xianxia glanced at Meng Dai and said, Come with me. I have something to ask you. Morong Wanqing frowned. She had seen Dream Butterfly before, and seeing Xiangru bringing this heavenly demon cult's demonic woman made her unhappy. But after all, Xiangru had just saved her, so she didn't have the nerve to say anything else. The few of them returned to the Azure Underworld sect overnight. By the time they arrived at the sect, it was almost dawn. Meanwhile, the Azure Underworld sect's Elder Hall had already begun to plan for the sealing of the kingdom. Elders were busy preparing when they suddenly heard patrolling disciples shouting from outside. The top 4 contestants had returned. All the elders were overjoyed at the same time and rushed out of the Hall of Elders. From afar, Xiang Nanfei was at the front, followed by Morong Wanqing, Yuan Meng, and the others. I didn't expect that he would actually bring these people back. Those elders. Look at me, I look at you, all of them feeling incredulous. Xianxia. The old woman rushed forward in shock. She grabbed Xianxia's hands and said excitedly, You did a great deed for our Azure Underworld sect. Xianxia thought, Not good. This elder actually said his name on the spot. Xianxia. Morong Wanqing and Yuan Meng exchanged glances, both puzzled. Xianxia thought for a moment and could only clasp his fists and say, Elders, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not Xianxia. I'm the crown prince of the Haotian Empire, young master Fu Xiangru. The reason why I used Xianxia's identity to deceive everyone is because I really have no choice. The elders all chuckled. They didn't care about Xianxia and Xiangru, as long as the top 4 contestants could be saved. Those are all trivial matters. The elder patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, I, the Azure Underworld sect, owe you a big favor. The promise we gave you previously will not change. We will give you a beginner heavenly armament as a reward. Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't want a beginner heavenly armament. If you can give me some materials for refining heavenly grade weapons, that would be great. This is easier. The elder smiled and said, I will bring you to personally choose later. The top 4 contestants were rescued, and the Azure Underworld sect also had confidence in themselves. They immediately began to arrange the top 4 contests, and they had to ensure that the contests would continue smoothly. Xianxia placed the Dream Butterfly in a temporary residence and followed the elder to choose the materials for forging. The Azure Underworld sect's reward system was similar to the Nature sect's. They also wanted disciples to go out to train by completing missions. After obtaining the reward points, they could exchange them for various treasures in the sect. The place where the Azure Underworld sect kept the materials for forging weapons was called the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The female elder led Xianxia to the 4th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. She pointed at the dazzling array of materials and said, These materials can be used to forge heavenly-grade weapons. However, the attributes, varieties, and types of these materials are different, and the types of weapons they are targeting are also different. May I know what kind of weapon Xiangru wants to refine? The saber needs to be strong. The sword needs to be tough. The spear needs to be thick. The demand needs to be soft. The hammer needs to be stable. Look at this piece. These blacksmithing materials are incomparably strong and suitable for saber smithing. The blacksmithing materials on the wooden shelves on the opposite side. As the elder introduced Xianxia, he also showed him around. It could be said that he intentionally wanted to show how powerful his sect was. Xianxia himself was deep in thought. His dragon blood saber was already strong enough. With just that drop of dragon blood, Even a profound grade weapon wouldn't be able to destroy the dragon blood saber. Right now, the attribute that Xianxia wanted the most was the black Lin saber that Wampoarian had given him back then. The black Lin saber would only return to its original grade after it was transmitted through the power of lightning. What was even more valuable was that the saber was usually not big, and it would only grow larger when it was used. Moreover, a lightning-attributed weapon was more compatible with Xianxia's innate talent. Elder, may I ask if you have lightning-attributed blacksmithing materials? Xianxia asked, but he didn't have much hope in his heart. The saliva that the elder was introducing flew everywhere. After hearing Xianxia's words, he suddenly fell silent. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's heart jolted. It seemed like he really did. This was a forging material that could break through iron shoes without finding a place. The Azure Underworld sect actually had lightning-attributed forging materials. Xianxia had always been paying attention to such materials. He knew that neither the Nine Firmaments Imperial Clan nor the Nine Firmaments Imperial Clan had such materials. He hadn't expected the Azure Underworld sect to have them. Elder, is there any difficulty? Xianxia pretended to be puzzled and said, if that lightning-attributed material is too precious, I can buy it. The elder hesitated for a long time before he finally sighed and said, forget it. Compared to the materials, your contribution to our Azure Underworld sect is greater. Xiangru, follow me. To Xianxia's surprise, the elder did not bring him to continue searching for materials in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Instead, he left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and arrived at the back mountain of the Azure Underworld sect. The mountains behind were hidden in a thick fog. The elder waved his hand. Suddenly, a thin screen of light appeared in the sky. Then, the screen of light gradually disintegrated. As far as Xianxia could see, the thick fog that reached the horizon had actually disappeared out of thin air. Within the boundless mountains, there was a mountain peak that was emitting a faint radiance. That's called the Heavenly Burial Mountain. The elder pointed at the shining mountain peak and said, this mountain was once created by the profound nether sect of the Heavenly Burial Continent for us. This mountain peak is the tomb of the dead elders and previous sect masters. Follow me. Xianxia's eyes widened and he hurriedly said, Elder, since it is the tomb of the sect master and elders, how dare this junior barge into it? The elder smiled. There's no harm in having me with you. Then Xianxia and the elder arrived at the Heavenly Burial Mountain. On this mountain peak there was a very special halo. That halo did not come from the sunlight. However, after a peak expert died, his body began to float out of his body. The elder brought Xianxia to the top of the Heavenly Burial Mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a translucent stone stele. Under the dawn light, the stone stele emitted colorful and beautiful colors. At first glance, it looked like a huge crystal. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that there was a faint flowing light flowing inside the crystal. The elder touched the stone tablet with emotion and said, Xiangru, do you know what this Heavenly Burial Mountain is used for? Xianxia said, isn't it used as a tomb? The elder smiled and shook his head. Before the first sect master was buried, this place was not a tomb. No one would be so unlucky as to create a tomb mountain for themselves. This is a place that the Dark Underworld sect has specially built for our Azure Underworld sect's #1 sect master to cross the tribulation. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this the refuge of a 9th-level Heavenly Tribulation martial artist when facing the Lightning Tribulation? The elder nodded. This mountain contains extremely powerful profound Tao power. It can help my first sect master withstand a portion of the Lightning Tribulation power. Unfortunately, in the end, the old sect master still failed to cross the tribulation and died on this mountain. In addition to the old sect master's death, today, more than 1,000 years later, our Azure Underworld sect has never produced a single expert at the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. Therefore, this mountain was naturally used as a tomb mountain. The stone tablet you saw was a mountain rock that was accidentally struck by Lightning Tribulation back then. Xianxia was instantly shocked. The stone stele that had been struck by the Lightning Tribulation? How powerful was this thing's lightning attribute? Such an important thing, Xiang Nan hesitated. After all, this stone tablet was of far-reaching significance to the Azure Underworld sect. The elder sighed and shook his head. Let go of what should be. Sooner or later, let go of it. If we continue to hold onto the glory of the old sect master, it will only delay our Tao heart. At this point, the elder's hand flickered with a strong light. He cut a long, translucent stone from the stone tablet and handed it to Xiang Nan. This forging material is not small. It should be able to satisfy your needs. Xiang Nan first bowed deeply to the stone tablet, then received the stone bar with both hands. After thanking him for his kindness, he left on his own. Holding this piece of stone, Xiang Nan's heart surged. It was absolutely fake to say that he wasn't excited. The sense of crisis in his heart grew heavier and heavier. Although he possessed 10 times the strength of his physical body, this heaven-defying advantage would soon disappear. After all the martial artists in the world cultivated half-demon bodies, or their modified golden bodies could not be broken, the so-called tenfold physical body strength would not be 10 times stronger. If a heavenly profound sect disciple with a half-demon body and 5 times the strength of his physical body stood in front of Xiang Nan, then to him, the so-called 10 times of Xiang Nan was actually only twice as strong as him. If he encountered an enemy 6 or even 7 times his physical strength, 10 times Xiang Nan's would not even be enough. Someone once said that the great era of martial arts had arrived, and the collective increase in the physical strength of all martial artists in the world was a great trend that could not be stopped. Xiang Nan had thought about how he could continue to widen the gap in strength between himself and the world's martial artists. At present, it seemed that he could only start with the strength of his Yuan Qi. A heavenly grade weapon with lightning attributes was one of the main ways to increase the strength of one's Yuan Qi. Xiang Nan found the dream butterfly and immediately took her away from the Azure Underworld sect to the vast primeval forest. After Xiang Nan finished setting up the pill furnace and the materials that had undergone the lightning tribulation, he glanced at the dream butterfly not far away. Dream Butterfly was sitting under the tree with a lazy expression on her face. She looked at Xiang Nan with a faint smile. Xiang Nan frowned. In his heart, the scene of him and Dream Butterfly meeting again shouldn't be so calm as water. Dream Butterfly wasn't even the slightest bit excited. Xiang Nan did not pay too much attention to her and immediately threw himself into the process of forging. As for Dream Butterfly, Xiang Nan had nothing to hide anymore. He could directly forge weapons in front of her. He first threw the dragon blood saber into the smelting furnace and used the Yuan Qi flames to heat the dragon blood saber until it turned red before throwing the stone into the furnace. Immediately after, Xiang Nan discovered that an awkward scene had appeared. No matter how hard he tried, even if he used his strength to suck milk, his Yuan Qi flames could not shake the stone bar in the slightest. The stone bar stood quietly in the smelting furnace. It didn't even have the slightest bit of temperature. Instead, it felt a little cold. Xiang Nan recovered his Yuan Qi and gasped for breath. This time, he really had a headache. Dream Butterfly, I can't melt this forging material, Xiang Nan asked out of breath. Usually, at this time, Xiang Nan was willing to ask for Dream Butterfly's opinion. The Dream Butterfly was already lying on the ground, looking at Xiang Nan lazily and said, "What kind of attribute is that stone bar of yours?" "Naturally, it's a lightning attribute," Xiang Nan said. The Dream Butterfly giggled and said, "I can see that your artifact forging techniques are very clever, but your experience is obviously inadequate. Since this stone bar is a lightning-attributed material, you should use the power of lightning to dissolve it, right?" "Ah!" Xiang Nan slapped his forehead and thought to himself, "Why didn't I think of it?" In the heavenly grade weapon refining technique, only Xiang Nan was taught how to refine a weapon and how to control the temperature of the weapon. But he was not taught how to deal with the weapon refining materials themselves. He only knew how to use flames to burn the smelting materials, but he forgot that the properties of the smelting materials were too strong. It was no longer something that flames could handle. Xiang Nan took a deep breath. He drew heavenly lightning, recovered his Yuan Qi, and sent it back into the smelting furnace. And this time, once he used his Yuan Qi to connect with the stone bar, He quickly changed his yuan qi to white flame lightning. The white lightning exploded in the smelting furnace. The smelting furnace was like a tiny night sky, and thunder rolled in the air. Seeing this scene, Dream Butterfly stood up in shock. It really works. Xiang Nan's forehead was already sweating from exhaustion. He directly used divine lightning to refine the stone strips in exchange for more yuan qi consumption. However, the effect was also remarkable. Under the bombardment of thunder and lightning, the stone bar slowly melted into rolling magma. Xiang Nan followed the incomparably mysterious heavenly grade weapon refining technique and mixed the magma with the dragon blood saber and tempered it. As soon as he realized that his yuan qi was about to run out, he immediately activated heavenly lightning to replenish his yuan qi and slowed down the refining process, preventing the yuan qi supply from becoming vacant. After repeating this for 5 hours, the smelting furnace finally exploded with a loud boom. The power of the white flame blazing lightning instantly reached its peak, directly shattering the heavenly grade equipment refining furnace. A snow-white saber soared into the sky. The giant saber was as white as snow and as bright as light. A dragon roar mixed with thunder rushed into the sky. Xiang Nan jumped up and grabbed the new saber in his hand. He felt incomparably hot from his hand. There is an embryonic form of an artifact spirit? The dream butterfly was stunned and said, "Quick! Let your blood in. Use your blood to nourish your artifact spirit." Xiang Nan did not expect that Meng Dai would suddenly give such a suggestion. Without thinking, he cut his palm with a giant saber. His blood quickly seeped into the giant saber and disappeared. Xiang Nan panted violently, his face filled with ecstasy. This time, the artifact forging actually didn't touch the red demon blood thunder sealed inside the giant saber. This was truly a great fortune. It seemed that the power of the white flame blazing lightning had suppressed the red devil blood lightning. Xiang Nan weighed the dragon blood saber and let it slowly cool down. He played with the new dragon blood saber in his hand and discovered that the length of the saber had shrunk significantly. Holding it in his hand, it was only about 1.5 meters. It was no different from an ordinary weapon. The saber was originally pure white, but after mixing with Xiang Nan's blood, some red mesh lines could be vaguely seen inside the pure white saber, just like the blood vessels in a human's body appearing. These red lines formed a dragon-shaped outline, as if a transparent red dragon was soaring inside the blade. How should I describe its temperament? Xiang Nan pondered. This saber was now more like a work of art than a weapon filled with killing intent. The weight of the saber was astonishing, and there was a faint summoning hidden within it. This saber is so small, it can already be used to play and admire in your hands. Xiang Nan grabbed the white saber and said, "I have to change my name. Just call it Red Dragon." Could it be that your forging failed? Why does your saber give off the impression that it is only at the ordinary grade of a spirit weapon? Meng Dai asked curiously. Xiang Nan said, "I can feel that this saber is summoning my lightning power. It must be hungry to use lightning power in order to become a complete form." This was probably the case. Xiang Nan had only come into contact with one lightning-attributed weapon. It was the Black Lin, and the Dragon Blood Saber was not a lightning-attributed weapon. Xiang Nan tried to channel his lightning power into the Red Dragon Saber. At that moment, the Red Dragon inside the blade suddenly came alive. The Red Dragon figure swiftly swam around the blade, while the 1.5-meter long white saber rapidly expanded to a size of 4 meters. Roar! A dragon roar pierced through the boundless forest, followed by a thunderclap out of thin air. The true power of the Red Dragon was activated. The sound of thunder came from the Red Dragon saber. Even Xiang Nan felt his eardrums buzzing with thunder. Immediately after, the yuan qi in his body suddenly exploded. The explosion of yuan qi made Xiang Nan feel that he had lost control. His yuan qi had doubled. It wasn't doubling, but doubling. Right now, Xiang Nan's yuan qi was 6 times stronger. If it doubled, it would be 7 times stronger, but if it doubled, it would be 12 times stronger. The yuan qi in Xiang Nan's body exploded. The flames and lightning instantly engulfed a 10-meter radius and covered Xiang Nan's entire body with a burning white lightning area. His yuan qi was not boiling, not burning, but exploding. Under the influence of that yuan qi, all the surrounding trees didn't even last for an instant, and they all collapsed into dust. Xianxia only felt like he was a gunpowder depot that had been set ablaze. He raised his head to the sky and roared angrily as he slashed towards the distance. The saber light was made up of flames, lightning, and 12 times the strength of yuan qi, had already made the 3-meter saber light unbelievably solid. It was like a watermelon-sized stone, compressed into the size of an apple, then into the size of a walnut, and then into the size of a grape. When this terrifying super-intense saber light flew out, even the air was distorted by the high density of the saber light. Looking around, the place where the blade light passed had already created a distorted area of vision. Through the vicinity of the blade light, one could see the trees in the distance. Those trees were all curved in shape. The saber light flew out from the ground, easily shredding all the trees and boulders. Under such a high density of lightning saber light, most of the things in this world were no longer dense enough to resist the power of the saber light. Xianxia watched in shock as his saber light flew farther and farther away, until it was almost impossible for the naked eye to reach before gradually dissipating. This Xianxia's heart was incomparably shocked. He no longer knew how to describe his feelings. He lowered his head to look at the red dragon saber. The red dragon shadow inside the saber had slowed down and was slowly swimming in the middle of the saber. This is too unbelievable. The dream butterfly's eyes widened in shock. I've seen a lot of highly intense yuan qi in my life. It's the first time I've ever seen such a level of yuan qi. Xianxia was overjoyed. According to the double edition of the red dragon saber, wouldn't he be able to gain 20 times the strength of his yuan qi if he practiced the lightning heavenly fire technique to the great perfection? Nowadays, he was no longer afraid that his physical strength would be caught up by others. He withdrew his lightning power, and the red dragon saber quickly retracted to about 1.5 meters. The dragon shadow within the saber was fixed in the distance, no longer wandering around. Treasured saber. Although this saber is only at the beginner stage of the heavenly stage, its true value should have already reached the higher stage of the profound stage, right? Dream Butterfly said in a shocked tone. Xianxia shook her head. Dream Butterfly had misunderstood. She thought that the 12 times strength of yuan qi came from the red dragon's blessing. Actually, 6 times of it came from Xianxia himself. Dream Butterfly didn't know that. However, judging from the true value of the red dragon saber, this elementary heavenly armament was already comparable to a high-grade heavenly armament. It was not excessive to say that it was a precious saber. Just as Xianxia was excited, Meng Dai smiled and leaned over. She put her head on Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Don't lie to me. You're Xianxia, aren't you?" Xianxia rubbed his temples speechlessly and said, "What do you think? I did change my appearance, but I thought you would recognize me." She had turned into a Xiangru, but Miss Ruyan immediately recognized her gaze and guessed her identity. Xianxia was somewhat disappointed that the dream butterfly, who had been with him for a long time, had not been able to see through his eyes. The dream butterfly giggled. She pushed Xianxia down and sat on his waist. "Meng Dai, what are you doing?" Xianxia panicked and hurriedly said, "Have you forgotten what I told you? I'm not in the mood for love right now." Regardless of what he said, Meng Dai directly kissed Xianxia's mouth and untied Xianxia's clothes out of breath. "Meng Dai, calm down. Don't do this. You will embarrass both of us if you do this." Xianxia's breathing became heavy. After all, he was a vigorous young man. Especially at the age of 18, he couldn't control his desire for a great time. Actually, in his heart, Xianxia had already regarded Meng Dai as one of his closest people. He had always avoided having sex with Meng Dai because he did not have confidence in love, nor in his own future. However, the passionate dream butterfly had completely melted the last piece of defense in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia sighed and said, "Do you have to do this?" Meng Dai gave Xianxia a hazy look. Xianxia gritted his teeth and hugged the dream butterfly in his arms. He lost control and lost his mind. He was entangled with the dream butterfly and was rolling tenderly on the ground. The two of them hurriedly took off each other's clothes. wishing they could merge into one in the next moment. Good brother, you want me? Quick, you want me? The dream butterfly kissed Xiang Nan's mouth. However, Xiang Nan felt his brain boom. He forcefully pushed Dream Butterfly away and looked at Dream Butterfly's eyes in shock. Meng Dai was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said, You're not a dream butterfly. Who the hell are you? Meng Dai said angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Who else can I be if I'm not Meng Dai? Do you know how much harm this has done to a woman? Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, You'd better tell me honestly. As he said this, a flash of lightning flashed through Xiang Nan's eyes. Under Lei Dai's spying, he suddenly discovered that there was a thin layer of light on the dream butterfly's face, covering her face. Lightning photoelectric eyes could directly see through spiritual qi, yuan qi, and vitality, and that light thing obscured part of the penetration of lightning photoelectric's purpose. This meant that this thing did not possess vitality. It was not the face of Dream Butterfly. At this time, Dream Butterfly suddenly stopped being angry, and her expression instantly became as calm as water. She clapped her hands and said, Amazing! The famous Xiang Nan can actually see through my disguise. It's really unexpected. Or should I call you Young Master Xiang? Xiang Nan frowned and said, What are your intentions in disguising as the Dream Butterfly? Under Lei Liangguang's eyes, Xiang Nan discovered that this Dream Butterfly actually possessed the realm of Heaven Scryer Level 1. This was too unexpected. Under normal circumstances, a person disguised as another person usually wanted to take advantage of the situation. That is, a person with a low official position disguised as a person with a high official position, and a person with a low realm disguised as a person with a high realm, in order to intimidate others. However, this woman was at the Heaven Scryer realm, yet she was willing to disguise herself as a 5th-level Heaven Origin Dream Butterfly. You're not from the Heavenly Devil religion? Xiang Nan thought of one possibility. It must be that Dream Butterfly had a higher status than this woman, which was why she would disguise herself. The woman nodded and said, Of course I'm not from the Heavenly Devil religion, but before I answer your question, I have a question that I'm very curious about. My disguise technique is extremely brilliant. Not only can I imitate Dream Butterfly's appearance, but even her voice, behavior, and even her body fragrance can be imitated. How did you discover my flaws? Xiang Nan weighed the red dragon in his hand and said, Although Dream Butterfly is a few years older than me, she never calls me good brother. That's why. The woman covered her mouth with a chuckle and said, Now I'll answer your question. My name is Guan Xiao, nicknamed Ghost Doctor. Since you did save me once, I can tell you my identity. I'm from the Night Demon. The destruction of Azure Underworld City was caused by you? Did you use the Heavenly Devil religion? Xiang Nan asked. Then Guan Xiao nodded. Since I have already guessed, why should I ask more? How dare you? Xiang Nan shook his head and sighed. You even dare to play with the Heavenly Devil religion. It suits the style of the Night Devil. If the Heavenly Demon sect is a bunch of complete lunatics, then Unite Demons can also be considered a bunch of truly insane people. Guan Xiao smiled and said, Thank you for your compliment. Aren't you afraid that the Heavenly Devil religion will chase after you? After they bite a person, they won't let go. Xiang Nan said. Then Guan Xiao said, I won't bother you anymore. Little brother Xiang Nan, there seems to be some fate between us. I believe that we will meet again in the future. As Guan Xiao spoke, she retreated. Strangely, her body actually turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated like this. Guan Xiao? Ghost Doctor? Xiang Nan frowned and thought to himself. He felt that this name was a bit familiar to him, as if he had heard of it somewhere before. As he thought about it, Xiang Nan's body suddenly shook. Is that her? In his previous life, Bai Mukin had been roped in by the Night Demon. At that time, the few members of the Night Demon that came to lobby Xiang Nan brought a little girl with them. That little girl was called Guan Xiao. The legend about this little girl was simply too terrifying. This was a madwoman who enjoyed killing people. It was said that the thing she loved the most in her life was torturing living people and inventing a large number of terrifying punishments. Many countries had hired her for a large sum of money to learn the ability to extort confessions by torture from her. Those few Night Demon members had also mentioned some of her deeds back then. This Guanxiao was extremely strong, even amongst the Night Demon organization whose average combat strength far exceeded that of a first-rate sect. She was considered to be an outstanding person. She had once received a mission that required her to hunt down 20 traitor disciples of the Profound Sky sect within a month. And her cultivation was 4 levels lower than those 20 traitor disciples on average. To her, this was simply an unattainable heavenly chasm. However, a month later, she returned to Night Demon with the heads of the 20 heavenly profound sect disciples. What was truly terrifying was that she had actually completed the task in only 3 days. And for the remaining 27 days, she was torturing those 20 disciples. No purpose, no reason to torture. It's purely personal. To the extent that in the circle of a few insiders, there was such a terrifying legend circulating. As long as someone was targeted by Guanxiao, the best solution would be to commit suicide, because you would never want to fall into the hands of this woman. When she was 7 years old, she was ruined by her adoptive father. When she was 10 years old, she imprisoned her adoptive father and tortured him day and night. She had bred several special plants, one of which could continuously feed her adoptive father with vitality and keep him alive. The other plants gave her foster father a variety of horrible pain. The most terrifying thing was that when she was 15 years old, when the Night Demon people found by Mukin, her foster father was still alive. For 5 whole years, day and night, purgatory ravaged her every moment. Her foster father was still alive. She would never let go of that man or even give him a death sentence. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt his hair stand on end. If you knew that such a woman was ready to capture you, what would you choose? Was he going to end it on his own? Or was he going to fall into her hands and endure the endless torment? Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "That little girl had grown so big back then. Night Demon actually sent her. It seems like something big is about to happen." Xianxia shook his head, carried the red dragon on his back, and flew back to the Azure Underworld sect. The list of the finals for today has been drawn up. The 2 people who are going to have the final battle are Murong Wanqing from the Howren sect and Yuan Meng from the Starsea sect. Of course, both of them pretended to be disciples of the Azure Underworld sect. The next day was the day of the Azure Underworld sect's finals. Xianxia sat leisurely in the spectator stands, watching a match for the first time as a bystander. Sunset is already at the 8th level of the Origin realm. The speed of improvement is already fast enough, but it can't keep up with the pace of the sect ranking tournament. Xianxia shook his head. In less than a year, Murong Wanqing's realm had improved greatly, and she had directly jumped to the 8th level of the Origin reversion stage. However, compared to the 18 stars of the Southern Domain who were at the Heavenly Origin realm, the 8th level of the Origin Return realm wasn't even enough to plug the gaps between their teeth. She should only be able to cultivate the 4th level of the Golden Body, and the other 3 levels. When she returns, she should be able to take a step further. As for Yuan Meng, who was one of the 7 tigers of the Southern Domain, there was no need to mention him. When Xianxia met him in the Devil Sea, he showed Xianxia that he was at the 1st level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Today, when Xianxia saw him, his cultivation level was at the 9th level of Origin Return. TSK, what kind of cultivation method did this big brother Yuan Meng use? Why did his cultivation level actually fall back? Xianxia could not see through Yuan Meng's true realm, nor could he see through it with his lightning-like eyes. That must be the famous Starsea sect, a secret that was not passed down. As the referee gave the order, the finals officially began, and the crowd cheered throughout the mountains and valleys. In fact, Yuan Meng won at the beginning of the competition. Murong Wanqing used an unimaginable amount of flames to bombard Yuan Meng. Various dazzling martial skills emerged one after another. As for Yuan Meng, he just strolled around. No matter how many flame-attributed martial skills exploded on his body, he walked to Murong Wanqing without any injuries. He lifted her up with his hand and walked to the edge of the arena. He politely placed Murong Wanqing under the arena. This scene left the audience dumbfounded. This could not be called a battle at all. Murong Wanqing looked at Yuan Meng with a frustrated expression, unable to even speak. Yuan Meng hugged his shoulders and laughed. Little sister, don't be discouraged. Murong Wanqing was so angry that her face was flushed red. She waved her face and left. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself that big brother Yuan Meng really didn't give him face. At least you had a few moves with Sunset so you could pretend to be him. However, it seemed that Yuan Meng had also practiced the golden body and had directly reached the 7th level. The Starcy sect was ranked 3rd amongst the 8 great sects. Clearly, the Haotian Empire valued this sect very much and directly gave them an unbreakable golden body. Xianxia found Murong Wanqing and tried to comfort her, but she simply couldn't listen. Murong Wanqing held the wine cup with a worried expression and sighed. That Yuan Meng is one of the 7 tigers of the Southern Domain, and he also wants to participate in the sect qualifying tournament. There are already 7 Southern Domain 7 tigers, and below them there are 18 Southern Domain stars. I'm afraid each of them is a top-notch expert. How can our Howran sect win such a highly intense battle? I'm afraid our Howran sect will be at the bottom again this time. As soon as she said that, Murong Wanqing became even more gloomy and sighed repeatedly. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Perhaps things will change. Xianxia said. Murong Wanqing shook her head. You don't understand. Other than me, only Xianxia can compare to me in our Howran sect. But now, no matter how many fortuitous encounters Xianxia had, he would at most be at the 6th or 7th level of origin return. I'm afraid he won't even be able to catch up with me. Could it be that our Howran sect really won't be able to make a name for itself in a first-class sect? Xianxia did not comment. After the finals, Xianxia had no reason to stay. He returned to the 9 Firmaments continent through the official teleportation portal. He also learned that the princess had finally had enough fun and was waiting for him at the 9 Firmaments Imperial Palace. Before Xianxia and the princess met, they had received a secret message from Shen Qingzhu. The message was intended to give Xianxia a reasonable explanation for saving the top 4 contestants from the Red Earth continent. Xianxia's answer was very simple. Today was a big day for the 9 Firmaments continent, and it was also a big day for the Haotian Empire. According to the bet, the Profound Sky sect had to personally send troops to escort the princess back to the Haotian Empire. Furthermore, they had to receive envoys from the Haotian Empire to send the envoys to the 9 heavens. The Profound Sky sect had never suffered such a huge loss, nor had they ever lost so much face in front of any martial artist in the world. By the time Shen Qingzhu led the disciples to the palace, her expression was already extremely hard to see, as if she could lose control at any time. However, after seeing Xianxia, she felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, she had planted a spy inside, and the Profound Sky sect was not completely defeated. On this day, the 9 Firmament Imperial clan, the Desert Queen, and the Wampoa Aristocrat clan all came to send the princess home. Everyone knew that the person they were sending off was the 9th princess of the Haotian Empire, but in reality, the person they were sending off was only Xianxia. Apart from that, more than half of the 32 top clans from the 9 Firmaments continent had arrived, including the Snowfox. Under the watchful gaze of countless people, the Hao Angel Corps set foot on the teleportation array. Under the protection of the Profound Sky sect, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Looking at the crowded scene, it was a grand occasion that the 9th princess could not even dream of. Back then, when they came, they were in such a sorry state that they didn't even dare to use their true identities. They were even more frightened day and night. They were like stray dogs that fled to the 9 heavens in a sorry state. And when they returned, the scenery was unexpectedly infinite. Not only was the first prince sending him off, even the female monster empress was sending him off. The huge gap between the front and back made the 9th princess feel that all of this was like a dream bubble, so unreal. All of this was due to Xianxia. The 9th princess stared blankly at Xianxia's face. The admiration in her eyes had long since been undisguised. As for the royal guards and the 5 disciples of the royal college, they were filled with admiration for Xianxia. When the princess's team appeared from the Haotian continent, The Haotian imperial clan had long received news that 5 princes, including the 6th prince, had personally come out to welcome them. The entire Haojing was boiling. Countless commoners came out to welcome him. The ground was covered with petals, and the roads were covered with colorful brocade. This was the most glorious and respectable occasion in the Haotian Empire in the past 100 years. The princes were high up in the sky, watching the vast and mighty sky profound sect squad, sending the 9th princess and the others into Haojing, and even continuing to escort them towards the imperial palace. This scene made the 6th prince feel his nose ache. How many years has it been since I, Haotian, saw such an unprecedented grand occasion? Xianxia, I really underestimate you. The answers you gave me are 100 times more satisfactory than I expected. 1,000 times more satisfying. I didn't expect that not only did you complete the mission, but you also completed it so exaggeratedly. You actually dragged the profound sky sect over. Ha! Ha 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 ha! The 6th prince looked up and laughed. As soon as the princess team arrived at the palace, they immediately joined the state banquet. Many princes personally came to entertain the heavenly profound sect's envoys and celebrate the victory of the princess delegation. Where's Xiangru? During the banquet, the 6th prince suddenly discovered that Xiangnan had disappeared. The 9th princess said, "He left as soon as he returned. He said that he wanted to go home to take a look." Haoran sect. Xiangnan stood outside the Sun Palace like a child who had been washed out of lead. He shouted affectionately, "Master, this disciple is back." A graceful figure walked out of the palace gate. Su Kaiwe looked at Xiangnan indifferently and said, "Are you sick?" Xiangnan shook his head. "Are you hurt?" Su Kaiwe said. Xiangnan shook his head. Su Kaiwe said, "Are you angry?" Xiangnan shook his head again. Su Kaiwe nodded. "Go do what you need to do." With that, she turned around and went back. Xiangnan stood at the gate, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "What a familiar scene. It's so warm. Hey, isn't that senior brother Xiangnan?" A few young disciples walked out of the Sun Palace and saw Xiangnan at a glance. Someone cheered loudly, attracting more disciples to come to the door to visit. "It's really Xiangnan. Wow, he's the awesome Xiangnan who rewrote the Eagle rankings on his own. That's nothing. I heard that he defeated the disciples of the Profound Sky sect in the 12-sect joint examination and won the championship." Everyone was far away, pointing at Xiangnan and whispering in their ears. Xiangnan felt somewhat puzzled. When did Sun Peak take in so many more disciples? Looking around, he could see a large crowd of people, at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. Most of the logarithms were unfamiliar faces that Xiangnan had never seen before. Xiangnan asked curiously. When the disciples saw Xiangnan speak, especially the female disciples, they immediately covered their mouths and jumped excitedly. He spoke. He spoke. The female disciples were so excited that they jumped and jumped, as if they had seen a wild boar that could fly. Xiangnan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you all new to Sun Peak? Seeing that some of your junior brothers and sisters are still very young, are you from the Haoran sect that you just entered this year?" "I am. Senior brother Xiangnan. I'm new here." "Senior brother Xiangnan, so am I. I just entered the Haoran sect this summer." 1/3 of the young disciples in the large group raised their hands. This was the first time they had seen Xiangnan since they had just joined the Haoran sect. Xiangnan's batch was considered the last batch of 23rd generation disciples, so this group of new disciples was the first batch of 24th generation disciples. "Haha, welcome." Xiangnan smiled and walked over. At this moment, a sharp-eyed young man walked out of the crowd. He looked around 16 years old, similar to the time when Xiangnan first arrived at the Haoran sect. The man strode in front of Xiangnan and smiled calmly. He pointed at the tip of Xiangnan's nose and said, "I heard that you were the first disciple of Sun Peak, Xiangnan?" Xiangnan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You should be considered the first disciple in recent decades. You should call me senior brother." The youth nodded. He put his hands behind his back and said, "Xiangnan, right? I'll leave my words here. Within a year, I'll surpass you and trample you under my feet. I want you to understand who is in charge in Sun Palace. Xianxia had already passed the age of pretending to be tough, so he smiled and patted the youth on the shoulder, saying, "Cultivate properly." After saying that, Xianxia greeted his fellow disciples and strode into Sun Palace. The youth snorted coldly. He looked at Xianxia's back and said to the other disciples, "Do you see this? This is the famous Xianxia. He really disappointed me. I heard that when he first arrived, he was only at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. As soon as I arrived at the Nature's Nature sect, I was at the 1st level of the Origin realm," an older senior brother said earnestly. "Back then, there were quite a few people who carried this idea of yours and went to cause trouble for Xianxia. Now, those people have long been unknown and drowned in the tide of martial arts. Only Xianxia has been standing here firmly." Xianxia returned to his room and lay on the bed carelessly. He stretched for a long time and said, "It feels good to be home. My bed is still the most comfortable, and I am the most reliable to stay by Master's side." Xianxia had not slept peacefully for a long time without any worries, and this Sun Palace was like a harbor on his way to war. Every time he was tired, as long as he returned here, he would be able to relax completely. Xianxia slept from dusk to dusk the next day. After waking up, he was refreshed and simply cleaned up before arriving at the place where Sukaiwe cultivated. Sukaiwe was still sitting on the empty ground. Above her head floated a huge shadow of the sun. A bright and warm sunlight shone on her body, causing her entire body to emit a layer of gentle light. "Master, on the day I left, were you in good health?" Xianxia intimately ran behind Sukaiwe and gently pinched her shoulder. Sukaiwe's eyes slightly opened as she glanced at Xianxia and said, "If you have anything to attend to, just say it." Xianxia shook his head with a smile and said, "It's fine. I just miss you very much. The more I see you outside, the more I miss your simplicity. Many things have happened during the days I've been away. Sometimes, I really feel very tired. I don't want to rush any further. I wish I could put on my wings and immediately fly back to accompany you." Sukaiwe said, "You're already at the Heaven Origin realm? What do you need wings for?" Xianxia tilted his head speechlessly and said, "Master, there is a saying in this world called metaphor." "Yes." Sukaiwe nodded. Xianxia hurriedly sat down side by side with Sukaiwe and held Sukaiwe's arm intimately. "Master, I've experienced a lot of new things outside. Do you want to hear it?" he said. Sukaiwe said, "Just say what you want. I'm not interested." Xianxia said, "I brought back a flower that can dance. It's very precious. Do you want to see it?" Sukaiwe said, "There's nothing strange about people who can dance. Why are they still looking at flowers?" Xianxia scratched his head and said, "Shall I cook for Master? This disciple has never filial respect for Master." Sukaiwe looked curiously into Xianxia's eyes and said, "Do you suddenly feel that you will lose your favor with Master because of the sudden addition of many junior brothers? Don't worry about that. Your position in Master's heart will never change. There's no need to be afraid." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "I don't mean that. I just feel that the days when we used to be dependent on each other have passed. I want to spend some time alone with Master." Sukaiwe nodded. "It's also your fault. The marrow-cleansing scripture you brought back has allowed more people to cultivate the heavenly yang divine art. However, I have never tasted the food you cooked before. Go prepare it." "All right." Xianxia jumped up and started cooking. The kitchen of Sun Palace was incomparably huge. There were more than 1,000 stove stands alone, enough to prepare food for tens of thousands of disciples. But for years, no one has dabbled in the kitchen. Xianxia was busy preparing. He was weighing the pot in his hand when he felt that someone had saved him from behind. Then, a pair of gigantic, soft objects were stuck to his back. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly moved to Shenlai. When he saw a beautiful smiling face, he couldn't help but shout, "Mother!" This woman was the elder of the Divine Feathers sect. She was also Lan Yun, the lover who had soared into the sky back then. "All right, my little Xianxia is back. Lan Yun pinched Xiang Nan's face and said dotingly, "Let mother hug you well." Xiang Nan was hugged and squeezed into Lan Yun's soft and sweet body, feeling a little suffocated. Xiang Nan struggled out and said, "Mother, haven't you left yet?" "We've only been in Howren's sect for a month," said Lan Yun. "Why are we in such a hurry to leave?" Oh, Xiang Nan suddenly realized. "I've been away from the Divine Feathers sect for almost 2 months. Then, Mother Sherfu, you came to the Howren sect only a month after I left. Why are you at Sun Peak?" "It just so happens that I'm preparing food for Master." "Mother, please stay and eat together." "All right, our little Xiang Nan still has this kind of craftsmanship. Then Master Nyang will take advantage of it today," Lan Yun said happily. "Mother, you hug me. I can't do it." Xiang Nan smiled bitterly. Only then did Lan Yun let go of her hands and turned around to look at the door. Outside the door, there were 2 fairies, Xianxia and Sunset Cloud, with complicated expressions. Lan Yun's expression changed as she coldly said, "Why are you standing there foolishly? Why aren't you coming in to help? Didn't you see that junior brother Xiang Nan is busy with his work?" The 2 fairies sighed and could only come over to help Xiang Nan choose the dishes. "I didn't expect you to know how to cook," Xianxia said indifferently as she washed the vegetables. Xiang Nan chuckled. "I've been running around all year round. I'm used to eating cold and hard-stored food. Sometimes, if I want to improve my food in the wild, I'll have to do it myself. I've learned a few small dishes over and over again." Xianxia looked at Xiang Nan's face and said, "Looks like you've rarely settled down these past 2 years. That's right. This is the kind of life I have." Xiang Nan also sighed emotionally. "If you stay in the sect all day, how can you have any fortuitous encounters? How can you improve your strength?" "Are you mocking me?" Xianxia said. No, senior sister misunderstood," Xiang Nan hurriedly explained. At the dining table, Lan Yun and Su Kaiwei ate quietly. Su Kaiwei sat on one side, ignoring everyone else. She only ate small mouthfuls of food, as if she wasn't interested in everyone. The 2 female disciples, Xianxia and Sunset Cloud, sat on one side by themselves, and similarly, no one paid any attention to them as they silently ate. Only Lan Yun completely ignored her disciple and continued to serve food to Xiang Nan. Her pair of beautiful big eyes stared at Xiang Nan's face as she chuckled endlessly. Lan Yun leaned her proud chest against Xiang Nan's shoulder and sniffed lightly. She sneered, "Look at the stench on your body. It's been so long since you took a bath. I'll give you a good bath later." "Ah!" Xianxia Sunset Cloud was shocked. The 2 women stood up at the same time and said in shock, "Master wants to bathe with him?" That Xianxia said, "Master, absolutely not. This kid has already grown up. Look at his height, that strong body, this is not suitable." Sunset Cloud nodded desperately. "He is no longer a child. Look at this 2-meter-tall young man, Master, you must not." Lan Yun's expression turned cold as she said coldly, "Shut up. I'm bathing my good child. What's wrong with that?" Xiang Nan was also frightened. This was simply unethical. He hurriedly looked at Su Kaiwei for help. Su Kaiwei looked at Xiang Nan and said, "You have something to say?" Xiang Nan desperately winked at Su Kaiwei. Su Kaiwei said, "Your mother is a demon. The demon race doesn't have that many human manners." "Understandable." Lan Yun smiled and said, "Little sister Kaiwei, it just so happens that everyone is here. I have something to mention to you. I'm going to marry this girl Xianxia to Xiang Nan. What do you think?" Su Kaiwei nodded. "Sure. Master." Xiang Nan was shocked. Su Kaiwei shook her head again. "That's impossible." Lan Yun was stunned for a moment and said, "Why not? Could it be that my disciple isn't worthy of Xiang Nan? If you want to ask Xiang Nan what he means, I can't decide," Su Kaiwei said. The 2 of them whispered quietly, "You see, I used to think that Master was so beautiful, but sitting next to Master Xiang Nan, I felt like I was being outdone." "That's right. The Su Feng is really pretty. I've never seen such a beautiful woman before." No wonder Xiang Nan is unhappy. With such a beautiful master together every day, who would be happy to marry someone else? Sunset Cloud whispered. That Xianxia fiercely pinched Sunset Cloud's arm. Crazy girl. You dare to say anything. See if I don't tear your mouth off. Cough, master. I suddenly remembered that I still have something very important to do. So I'll take my leave first. Xianxia put down the bowls and chopsticks and ran away as if he were running away. This place was not suitable for staying for long, and they would be able to slip away. Beside the pond in the backyard of Sun Palace, Xianxia sat quietly with his chi condensed, and a gentle beam of sunlight enveloped him. He said to himself, when I reach the 8th level of Origin Return, I will be able to cultivate the Sun Divine Art and the 3rd level of Earth Yang. When you are at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Yuan Realm, you can cultivate the 1st level of the Heavenly Yang Realm and condense the shadow of the sun. It's just that during this period of time, I've been busy day and night and neglected to cultivate. Xianxia shook his head and began to circulate the Sun God Technique's incantation. At this moment, the warm sunlight that enveloped him turned into a width of 4 meters. This was the limit of the 2nd level of the Earth Yang. Right now, his physical strength and Yuan Qi had greatly increased, and his cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. It would be easy to cultivate the 3rd level of the Earth Yang. The daylight that enveloped him quickly spread out, expanding from 4 meters to 5 meters in diameter and stepping into the early stage of the 3rd stage of the Earth Yang realm in one fell swoop. At this moment, the energy of the sun in the air became denser and denser, causing Xianxia's entire body to emit a hazy radiance. With his 4th level Heavenly Yuan realm, cultivating the 8th level of Origin Returning realm to the 3rd level of the Earth Yang realm was simply too simple. 2 hours later, he had reached the middle stage of the 3rd level of the Earth Yang realm, and the diameter of the sun had expanded to 6 meters. In another 2 hours, he had reached the late 3rd stage of the Earth Yang realm, and the diameter of the sun had expanded to 7 meters. I'm going to make a breakthrough. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He immediately changed the Sun Divine Arts incantation from Earth Yang to Heavenly Yang. In an instant, under the clear night sky, an incomparably huge sun suddenly appeared. The diameter of this sun was 50 meters. As soon as the sun rose, it immediately alarmed all the disciples of the entire Sun Peak. Even the disciples of the Nature's Nature sect could feel the divine might of the sun. The gigantic shadow of the sun enveloped the entire Sun Peak, illuminating it as bright as day. Look! What is that thing? Many Howren sect disciples ran out and looked in the direction of Sun Peak. My God! Is that a sun? Amidst the clamor of the disciples, the elders of Howren Peak also walked out. Those elders stroked their beards and sighed with emotion. Someone said, after all these years, apart from the Kaiwe father and daughter, this should be the first person to be able to condense the phantom of the sun, right? That's right. From the looks of it, it should be Xianxia. I really didn't expect that Xianxia would actually be able to cultivate the Sun God technique to this level. This is truly unexpected. In the entire Howren sect, no, perhaps it should be said that in the entire world, Su Kaiwe had always been the only person capable of condensing the phantom of the sun. And Su Kaiwe almost never made a move. Even the disciples of the Howren sect had never seen such an unprecedented shocking scene. The situation on the Sun Peak became even more chaotic. The thousands of disciples of the Sun Peak rushed out one after another and stood outside the Sun Palace. They looked at the sun phantom in the sky with shock on their faces. They were so frightened that they were speechless. This kind of power, Xianxia clenched his fists. He felt as if he had been ignited. The Yuan Qi and blood in his body were boiling. It was an indescribable feeling. The Sun God technique itself was a powerful battle technique. The changes it brought could be called qualitative changes. The increase in the Sunshin technique and the increase in the strength of Yuan Qi could be seen as two completely different changes. The strength of his Yuan Qi increased. It was like Xianxia was once an ant that could lift 50 times his own weight. After the strength of his Yuan Qi increased, he could lift 100 times his own weight. However, he was still an ant. The advantage that Sun God technique brought to Xianxia was that he had directly transformed from an ant into a bigger creature. The youth who had once provoked Xianxia at the door clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. his face filled with unwillingness. Su Kaiwei and Lan Yun both came out. Several women stood outside the door and looked at the sun phantom in the sky. Lan Yun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Junior Sister Tsayu's sun divine technique is truly a heaven-seizing fortune. It is extremely admirable. Humph! What's so great about it? Don't tell me I won't. Xianxia curled her lips and saw her gently fly out. She lightly tapped her right foot on a flower tree and her body soared higher into the air. Afterwards, Xianxia raised her hands high and shouted, "Moon God!" At this moment, a 30-meter-wide blood moon appeared in the sky next to the 50-meter-wide sun phantom. The disciples of the Haoran sect cried out in alarm once again. Perhaps the sun and the moon would appear at the same time, so it could only be in this kind of situation. Unfortunately, even though the blood moon was also very powerful, it was somewhat dim beside the brilliant sun. Xianxia originally wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson and stop him from being so arrogant. But after seeing her own blood moon and the sun of others, she lost confidence in her heart. Lan Yun smiled faintly. She pointed at the blood moon phantom, and a strong blood-colored light poured into the blood moon phantom. The blood moon phantom instantly exploded. In an instant, it actually swelled so high that it covered the sky and covered half of the sky. All the Haoran sect disciples were so frightened that they sucked in a breath of cold air. It was as if the moon in the night sky had fallen and was about to smash into the ground. Su Kaiwei pointed at the sun phantom. In an instant, the entire sun phantom also exploded wildly, suddenly becoming infinitely large, hovering in the air domineeringly. One day, 1 month, they fought against each other, the sun and moon fighting, filling the entire night sky. Sister Tsayu's strength is astonishing. This time, you and I are on par. Lan Yun smiled and waved her hand, causing the blood moon to immediately return 30 meters. Su Kaiwei also withdrew her sun god technique, and the sun phantom returned to a diameter of 50 meters. Xianxia and Xianxia let out a long breath and withdrew their cultivation techniques. This was the end of a minor disturbance. Su Kaiwei stepped into the air and said to Xianxia, "That's right. You've successfully trained to the first level of the heavenly sun realm. Your progress is quite good." Xianxia was overjoyed. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master, for nurturing me." Su Kaiwei said, "The marrow cleansing scripture you brought back can only help you reach the heaven origin realm. Now that you have surpassed the heaven origin realm, you can no longer rely on it." "Yes, Martial Uncle Tengjing once mentioned this to my disciple." Xianxia nodded. Below the heaven origin realm, Xianxia could maintain a state of quenching the sun until his yuan qi was exhausted. However, it was no longer possible now. The effect of purifying marrow scripture had greatly diminished. If Xianxia wanted to maintain the sun quenching for another 9 minutes, he would obviously not be able to do so. However, the marrow cleansing scripture was not completely useless. It allowed Xianxia to remain in his body, so it could also reduce the probability of Xianxia being devoured by the backlash. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, a loud laugh echoed through the night sky. Immediately after, a man of incomparably great stature flew up from the foot of the mountain. "That's my brother Xianxia." The man landed above Sun Palace and shouted loudly. So tall, the expressions of the disciples of the Sun Peak changed drastically. The people floating in the sky were actually astonishingly 4 meters tall. "Yuan Meng." Xianxia was stunned and said, "Big brother Yuan Meng, why are you also in the Haoran sect?" Yuan Meng laughed heartily and said, "You have forgotten that when the Devil Sea parted, I said that I would come to visit the Haoran sect. It just so happens that our Starsea sect has reached an alliance with the Haoran sect. This time, I volunteered to represent the Starsea sect with a few martial uncles to visit the Haoran sect. I've been waiting for you for several days. I finally arrived." Xianxia was also very happy. He hurriedly summoned Yuan Meng over and said, "Come, big brother Yuan Meng. Let me introduce you. This is my teacher, the Peak Lord of the Sun Peak. This is my martial mother, the successor of the Divine Feathers sect, sect master." "Oh!" Yuan Meng's eyes lit up and he said, "The 2 seniors are here. I'll talk to Xiang Nan and take him away first. Yuan Meng grabbed Xiang Nan and ran out. Xiang Nan was helpless and hurriedly turned to greet his master. Haha, your Haotian city is really lively. This is my first time here. Brother Xiang Nan, take me around and have a good time. Yuan Meng felt that everything he saw was new. Their ocean continent could not be so prosperous. Big brother Yuan Meng, it just so happens that you're here as well. My friends should be in the sect as well. Let's go out and drink together. Xiang Nan said. All right. Of course I'm happy to have wine to drink. Quickly go find it. Yuan Meng couldn't wait any longer. Xiang Nan immediately went to Sword Sect, Qi Sect and other places to find Murong Wanqing, Feng Zhaoqi, Luo Yuan and the others, and also called out Xianxia and Sunset Xia. A large group of people went to the Drunken Dream Pavilion and rented a small courtyard. They set aside the banquet and drank loudly, chatting happily. A few good friends hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they naturally had endless words to say. Murong Wanqing, Xiang Nan had already seen her once before. At this moment, she was at the 8th level of Origin Return. As for Feng Zhaoqi and Murong Wanqing, they were both at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. Luo Yuan and Shenlinhai were at the 7th level of the Origin Realm, while Jiang Yu was at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Chu Yan was originally at a higher realm than everyone else, but now, she already had a terrifying realm at the 1st level of the Heavenly Yuan Realm. Most of these people's realms had risen beyond Xiang Nan's expectations, especially Chu Yu, who had risen from the 5th level of Origin Return to the 1st level of Heavenly Origin. Everyone was chatting about the interesting stories of their respective cultivations after the 12 joint examinations. For a time, laughter and joy could be heard on the wine table. Xiang Nan, what realm are you at now? I can't see through it. Feng Zhaoqi hugged his sword and asked Xiang Nan curiously. The realm Xiang Nan showed everyone was only at the 5th level of Origin Return, which made everyone a little disappointed. However, Feng Zhaoqi could feel that Xiang Nan was hiding a very weak aura. This aura made Feng Zhaoqi very concerned. Xiang Nan smiled and said, I just arrived at the Heaven Origin Realm. Sure. Yuan Meng slapped Xiang Nan's back and said, Last time we met in the Devil Sea, you were still at the Origin Realm. I didn't expect you to have already broken through to the Heavenly Yuan Realm. Looks like you've gained a lot from your trip to the Devil Sea. Murong Wanqing and the others also looked at each other, unable to believe that Xiang Nan had actually reached the Heaven Origin Realm. You've surpassed me again. Murong Wanqing drank a cup of wine indignantly and glared fiercely at Xiang Nan. Hisso, dear Yuan Meng drank a large bowl of liquor and sighed again. Xiang Nanshi said, What's the matter with brother Yuan Meng? It's like being down in the dumps. That Yuan Meng said, The Zoman qualifying is not optimistic. Many rising stars suddenly rise, which has caused us a lot of pressure. In particular, there are only 2 of the 7 tigers in the southern region, who have not yet joined the ranks of Tiangshuanzong and Faiyanzong. Murong Wanqing nodded and said, Yes, it's a big problem for those of you who are old and strong. It's worth being careful when you show up later. Yuan Meng nodded. I know Wanqing's sister is talking about Xiangru. Yes, that Xiangru is very strong. I just regret that I didn't have a chance to fight with him because I was pressed for time. Xiangru gave me an unfathomable feeling. Xiang, are you? The rest of them suddenly brightened their eyes and said, You were talking about Xiangru, who is shining in the Zhouxiao continent. Xiang Xiaofu, the Confucian who brought Tiangshuanzong to be a guard. That's him. Murong Wanqing nodded and said, This man is about 17 or 18 years old, but his realm is not clear. Fortunately, he's a member of the military and won't come to the Zongman qualifying match. Otherwise, he's really hard to deal with. The Xiang family is really full of talents. Yuan Meng patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder and said, I don't think Xiangru is related to you. No, Xiang Nan rode. Jiang Yu said, Xiang Nan, how are you preparing for the Zongman preliminaries this time? What is the preliminaries? Xianxia rode. Jiang Yu was also curious. Don't you know? The Zongman preliminaries is the preliminaries of the Zongman qualifying competition. There are 8 Zongmen participating in the preliminaries at the same time, but we can't send all the disciples under the age of 20 to each zongmen. So the 8 sects will hold pre-competition within themselves, and the quota given by each sect is 100. We Heorenzong also need to select the top 100 students to participate in the zongmen qualifying competition through the pre-competition. Your 2 countrymen, Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan, are busy living for the pre-competition. They have gone out for training again. Oh, I remember Xiangnan suddenly. When eating, Su Kaiwe mentioned a sentence, but did not elaborate. She only said that Xiangnan did not have to participate in the selection of disciples. Thought Xiangnan as a seed player directly promoted. When Xiangnan announced the news, everyone was envious. That Murong Wanqingwei did not expect 12 joint examination champion. There are such generous treatment. Xiangnan is really not in the mood to participate in the preliminary contest. He has a lot to prepare for. Xiangnan asked Yuan Meng and said, Brother Yuan Meng has seen Xiangru with his own eyes. He should have seen other people of the 7 tigers in the southern region. What do you think of the comparison between Xiangru and the 7 tigers in the southern region? Xianxia and Wuxia look strange. Of course, they know that Xiangru is Xiangnan. Yuan Meng thought about it and said, Although I didn't fight Xiangru, I can feel that he is very strong. However, if compared with the 7 tigers in the southern region, there is still a big gap. Well, I see. Xiangnan nodded. Yuan Meng's judgment of Xiangnan's strength is not accurate, but it can be used as a reference to let Xiangnan know something about the 7 tigers in the southern region. What strength is Yu Donghai? Murong Wanqing asked curiously. Yuan Meng thought about it and said, Yu Donghai and I just met each other. It said that he is the first person to peep at the sky, but we don't know how much he is. The first man under the sky? Everyone took a cool breath. Then Jiang Yu said with a bitter smile, We are still struggling in the realm of returning to the Yuan dynasty, but he has been able to see the invincible under the heaven. How can we fight? Nothing else. Even if he only uses realm, it's enough to kill us. Realm suppression is a big problem. Murong Wanqing nodded. If we surpass our quadruple level, we don't have to fight. It's a rolling on one side. Xiangnan took out a set of gold body unbreakable books from Neji and said, I have a complete set of gold body unbreakable books here, which can reach the 7th level in total and enable you to gain 8 times of physical strength. I rewrote this set of physical training skills by myself. The disadvantage of it is that practicing this skill will quickly improve your realm, but the foundation of martial arts will be diluted. Murong Wanqing was overjoyed. He grabbed the books and said, Now what we lack most is the realm. We don't mention anything else. How heavy is a complete gold body? Murong Wanqing asked. 10. Xiangnan rode. You've done it. Murong Wanqing asked. Xiangnan nodded. It's all done. Everyone opened his mouth wide, and Murong Wanqing said, Why don't you give us the golden body of the 10-fold formula? Xiangnan sighed. The original gold body can't be broken. We have to use specific ancient monster blood. We can't find it now. I've reached the 9th. Yuan Meng said, When I was in the Magic Sea, Brother Xiangnan pointed out the mountain where I could not break my gold body. I went in and practiced to the 7th level. After I came out, I practiced to the 9th level. But in the last level, I was limited by my talent and could not practice anymore. The talent of the Xiangnan brothers is really enviable. Everyone rolled a white eye. You have practiced to the 9th weight. It's okay to say this kind of words. After the banquet, Xiangnan bid farewell to his master again early the next morning and rushed to Haojing without stopping. When he got to the area near Haojing, he changed his appearance and became a Xiang Ru again. Before he entered Haojing, he was surrounded by a large number of military patrols. But Xiang Xiaofu? Those soldiers fell neatly beside Xiangnan and asked respectfully. Xiangru is now a hot first-class celebrity in Haojing. He has been in the limelight for a while, and almost no one can match him. Xiangnan nodded. It's me. The soldiers were overjoyed and said, Your Highness the 6th Prince has already ordered us to protect Xiaofu in Beijing. Escorted by a large number of soldiers, Xiang Nanfeng arrived at the entrance of Haojing, where the Haojing escort team transferred Xiang Nan to Haojing's royal bodyguard. Xiang Nan was surrounded by the royal guards and marched forward on Haojing Street. In the front of several bodyguards are holding a big sign. The sign is written in purple and gold words, "Item." The people of Haojing are really welcome, and they occupy both sides of the road. Many people are holding on to the fence and shouting, "Xiang Xiaofu." This scene surprised Xiang Nan. After he came back from Zhouxiao, he went to Beijing for the first time. Unexpectedly, he was so popular. At the east gate of the palace, several bodyguards came up with a horse and said, "Welcome Xiang Xiaofu." His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince has ordered Xiang Xiaofu to enter the palace by horse. Xiang Nan's heart moved again. It was a great honor. Basically, there were no bodyguards and officials with special contributions. They could only walk in the inner courtyard of the palace. If anyone dared to ride a horse, it would be a crime of disrespect. Looking at the whole Haoyan Empire, the number of people who can ride in the palace is less than 2 hands. Thus, one could see that in the heavily defended Haojing Imperial Palace, there was a person riding a horse and galloping about, and the scenery was boundless. When all the Imperial Guards saw Xiang Nan, they stopped and waited for Xiang Nan to pass before resuming normal patrols. At this moment, the civil and military officials of the entire dynasty were entertaining the emissaries of the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan, that is, the 12th prince who was rescued by Xiang Nan. Many famous elders also came from the martial arts sect, including those from the Haoran sect and the Royal College. They came to accompany them because not only the Haoyan Imperial clan, but also the messengers from the Profound Sky sect. Xiang Nan didn't want to join the fun, so he went to the 6th prince's study and waited. Not long after, the 6th prince pushed open the door and entered. He opened his arms and laughed loudly. "My young master Xiang has finally returned." The 6th prince was already incomparably close to Xiang Nan. He gave Xiang Nan a big bear hug on the spot and said happily, "I have already heard about what you did in the 9 firmaments. You really have done many miraculous deeds for the Haoyan Empire. Good boy." Xiang Nan respectfully took half a step back and cupped his fists. It was thanks to the painstaking cultivation of the 6th prince that Xiang Nan came to this day. The 6th prince nodded in approval. "I'm going to make you the crown prince's crown prince." Xiang Nan's heart sank and he hurriedly said, "Forgive me for not obeying my orders." Xiang Nan clearly regarded himself as a disciple because he wanted to remind himself of his sect identity, not his official identity. The 6th prince frowned and said, "What? Do you think that the official is small? Although the crown prince and crown prince do not have military power, his grade is still not low. In the non-war era, no one has ever ascended to the heavens like you. You are an extreme mortal official." The crown prince and crown prince were not joking. This kind of official position was enough for Xiang Nan to walk around the entire Haoyan Empire. Every state official had to kneel down when they saw Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan hurriedly said, "Although this disciple was lucky enough to make a contribution, this disciple knows how many kilograms he has. I'm afraid he'll be embarrassed. Besides, this disciple is just a vulgar martial artist and is not proficient in politics. I hope that His Highness the Prince will take back his orders. What's more, this disciple is just a vulgar martial artist. He is not proficient in politics." The 6th prince smiled, but his heart was already cold. He sat on the chair and said meaningfully, "You cannot be the official position of this Grand Tutor, but you must hang this title for me. Otherwise, my Haojing will be filled with civil and martial arts, and will be disappointed with my Haoyan Imperial clan. You don't need to reward me for my outstanding achievements. This is no longer a question of whether you want it or not." Xiang Nan was helpless and could only say, "If the 6th prince insists on becoming an official, then the disciple can only follow in the name of Xiang Ru, while Xiang Nan is still a disciple of the Haoran sect and an ordinary martial artist." "Yes." The 6th prince nodded. "It's settled. I will pass down the order tomorrow morning and announce it to the world. I will confer the title of Crown Prince Xiang Ru as the Crown Prince's Crown Prince. This is what I promised you." The 6th prince handed Xiang Nan a long wooden box. Xiang Nan pulled out the wooden box with both hands and found a sheepskin scroll lying inside. This is the map of the divine lightning. The sixth prince said, "This map was obtained 20 years ago. It was only because of my Haotian scout that I accidentally saw traces of divine lightning in the outside world and drew it down. As for whether the divine lightning is still here 20 years later, and what kind of divine lightning it is, I don't know. If it weren't for the long journey, I would really like to explore it myself. Thank you for your reward, Your Highness." Xianxia was overjoyed and said, "This disciple will immediately set off to prepare for the sect ranking tournament." "You're not even attending the state banquet?" The sixth prince was slightly disappointed and said, "You are the #1 contributor this time. If you don't come, it would be a bit hard to explain." Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "The first-class hero is His Highness the Ninth Princess. This disciple does not dare to claim credit. I really can't keep you two, can I?" The sixth prince sighed and said, "If Xiangru assists us, there is no need for our Haotian imperial clan to be unhappy. There are many Xiang Confucians in this world, but Xianxia only has one." Xianxia knelt down on one knee to the sixth prince and left. The sixth prince was at a loss as he sighed. How many people in this world have squeezed their heads open, desperately trying to get a job? I've never seen anyone who doesn't want a high official, fame, wealth, or status. Mr. Wuchun, what else can I give him? As long as I have it, I will definitely give it to him. But he doesn't want anything. How can I keep his heart? A figure gradually condensed around the sixth prince. That person smiled and said, "Your Highness, there is no need to stay. He is already one of yours." Everything Xianxia did was directed towards Haotian, wasn't it? This kind of person, even if you don't give him any official position, he will still be loyal to the country. Perhaps the blue sky in his heart isn't confined to the sky above the imperial palace, but the entire the Haotian Empire. I was afraid that someone would snatch him away. The sixth prince sighed. Mr. Wuchun smiled and said, "If he could be snatched away, he wouldn't come back this time. It would be better if he stayed in the 9 firmaments." Outside Haojing, Xianxia unfolded a map and searched for traces of the divine lightning. This time he did not visit the 9th princess. He did not like the sadness of leaving. This divine lightning actually haunts the remote and harsh northern domain. Xianxia frowned and pondered. There were still more than 2 months before the sect qualifying tournament, and this trip to the northern region would be a long journey. After finding the divine lightning, there was probably no need to return. It was fine to head straight to the 9 firmaments continent. Because this time, the alliance between the 9 firmaments empire and the Haotian empire, Xianxia did not need to be afraid that the profound sky sect would secretly kill him. Instead, he directly stepped onto the direct teleportation array between the 9 firmaments empire and the Haotian empire and appeared on the 9 firmaments continent plate. Using the 9 firmaments continent as a transit point, they continued to teleport northward and smoothly arrived at a place called the Black Cloud continent in the northern region. Following that, he would use the Black Cloud continent as a springboard to continue northward. The northern region was famous for its harsh climate and strong folk customs. In just one southern domain, there was an endless expanse of land that covered more than 100 continents. The entire northern domain was even larger than the southern domain. Not only were there many human experts here, there were also 120,000 years ago when large numbers of demons migrated here, causing the northern domain to be an extremely messy place with mixed forces. However, there were also benefits. That was because Xianxia didn't come here to compete with others for something. He was here to explore the boundless snowy region to find the whereabouts of the world-slaying divine lightning. There shouldn't be any conflicts between him and others. Destination, Beiyang Continent. Xianxia was wearing a thick turtle coat as he walked through the boundless snowy plains. Looking around, there was snow everywhere, and no boundaries could be seen. In this pure white world, people would feel a strong sense of loneliness. Xianxia wrapped his collar and exhaled. The haha immediately turned into white frost and fell vertically. It only took half a month to travel. There are only 2 months left before it starts. Xianxia rubbed his paralyzed face and unfolded the map. With his strength at the heaven origin realm, he was frozen here to the point of being choked with cold. could be seen how shocking the temperature here was. The vast majority of the species known in the world could not survive for more than a minute in this kind of place. There were even many demonic beast species that weren't from the cold zone that couldn't survive here. Xianxia took out a deer leg, and before he could eat it, it quickly turned into ice. He bit it down and creaked. Xianxia shook his head and wrapped his coat a little tighter. He walked away step by step on the snowy plains. At this moment, the wind was blowing, and the cold north wind in the sky was as sharp as a wind blade. Even Xianxia did not dare to take off easily. Damn it! Why is it getting colder and colder in this blizzard? Xianxia walked alone in the vast snowy plains with a deep foot and a shallow kick. Looking back, the string of similarly lonely footprints behind him was quickly drowned by the snowstorm. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. There was a vast expanse of snow and wind in the sky, and he could not see the sun's position. The most unexpected thing happened to Xianxia. He discovered that he had lost his way. Without the guidance of the sun and the stars, he couldn't find where to go. There were no plants in the snowy plains, and it couldn't be judged according to the direction of the plants and the tree rings. He opened the storage ring and took out a compass. This compass was taken away by him when he was searching for Tan Bu Hui's storage ring. However, the pointer on the compass made Xianxia feel the seriousness of the problem. The pointer was actually spinning wildly. The magnetic field here is extremely strange. Xianxia frowned, and then the needle froze. He shook his head and put the compass back into his storage ring. He muttered to himself, "This place of cold winter should be blown by the north wind. Judging from the direction of the wind, it may be possible to judge." He walked forward against the cold wind and felt that his entire body was extremely cold, and even the circulation of yuan qi in his body was somewhat unsmooth. He circulated the 9 purities cosmos skill to resist the cold, but it didn't work. How could this be? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The 9 purities cosmos skill had never failed, and it could still play a role even in the face of the terrifying green fire poison. And now, the 9 purities cosmos skill could not be used to defend against a small frost. This situation made Xianxia feel incredulous. Moreover, he felt that his body was getting colder and colder, and even his consciousness was a little blurry. He hurriedly turned his yuan qi into flames and used it to roast his body, but the effect was still not satisfactory. The flames could make his body feel warm, but he didn't know what was going on inside his body, or was it just a single word? Cold. Within the boundless snowy plains, the sky gradually darkened. Xianxia's entire body was wrapped in flames as he advanced through the ice and snow. His body had already begun to tilt a little. He felt his head hurt and his consciousness became a little blurry. He was exhausted and felt a strong sense of sleepiness engulfing him. His eyelids kept drooping and he felt heavier and heavier. He took out a bag of strong liquor from his storage ring and poured it into his mouth, but the wine bag was frozen hard the moment he took it out. He simply tore the wine bag into pieces and burned the ice with flames. The melted wine fell into his mouth, and before he could swallow it, it condensed into ice. "It's so cold." Xianxia hugged his shoulders and shivered. He took out all the robes he had prepared and put them on his body one by one. He did not know how long he had been walking, but in the vast night, he was unable to distinguish the direction, nor could he see the path ahead. Gradually, he couldn't hold on any longer. His heavy eyelids made him lose his resistance, and he slowly fell into the snow. His entire body trembled. Half asleep and half awake, he seemed to hear someone talking. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but then he felt his body being dragged along. Finally, Xianxia completely lost consciousness and fainted. After an unknown amount of time, a strong chill woke Xianxia up. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a simple big bed. This seemed to be an inn, and it was the simplest kind. This kind of inn had no guest rooms at all, only a large bunk. It was a huge earth kong, on which all the innkeeper lay sleeping together. Beside the kong was the hall of the inn. At this moment, there were more than 30 people sitting at the table eating in the hall. "Eh? You're awake." A girl wearing a fluffy coat ran over in surprise. Xianxia felt an incomparable headache. He looked at the girl and asked, "Did you save me?" "Yes. Our team found you lying on the snow halfway, so they brought you over." The girl took off her hat and her long golden hair jumped out. Only then did Xianxia realize that all the diners in the hall looked a little strange. Their pupils were green, and their hair was either golden or red. Xianxia struggled to support himself and said, "What kind of place is this?" Not far away, a group of burly men were drinking around the table. One of them said in a low voice, "Young man, you're sick, but you're lucky. This is the only inn in 1,000 miles. Sick? Who? Me?" Xianxia pointed at his nose in disbelief. "My dignified heaven origin realm martial artist is actually sick?" Xianxia was stunned for a long time. A martial artist's body was extremely strong. A minor illness like a typhoid fever was impossible to appear on his body. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was the only explanation. Otherwise, how could the 9 Purities Cosmos skill not be able to help him defend against the cold? That technique could heal injuries and expel poison. However, when the Heavenly Tao old man created this technique, he did not take disease into account, so it did not have the effect of treating illnesses. No one would have thought that a martial artist who could cultivate the 9 Purities Cosmos skill would get sick. "What's going on?" Xianxia frowned, unable to understand why he was sick. The girl had already brought over a plate of steaming sauce beef and said, "Hurry up and eat it. It's hot." Xianxia could not help but smell the beef. He hurriedly grabbed it with his hand and stuffed the delicious minced beef into his mouth. The beef was delicious and chewy, and the rich juice left a fragrance in his mouth. Xianxia had already forgotten that it had been a long time since he had felt this kind of hunger. He only felt that the beef was extremely delicious and wanted to chew his own tongue into pieces. Slow down, slow down." Seeing Xianxia gobbling down his food, the girl couldn't help but giggle. She brought another pot of wine and said, "No one wants to snatch it from you. If one plate isn't enough, I'll get you another plate." "Quick, quick, another set." "No, 2 sets." Xianxia stuffed his mouth full of meat and poured a few mouthfuls of liquor into his mouth. The spicy liquor flowed down his throat into his stomach, causing Xianxia to shiver. "This is a good cold winter triangle bowl. Every one of them is worth 100 gold coins when sold on the outside continent," the girl said proudly. "Triangle." Xianxia was stunned. What kind of cow can grow into a triangular shape? Pfft, the girl was also drinking. Hearing Xianxia's words, she directly sprayed wine all over Xianxia's body. She was out of breath and smiled. "What triangle?" "It's 3 horns." "Oh!" Xianxia felt extremely embarrassed. Xianxia was satisfied with his food and wine, but his body was still weak. He took out a bag of gold coins from his storage ring and said, "There should be 200 to 300 gold coins in it, enough to pay for your beef." The girl was not polite either. She took the purse and said, "You ate less than a cow. The rest is for medicine. I'll cook some herbs for you." Xianxia's mental state was much better. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to slowly circulate the 9 Purities Cosmos skill, trying to strengthen his body's resistance to the disease. Not far away, those burly men laughed and said, "Little brother must not be a native. This place is cold and harsh, and the weather is extremely harsh. Most people who come to Beiyang continent for the first time will get sick. This is not new. These people were only hunters with some strength." The 3 strongest men were at the 2nd to 3rd level of origin return, while the girl was only at the 8th level of Xiantian. They only knew that outsiders would get sick easily when they came, but it was unclear why they would get sick. During this period of time, Xianxia had been reading extensively and had a certain understanding of pharmacology. He knew that diseases were caused by germs. In fact, in this cold place, it is less susceptible to disease, because germs cannot survive in this environment. However, if a single germ really survived, it would become extremely terrifying. If a martial artist rarely got sick, once they encountered such a germ, it would definitely be a serious illness. The girl brought a bowl of herbs and patiently fed it to Xianxia. The herbs were so bitter that Xianxia's face turned pale. "You saved my life. I don't know how to repay you." I don't have anything else with me. Here's some money. Take it. Xianxia took out another bag of gold coins. The burly men laughed loudly and said, Our vulgar countrymen are not as complicated as the people in your big cities. We feel sorry for not saving them. We can take the beef money, but you should take it back. Xianxia didn't know what to say, but he had a strong impression of these hunters from the bottom of his heart. They were innocent and kind, and beast hunting was only for a living. However, that girl had been staring at Xianxia's red dragon saber. Her eyes were constantly floating on the saber. Finally, she couldn't help but feel curious and said, This saber is so beautiful. It's like snow. May I see it? Xianxia smiled and handed the red dragon over. The red dragon saber was not stimulated by the power of lightning, so its weight was not shocking. The girl played with the knife lovingly and said, So beautiful, so sharp. A burly man laughed and walked over. Little brother, this knife of yours is really good. How much can we buy it? He said. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. This saber fought side by side with me. After experiencing life and death, it is no longer a weapon to me, but a relative of mine. The girl and the strong man immediately became serious. The strong man crossed his chest with his right hand and said, I apologize for my recklessness. Xianxia smiled kindly and said, It doesn't matter. If you like, I can give you a weapon. Xianxia took out a small dagger from his storage ring. This dagger was a beginner soldier, and it was small and exquisite. It was covered with all kinds of gemstones. It was extremely beautiful. When the girl saw this, she couldn't let go of it and hurriedly took it, jumping happily. This dagger was kept by Xianxia for Little Sparrow. Now that he gave it to someone else, it could be considered as repaying them for saving their lives. The hunters began singing and dancing when they were full. They circled around and danced and sang in the hall. The atmosphere was very lively. That girl forcefully pulled Xianxia to join. Xianxia pushed him away for a long time so he could only join as well. A hunter walked out of the circle and sang loudly. After a loud and clear song was sung, another strong man walked out from the crowd and sang to him. Xianxia felt that it was both interesting and fresh. When the girl pushed Xianxia out, Xianxia was immediately at a loss. He had never been so nervous even in the face of a powerful enemy. He could not sing, but from Xianxia's childhood memory, he had heard his mother sing some hometown songs to coax him to sleep. She blushed and sang, Yuer Ming, Fenger Jing. The leaves cover the window. The crickets clank, just like the sound of the zither strings. Everyone sat down, arm in arm, shoulder against shoulder, listening intoxicatedly. The night was getting deeper and deeper. Everyone climbed onto the Kong and slept sweetly under the warm blankets. Xianxia stared blankly at the roof. This was the life he yearned for. This kind of life made him feel peaceful and happy. He was once the most skilled martial artist in the world. He loved martial arts all his life, but he didn't like the slaughter and death brought about by martial arts. If one day he got revenge and no longer cared about, he was willing to find a peaceful village and live a peaceful life with his beloved. Then he would be enjoying his life. He wanted to be a clean person, but as soon as he entered the martial arts world, he couldn't help but gradually. Xianxia fell asleep. Early the next morning, the hunters were about to continue their journey. Xianxia's typhoid fever did not lessen. He still felt weak and exhausted. The hunters brought Xianxia along and took good care of Xianxia along the way, especially that girl who often peeked at Xianxia's face. Sometimes she would directly say that Xianxia was very manly and had a heroic aura that no one else had. In their tribe, people with this kind of spirit were called warriors. In the endless snowstorm, day after day passed. It was very calm. There was no pollution from the real world here, nor was there any noise that made people feel empty after excitement. Xianxia pondered in his heart. The map only showed traces of the divine lightning in the northern ocean continent, but it was unknown exactly where it was. Therefore, Xianxia was not in a hurry to make his way. Since there was no goal, he might miss it if he rushed blindly. And the place where the divine lightning had descended must have caused a great calamity. Perhaps one could hear some news from the human world of the northern ocean continent. The girl told Xianxia that there was a cold winter kingdom in the distance, which was one of the few empires in the northern continent. It's going to snow heavily. The strong man leading the group looked into the distance and said, "Set up camp." These hunters were very experienced. They dug large chunks of earth out of the ground with their swords, piled them up into small fortresses, and drilled into them to protect themselves from the cold. Very quickly, the wind and snow continued to blow, and the goose-feathered snowflakes engulfed the entire world. Xianxia looked out from the crack. The scene of the snow was extremely shocking. From the ground to the sky, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Under the cold wind that was like a ghost's howl, humans were exceptionally small in this environment. Xianxia asked the girl if there were any outsiders on the northern continent. Upon hearing this question, everyone fell silent. The girl had a look of fear on her face as she whispered, "Yes, the customs of the people on this continent were simple and unadulterated. They treated outsiders with the same enthusiasm as they treated Xianxia, without any selfishness at all. They took out their best food and wine to entertain guests from afar, but things often changed unexpectedly. The ice-cold attribute spiritual herbs of the northern ocean continent were extremely valuable, and the people here were extremely strong. Men had strong physiques while women were as beautiful as flowers. Especially their green pupils, they were extremely rare. The guests who had come from afar suddenly became ferocious. They began to frantically plunder all the resources here, including the high-value ice attribute spirit herbs, as well as the ice-field beasts and demonic beasts that sold well. They were unscrupulously searching for everything here, and even began to rob people afterwards. However, this group of innocent and kind people were very good at hunting, but they didn't know how to resist humans, this kind of fellow race that was exactly the same as themselves. Facing the slaughter of humans, they only had innocent eyes and panicked hearts. The leader of this group, the strong man, had personally caught a bandit from the outside world. The burly man's eyes were red, and he said sadly, "I was holding a knife and lowering his throat. I saw his gaze. I know that the person I stabbed was a living human. I can't slaughter my own countrymen like I can slaughter wild beasts. I can't do it." I let him go, but a month after he left, he brought dozens of martial artists and looted our village, trying to drive us out. The girl also shed tears. "I don't understand why. Everyone is clearly human. Why would they do this to us?" The dark forces of the outer continent captured the people on this continent and transported them to sell them as slaves. Young and beautiful girls and sturdy men would be taken away and sold, while old and frail fathers and daughters would be killed on the spot. Even now, when mentioning this matter, the girl's eyes still couldn't conceal the intense fear. She stared at Xianxia with her pitiful big eyes and said, "They tied up our entire village like animals and knelt on the ground side by side. There's no mercy in their eyes. Let's line up and behead each other. I'm the only one who escaped from the village. I'm the last woman. Why?" The girl grabbed Xianxia's shoulder and cried, "Why would the people of the outside world do this? Could it be that, in your world, a human can easily kill another human?" When Xianxia heard the story, his heart was filled with incomparable sadness. He sighed, "I don't know what to tell you. Perhaps the outside world is too prosperous, which makes humans even more greedy. They never know how to be satisfied. They get something and they want more." After 3 days and nights of snowstorm, it finally lessened a little. The hunters immediately rushed forward, hoping to reach the cold winter empire before the next big snowstorm. The sky was still gray and dark, and no starlight could be seen. Xianxia's illness still hadn't been relieved. He could only lie limply on the back of the demonic beast mount and wait for the day when his illness improved. The team advanced for another 3 days, and an even colder cold wind blew over. The leading man looked at the sky and said, "I'm afraid it's very difficult to get to the cold winter empire. An even bigger blizzard is coming. Everyone, get ready in advance." As they spoke, the hunters suddenly became vigilant. They drew out their swords and bows and crossbows one by one and looked into the distance. In the vast snowy plains, a group of sturdy demonic beasts surged past. On the backs of those demonic beasts, they were all outsiders with black hair and black eyes. Seeing this kind of person, the girl instinctively hid behind the crowd. She was trembling. The group of human martial artists passed by the hunters and stopped for a moment. The martial artist at the front wore a thick fur coat and his entire face was covered in a black cloth to cover the wind. These people quickly ran around the hunter team, and all the hunters panicked. One of them saw Xianxia and said to Xianxia, "Brat, are you not a native?" Xianxia nodded. From the sound of it, this person seemed to be quite young, about the same as Xianxia. The man's expression softened slightly and said, "The knife on your back is not bad. How much is it?" "Not for sale," Xianxia said. "I'll trade a cart of spiritual herbs for it." "That person." Xianxia shook his head. The man nodded and said, "There is nothing here that cannot be exchanged." After saying that, that person patted the demonic beast's neck, and a group of people quickly came and went. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief after the false alarm. The team continued to hurry forward. The sky gradually darkened and became colder and colder. At the intersection of the horizons, some lights appeared. "Someone is here. I didn't expect there to be an inn here," the leading man said happily. "It seems like we have deviated from the original route." The girl happily clapped her hands and said, "Good, good, good. I deviated from the route and ran into an inn. It's really great. Let's go quickly." The team hurriedly rushed forward. Sure enough, there was a big house built of frozen soil in the boundless snowstorm. There were very few people in the inn, but it was much bigger than the last one. As soon as Xianxia entered, he smelled a faint smell of blood. He frowned slightly, but when he saw the waiter cutting meat on the chopping board, he didn't think too much about it. There were only 7 or 8 guests in the inn. These people did not talk and did not show any expression. They just drank silently. "It's finally warm," the strong man leading the team said happily. "Take the beef we brought and roast it. Have a good meal." Everyone was happy again. After eating and drinking, everyone chatted and laughed happily in the inn, singing and dancing. The girl brought the soup to Xianxia and said, "Hurry up and drink it. There's no way to make medicine outside. Your illness is starting to get serious again." Xianxia held the bowl and drank it all in one breath. He smiled and said, "Thanks for taking care of me these days. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last till today." After a lively scene, everyone climbed onto the bed and slept. In the middle of the night, Xianxia's ears twitched slightly. He was awakened by the small and trivial sounds. He immediately opened his eyes and prepared to circulate his yuan qi. However, his entire body was powerless, and his yuan qi couldn't even circulate. "Who is it?" As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he saw a black shadow flash by his side, followed by a heavy punch that fiercely smashed into his face. "It's you." Xianxia turned around and roared angrily. All the hunters were startled awake. Everyone was about to jump up, but a dozen black shadows flashed by. Before the hunters could react, their heads flew up one after another. The girl cried out in alarm and was dragged off the Kong by the 2 men in black. "Stop!" Xianxia said angrily. "What do you want?" A black-clothed man said coldly, "Everyone except the woman has been killed." "Stop!" Xianxia got up and rushed towards the black-clothed man. "Diseased seedlings." The black-clothed man kicked Xianxia in the chest and knocked Xianxia down on the spot. He stepped on Xianxia's stomach and said condescendingly, "My dear friend, don't you know that you need to swallow the fire dragon grass before coming to Beiyang continent? The illness here will kill you, but you still haven't died yet. It's really unexpected." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Let them go. Didn't you just want my saber? I'll give it to you." The black-clothed man patted Xianxia's face and said, "Look, I said that there's nothing that can't be traded, but you're regretting it now. Isn't it a little too late?" The black-clothed man dragged the hunter over and said to Xianxia, "Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me now?" After saying this, the black-clothed man slowly stabbed his sword into the hunter's heart in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's brain was about to explode. He said, "You bastard! You will regret it. You will definitely regret what you did today." The black-clothed man had already raised his sword and was about to cut off Xianxia's head. But when he heard this, he put the sword away and said, "Oh!" The black-clothed man approached Xianxia and lifted the black cloth on his face. "Really? Come, see my face clearly. I'll wait for you to make me regret it." This person was surprisingly a 17 or 18-year-old young man. He was very handsome, but there was a small 5-star birthmark on his right face. "Warrior, save me," the girl cried out in tears. The black-clothed man smiled and picked up Xianxia's red dragon saber. He said, "The saber is not bad. I'll keep it. Young lady, take the others away. Kill them all." "Bullshit." The black-clothed men raised their butcher's knives and slaughtered all the hunters one by one in Xianxia's angry and hateful eyes. Finally, the leader of the black-clothed men carried the girl on his shoulders and strode out of the inn. As he left the inn, he turned around and said to Xianxia, "My dear friend, I am waiting for you to come find me. The premise is, if you can survive, haha." The black-clothed man left one after another. The leading young man spread out his palm and threw a fireball into the inn. Boom! In the vast snowy plains, a blazing fire was ignited. The Cold Winter Empire. Although this place was called an empire, it was at best made up of more than a dozen large cities, because the number of native inhabitants of the northern continent was already very small. On this day, a black-haired young man came to Snow Eagle City, the capital of the Cold Winter Empire. This person's body was weak, and his clothes were burnt all over his body, making him look extremely miserable. "I need a physician," Xianxia panted for breath and asked a passerby for help. However, when everyone saw Xianxia's black hair and black pupils, they all hid far away. No one was willing to help him because he was from the outer lands. Xianxia felt dizzy and almost lost the strength to walk. His entire body was exhausted, and he sat down in the corner of the street with great difficulty, silently waiting for his death. He had already tried all the spirit herbs he had brought with him, but none of them could cure his illness. In a daze, Xianxia saw a black-haired old man walk over. The old man first searched Xianxia's body for a long time, took all the gold coins he could find, and then was about to leave. Xianxia said weakly, "When I go to the doctor, I still have more money. I'll give it to you." The old man immediately smiled happily. He carried Xianxia onto his horse and said, "You said, don't change your mind." Half a day later, in a well-decorated room, Xianxia was sleepily lying on the bed, and there were 2 old men standing beside the bed. One of the old men was the old man who stole the money. The old man whispered to another old man, "Is this kid still alive?" The other old man was obviously a doctor. He asked curiously, "This young man actually didn't die. What a surprise." The old man said, "What's so strange about it? There are many people who have fallen ill and haven't died." The doctor shook his head. "You don't understand. This brat should have crossed through the Death Snow Plains. He probably doesn't know that place." The old man's eyes almost fell. "What? Death Snow Plains? Don't lie to me. No one can come out alive in that damned place. The snowstorm there is mixed with the most terrifying black goo plague. There were once Heaven Scryer realm experts who accidentally entered the Death Snow Plains and died halfway." The doctor glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "That's why I said it's unbelievable. This kid's physique is so strong that it's incomprehensible. Not only did he walk out of the Death Snow Plains alive, he also came here alive. It's simply a miracle. He actually managed to survive the most dangerous stage by relying on his strong physique. His body has begun to slowly improve." The old man looked at Xianxia in shock. He was speechless. Someone could cross the Death Snow Plains without dying. What was even more shocking was that his body was still improving. The doctor examined Xianxia again and then took out 2 pills. He said, "Take it. Your body is no longer seriously injured. However, you are still very weak at the beginning of your serious illness. After taking the pills, you can recover within 3 days. I shouldn't have saved you from the outer lands, but for old Lee's sake, I will help you. Once you recover from your illness, leave immediately. Don't give me any trouble." "Thank you, old man," Xianxia said weakly. The doctor snorted coldly. "You know how to be grateful. Lie down. Xianxia quietly cultivated for 2 days before he felt that his vitality had begun to recover. By the evening of the next day, his body had completely recovered. That incomparably powerful yuan qi and body returned. In the courtyard, Xianxia looked at the snowstorm and said to the black-haired old man, "Old sir, I have some news for you." The black-haired old man didn't say anything and only extended his right hand. Xianxia nodded and opened his storage ring. "My money is all on the storage card. You may not be able to use it here. These gold coins are the only cash I have. I'll give them to you." Xianxia shook his hand and saw the golden coins falling down into a small hill. The old man was so shocked that he trembled. This, so much money. Oh my God. At least there are more than 100,000. Xianxia said, "Did you know that there is a gang of slave bandits nearby?" The old man pounced on the golden mountain and sprinkled his gold coins. "There are many bandits. There are at least 30 to 40 outsiders near Snow Eagle City." Xianxia said, "The group of people I met have extraordinary yuan qi fluctuations. They are already comparable to the first-class disciples of our continent." The old man said, "Your continent? How do I know how powerful your continent's first-rate sects are? However, from what you said, those bandits should not be simple. I advise you not to make trouble for yourself. These bandits from the northern continent are all powerful martial artists from the other continents of the northern region. Many of them are top experts from the dark forces. What did they take from you? You have to desperately search for it." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "They took away my dignity." The old man thought for a moment and whispered, "For the sake of the gold coins, I told you not to tell outsiders. The group you are talking about is very likely the people from the Frost Dragon. These fellows are extremely powerful. I heard that they even control 2 small empires. Let me tell you something even more terrifying." Xianxia said, "What?" The old man quietly whispered in Xianxia's ear, "Not only are the people of the Frost Dragon powerful, they have also cooperated with the Wampoa aristocrat clan that is famous all over the world. What do you think? Are you afraid? They once helped the Wampoa clan capture slaves. If you go against them, you will die." "Where can I find them?" Xianxia asked. At the same time, he was thinking that the Wampoa aristocrat clan's sphere of influence covered the entire world. From the north, south, east, and west regions to the central plains, all of them had their own properties. "I'm afraid the Wampoarian I know won't work here. Miss Rian only works in the southern domain, and the northern domain should be under the control of other Wampoa aristocrat clans." The old man chuckled. "Snow Eagle City is very big. It's impossible for anyone to find a frost dragon. Fortunately, you met me. You can go to the shipyard in Dongcheng district. It is said that Frost Dragon also has shares in the shipyard. They are involved in building civilian flying ships." Then, before the old man could finish his sentence, Xianxia had already turned around and left. "This kid." The old man shook his head and sighed. "Another dead ghost whose revenge cannot be killed. Tsk tisk." The residents of the northern ocean continent were all tall and majestic. Ordinary people walking on the cold streets were generally over 2.5 meters tall. When Xianxia walked in such a place, he was particularly eye-catching, because he was too short. Xianxia wanted to inquire about the exact location of the Dongcheng shipyard, but no one was willing to give him a path. One refused, the other did not dare. Xianxia could only walk all the way to Dongcheng district on his own. From a distance, he saw an extremely tall tower. On the tower were iron ropes that were thicker than buckets. Occasionally, crunching sounds could be heard. That should be it. Xianxia took a deep breath and the face with the pentagram birthmark appeared in his mind. Xianxia was from the southern domain. From his previous life until now, he did not understand the martial arts characteristics of the northern domain martial artists. This time, he wanted to be a martial artist from the southern domain, a dark force that had entered the northern domain alone. The shipyard was enormous, and in such cold weather, there were bare-handed workers everywhere, their muscles bulging and filled with a sense of beauty of strength. One semi-finished flying ship after another was stranded in a pit. Occasionally, Workers would look at Xiang Nan strangely, but no one cared about him. Xiang Nan passed through many workshops and finally arrived in front of an office building. There were martial practitioners carrying swords and knives everywhere around this building. They looked extremely ferocious with their eyebrows crossed. Two warriors, who were nearly 3 meters tall, blocked Xiang Nan's path and said, "Book a boat." Xiang Nan expressionlessly said, "Find someone." The two strong men looked at each other and laughed. One of them said, "You've found the wrong place. This place only sells boats. Hurry up and leave." Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said, "I'm looking for the people from the Frost Dragon." The expressions of the two strong men instantly froze. A strong man sternly said, "Scram! Scram now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "I'm looking for someone," Xiang Nan said. The two burly men were furious and stretched out their hands to grab Xiang Nan's shoulder. Xiang Nan grabbed the arms of the two men and placed his left and right hands on their chests, smashing the two men heavily to the ground. The two men's backs landed on the ground. The terrifying impact caused their eyes to fill with blood and they couldn't even breathe. Xiang Nan remained expressionless as he continued to walk inside. The hatchet men beside him rushed forward, shouting and cursing. Xiang Nan poured Yuan Qi into his right foot and stomped it on the ground. A terrifying Yuan Qi shock wave spread out, knocking all the thugs unconscious on the spot. Xiang Nan entered the building and walked up one floor at a time. When he reached the highest floor, he discovered that there was only one room. He directly kicked the door open and strode in. In that room, a fat man was hugging two female characters in a happy manner. The man was suddenly shocked. Xiang Nan went up and punched the man in the stomach. The man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiang Nan dodged the blood while the two women screamed and collapsed to the ground. Xiang Nan pushed the fat man heavily against the wall and said indifferently, "Where is the Frost Dragon?" The fat man cried out in pain. "Let go of me, you dare!" Xiang Nan's straight fist landed on the strong man's left arm, and it actually broke his left arm. Half of her left arm fell to the ground with a slap, and the two beautiful women were lying on the ground and vomiting with disgust. Xiang Nan stared indifferently into the fat man's eyes. As the fat man screamed, he said, "I have a lot of time to play with you. I hope you can enjoy yourself." The fat man's eyes were filled with terror as he said, I can't tell you. Otherwise they will kill me." "Ah!" Xiang Nan punched the fatty's left leg again and said, "Next time, it's his right leg." The fat man was sweating profusely in pain as he hurriedly said, "In the Black Fist Field. They have a vault in the Black Fist Field. Some of the Frost Dragon's little leaders are right there. Congratulations, your right leg is safe." After Xiang Nan asked for the address, he turned around and left. The fat man rolled on the ground in pain and shouted, "You two stinking watch characters, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find someone for me. I want that brat to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the window beside him suddenly shattered. Xiang Nan went back and said, "I heard something I don't want to hear." The fat man was scared out of his wits. "Listen to me, I'm not." Xiang Nan kicked over and directly stamped the fat man's head to shreds. Fresh blood, broken bones, and brain fluid shattered everywhere. The two women fainted from fear. Xiang Nan expressionlessly jumped out of the window and left. This time, Xiang Nan was truly enraged. That extreme anger caused him to calm down unprecedentedly. The hunter girl's cry for help kept echoing in his mind. He thought about how simple those hunters were and how friendly they were to him, but he saw them with his own eyes, watching them being slaughtered on the spot with his own eyes, massacred like a beast. In the center of Snow Eagle City, guests are coming to the hotel. Xiang Nan went straight through the lobby and entered the doorway. He passed through the inclined stairs and arrived at the doorway at the end. From the crack in the door came the lively shouts from inside. Outside the door was a table. A sturdy man was sitting at the table, holding a pen and paper in his hand. He said to Xiang Nan, "You." Xiang Nan grabbed the man's face with his left hand and smashed it onto the table. The man fainted without even snorting. He pushed open the door and entered. Inside was a crowd of people. Men and women were mixed together, shouting excitedly. In the center, there was a 100-meter diameter arena. Two sturdy Origin Realm martial artists were fighting fiercely on the arena. Fist to fist, flesh to fist, bone to fist. Those crazy spectators sprinkled silver coins on the arena. Most of the women took off their shirts, exposing their plump mountain peaks. Some of the men were excited. They took off their pants and swung them towards the arena, howling. Here they have no moral integrity. They inspire the darkest and most bloodthirsty side of their hearts. These people were all outsiders. On the arena, a sturdy man who was 3 meters tall lifted another sturdy man up and knelt on one knee, smashing the back of the sturdy man heavily onto his knees. The scene suddenly boiled, and the sound wave almost knocked the roof over. Xianxia jumped onto the arena, and the scene immediately became quiet. Around the arena, the expression of the Frost Dragon's thugs changed, and they all jumped onto the arena. The two strong men in the battle immediately changed their targets and launched a ferocious attack on Xianxia. Xianxia kicked a ferocious strong man away with one leg. That kick was filled with explosive power. It actually kicked the strong man out, smashing into the wall, destroying the ground, and directly flying out of the street. Another strong man rushed up. Xianxia pointed backwards. Emoka finger flame finger power directly penetrated the heart of the strong man. The strong man's body stiffened. Kneeling on the ground with a putong sound, head fell to the ground. Countless people threw silver and gold coins at Xianxia. The thugs who rushed onto the stage had already surrounded Xianxia, but when they saw Xianxia's strength, they were so scared that none of them dared to step forward. "Find your person in charge." Xianxia wiped the blood off his hand and said, 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. The hatchet men were shocked and hurriedly ran around, calling for help. 2019. An extremely intense Yuan Qi fluctuation suddenly appeared in the underground fist ring. A heavenly Yuan first-layer expert turned into a beam of intense light and directly pierced through the wall, charging fiercely towards Xianxia. Xianxia didn't dodge or dodge. He allowed the martial artist to hit him, but the martial artist was like a bird hitting a mountain. Instead, he was bounced back, clutching his head and wailing painfully on the ground. Xianxia stepped forward and said, 1817. Deep down, his hands snapped off the martial artist's left arm. The martial artist resisted painfully and punched Xianxia in the face. Xianxia easily caught his fist and broke his right arm. Then he kicked his left knee and broke it in half. 16, 15. Who's causing trouble? Accompanied by a group of thugs, a middle-aged man rushed in angrily. 14. Xianxia nodded. He used both of his hands to pull the middle-aged man and all the martial artists onto the arena. A wisp of flaming lightning flew out from his right palm. The flaming lightning turned into a ray of light and pierced through everyone's legs and knees. More than 50 people knelt on the arena. Xianxia expressionlessly said, "I have a question for you, my dear friend, but I don't want to waste my time." Xianxia smashed the chest of the first fighter on the left and walked towards the second fighter. "I want to find someone with a pentagram birthmark on his face." He pointed his right finger at the shoulder of the second hitter. That finger penetrated his body, passed through his heart, and pierced out from his right leg, shooting deeply into the arena. "I heard that he is one of your frost dragons." As Xianxia walked, he killed people. By the time he reached the person in charge, 7 thugs had already died on the stage. Then, Xianxia crouched down and patted the person in charge on the face. "Do you want to answer my question, or do you want to die like them without pain?" he said. The person in charge had no doubt that Xianxia would kill him, and that he would kill him without mercy. I know who you're looking for, but I don't know where he is," the person in charge said hurriedly. "His name is Guanxing. He is the son of our Frost Dragon Snow Eagle Division's Pavilion Master Guan, but he doesn't have a fixed position, so he might appear anywhere." Xianxia said, "If your Frost Dragon catches a woman from the Northern Ocean continent, where will it be sent?" The person in charge hurriedly said, "Heavenly Rainbow Courtyard." They will be sold to Heavenly Rainbow Courtyard to receive guests. Heavenly Rainbow Courtyard is a special reception area for Outlanders in Snow Eagle City, and no Aborigines of the Northern Ocean continent are allowed to enter. Heavenly Rainbow Courtyard is not far from here. Go east and you'll see a big red building 5 blocks away. That's Heavenly Rainbow Courtyard. Sell it to Sky Rainbow Court to receive guests. Xianxia narrowed his eyes flashing with a trace of ruthless anger. Xianxia couldn't suppress the anger in his heart when he thought about how that innocent and kind girl would be treated like this. He slowly raised his right hand. His entire palm was wrapped in yuan qi and turned into a sharp blade. I answered your question. You can't kill me, the person in charge said in panic. I never said that if you answer my question, I will spare your life. Xianxia raised his saber and the head of the person in charge rolled on the ground. Xianxia turned around and left with large strides. His blade formed from flames and lightning flew out with a whoosh, piercing through the necks of all the thugs. The row of thugs lay neatly on the arena. The audience was already frightened. Today, someone actually killed the Frost Dragon's people. They scattered in panic and fled like a tidal wave. Before Xianxia left, he threw a yuan qi flame into the underground's secret place, causing the entire place to explode into the sky with a loud boom. Xianxia blamed himself. He could not forgive himself. The girl was already the only woman in their village who had survived. They had saved their lives, but because of the red dragon saber, they had implicated the hunters of their entire team. Xianxia had already secretly sworn that no matter what price he paid, he would still save the girl even if Snow Eagle City was thrown upside down. On a cold winter night, the anger in Xianxia's eyes was like fire. He had already wasted a few days, and he did not know what kind of treatment the girl would receive these few days, and the thought of this made Xianxia's heart ache like a knife. Humans, why can you kill your compatriots so easily? The girl's words still echoed in Xianxia's mind. Across the street, there was a red building with the words, Heavenly Rainbow Courtyard, written on it. None of the locals of the Northern Ocean continent would appear on this street. They couldn't avoid this place. The people on the streets were all outer land martial artists who came to the Northern Ocean continent to have fun and search for wealth. They had a superior smile on their faces. To them, this northern continent was a heaven where they could act recklessly and let them enjoy the dark side of human nature. Xianxia even saw black-haired outer lands people raising their natives like dogs. They were riding on the backs of the blonde young men, treating them like mounts. Xianxia felt great sorrow in his heart. These people had already forgotten who had received them warmly and welcomed them as relatives. However, the simple and kind Aborigines of the Northern Ocean continent had never expected that their pure smiles would not be for friendship, but for cold butchering knives. Even so, the group of kind hunters were still willing to save themselves from being unconscious in the icy plains. Xianxia was in a terrible mood. On the opposite side was the red building. Xianxia walked in with a gloomy expression. In the hall on the first floor of the Heavenly Rainbow Courtyard, many guests from the outer lands were drinking and chatting. Each of them had at least one blonde woman in their arms. On a 3-meter-tall platform in the middle of the hall, there were 5 blondes performing singing and dancing. The scene of the group of hunters singing and dancing in the inn appeared in Xianxia's mind. A dazzling half-old Sunyang quickly walked towards Xianxia. It seemed that this woman should be the madam. Yo, this young master, are you? Xianxia kicked the madam away. The madam didn't have much strength. She flew and crashed the stairs behind her. Her entire body was nested in the broken stairs and she died on the spot. All the guests in the hall quieted down. Everyone looked coldly at Xianxia. Xianxia jumped up and flipped onto the stage where the singing and dancing were performed. He first glanced at the dancing girls and discovered that it was not the hunter girl. Then he looked around and swept his gaze across the entire hall. The 40 or so Xiantian realm martial practitioners raised in the Heavenly Rainbow Courtyard immediately rushed out from the side door and jumped onto the high platform. Xianxia grabbed a martial artist's neck and broke it on the spot. He kicked the chest of the second martial artist. He spread out his palm and a wisp of lightning flame appeared in his palm. The lightning flame flew out at lightning speed, piercing through the chests of the other 40 martial artists in an instant. Before the martial artists could jump onto the high platform, they all fell to the outer edge. Xianxia didn't even look at the martial artists. He just focused on looking for the person he was looking for. Among the guests, there was a table full of meaningful smiles. A handsome young master held a glass of wine and said, "A Origin Realm martial artist would come to such a place? Interesting. That friend." The young master stood up and shouted to Xianxia from afar, "We're here for fun, not anger. I advise you to leave as soon as possible, so as not to disturb our delight." Xiangxia's gaze swiftly swept past the young master, but he didn't stop at all. He discovered that there was no one he was looking for among the women in the hall, and from the second floor to the fifth floor, there were waves of male and female cheers. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and directly jumped onto the second floor. In this huge patio structure, the doors of each floor were facing the hall in a circular arrangement. The young master smiled faintly and said, "That's crazy. A small 4th-level Origin returning martial artist actually dares to look down on a 6th-level Origin returning martial artist like me." As he spoke, the young master leapt into the air. Xianxia used his flower-picking finger to wrap around young master's neck as he leapt into the air. Then, with a cracking sound, young master's neck broke and he died miserably on the spot. Damn it! All the martial artists at the young master's table stood up. They roared and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia kicked open a door and looked inside. At the same time, he flipped his hands back, and his hands twisted repeatedly. Behind him, there was a cracking sound of a broken neck. Before the martial artists could react, they all lay on the ground with their necks tilted. Hiss! The entire audience was gasping for breath. In the room, a strong man was lying on the body of an aboriginal girl, fiercely stirring. He angrily turned around and said, "Where did this wild boy come from? He actually disturbed my elegant mood." Xiangxia's hands fell, and the strong man's entire spine was dragged out. "No!" Xianxia shook his head. The girl in this room was not the person he was looking for. He walked towards the second room, and the girl in the first room was already screaming in fright. Xianxia kicked open the rooms one by one and walked up the stairs one by one. Outside the heavenly rainbow courtyard, a large number of Frost Dragon martial practitioners had already rushed in. When they received the news, they came to support them. Xianxia put his left hand behind his back and slowly walked around the corridor of the heavenly rainbow courtyard. He inspected every room, and his right hand was always aimed at the entrance of the heavenly rainbow courtyard. Every martial artist who tried to charge in would have their necks snapped. So much so that the guests who were enjoying themselves here were so frightened that they didn't dare to go out, afraid that Xianxia would snap their necks out of thin air. Gradually, the corpses of the Frost Dragon martial practitioners at the entrance of the heavenly rainbow courtyard had been piled up into a mountain, blocking the entire main entrance. After Xianxia finished checking the last room, he still couldn't find the hunter girl he was looking for. He stood high up on the 5th floor and expressionlessly said to the hall, "I only found the madam, not the person in charge of the Frost Dragon of the Heavenly Rainbow Institute. I think he should be sitting in a corner of the hall." The guests looked at Xianxia in horror. No one dared to breathe loudly. Xianxia rubbed his wrist and said, "Will you automatically point him out to me, or shall I just kill all of you? Choose for yourself. I'll give you 10 seconds. It's him." One of the guests stood up in fright and pointed at a table in the corner. "The fatty behind that table is," he shouted. "You!" The fat man was furious, but he didn't have the mood to fight for his life with the person who had identified him. Without saying a word, he stood up and ran wildly. He smashed the wall with a boom and directly jumped onto the street outside. Xianxia raised his right hand, and the fatty actually returned the same way. His body was pulled back by a perceptive force, and he flew back to the 5th floor in front of Xianxia. The fatty roared angrily, "Do you know who you are provoking?" "I know." Xiangxia's right hand turned into a hand knife and pierced through the fat man's chest with a puff. He held the fat man's heart with his palm. The fat man coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, but he didn't dare to move too much, afraid that his heart would touch Xiangxia's palm. Xiangnan said indifferently. A few days ago, Guanxing caught a local hunter girl. Where is she? The fat man was in great pain, but he glared at Xiangnan fiercely and shouted, No matter who you are, you can't escape. You definitely can't escape from the frost dragon's palm. Xiangnan fiercely pinched the fatty's heart. The fat man suddenly convulsed. His eyes rolled and his mouth frothed. I'll give you one last chance to answer my question. If you have any irrelevant answers, you will bear the consequences. Xiangnan said. The fatty trembled in pain and said, You. Xiangnan pulled out his hand and casually tossed the fatty's heart aside. He wiped the blood off his hand and smiled at the guest who had designated him earlier. Do you know where the frost dragon is? It sells women. All the guests were stunned. Xiangnan clearly had a question to ask Fatty, but he was actually able to kill him so decisively. In everyone's eyes, Xiangnan's smile became incomparably terrifying. The guest trembled as he pointed south. Then, there's a slave exchange about 10 miles away. Perhaps. Xiangnan nodded. Thank you. With that, he stepped into the air and smashed through the dome of the heavenly rainbow court, turning into a beam of intense light that suddenly flew away. Only at this moment did all the guests let out a sigh of relief. No one had the mood to play anymore, and they all fled for their lives. The slave exchange, this kind of place, was semi-legal in the Cold Winter Empire. Due to the weak guard consciousness of the aborigines of the northern continent, they did not form a large-scale army, and the so-called emperor was more like a respected village leader. In the face of the cruel sabers of the outer lands, they were powerless. It could be said that the dark forces of all sides had defeated the entire Cold Winter Kingdom together. It was also because the Cold Winter Kingdom's resistance was very weak that the dark forces could easily control this place, so they did not need to send out super-powerful experts to suppress it. At least until now, the strongest enemy Xiangnan had encountered was only the Heavenly Yuan first-layer martial artist in the Black Fist Market, who had been annihilated by him in one move. The slave exchange. Outlanders walked in and out one by one. The exchange was holding a grand banquet today, and more than half of the influential people in Snow Eagle City had arrived. Xiangnan pretended to be a buyer and went in. After questioning a person in charge, he learned that the slave exchange only opened once a month. At that time, the slave exchange would sell male and female aborigines. Because virginity was extremely valuable, a woman's virginity would be sent here instead of being sent to the heavenly rainbow courtyard to sell meat. Xiangnan felt that he might have really found the right place, so he took a crystal cup from the messenger and quietly waited in the banquet hall. The buyers here are distinguished, elegant, and talkative. They strolled through the ballroom with wine glasses in their hands, chatting with people for a while, or chatting in groups about recent business. In the words of some people, this place should be considered Snow Eagle City's upper-class society. However, when Xiangnan saw the friendly and elegant faces of these people, he couldn't help but feel disgusted in his heart. Entering this place was not easy. He had to verify his status. After Xiangnan revealed his tens of millions of storage cards, he was easily released. Xiangnan's previous estimation was still wrong. He thought that the Southern Domain's coin storage card could not be used in the Northern Domain, but in fact it could be used. Regardless of which region the coin storage card was, although it could not be used, it could be exchanged directly for the equivalent price from the Wampoa aristocrat clan, which had a huge influence. This young master is dressed plainly. He seems to be an elegant person. A young man took the initiative to approach Xiangnan and said with a smile, I'm not immortal either. Look at their gorgeous clothes. They're really very vulgar. Xiangnan glanced at the man and did not reply. The man was slightly bored, so he smiled and said, I wonder if young master wants to buy a man or a woman? At this point the man whispered, To be honest, I like men. These native men are all strong and handsome. They are very attractive. Xiangnan held the wine glass in his hand and said indifferently, I'll kill someone. The man was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Young master is really funny. Let me tell you, I really came to the northern continent right. Originally, with my status, I wasn't considered a high-class person on my continent. However, when I came to the northern ocean continent, I discovered that this place is truly a world of immortals. As long as I have money here, I can get everything I want. The man chattered non-stop. Xianxia remained silent and ignored him. The more the man spoke, the happier he became. In the end, he hooked his shoulders to Xianxia, wanting to be called a friend. Xianxia pushed his arm away and coldly looked at him. "Stay away from me," he said. At this moment, a few staff members walked into the banquet hall and moved into a large iron cage covered in black cloth. A middle-aged man who was in charge of the auction smiled and bowed to the crowd. Then he said politely, "Today, we will sell a total of 25 young girls and 16 handsome and strong young men." Xianxia didn't want to alert the enemy. He could fight head-on, but the hunter girl's realm was too low. She was afraid that the enemy would jump over the wall and injure the girl. He disguised himself as Xiangru again. This Confucian's appearance was more refined, so it was not easy for people to be on guard. Before arriving here, he had already changed his appearance. The second reason why Xianxia did not directly barge in was that this was an industry belonging to the Wampoa aristocrat clan. At this moment, the auctioneer smiled and lifted the black cloth from the metal cage beside him. Inside was a beautiful young woman. Upon seeing this woman, the atmosphere at the scene instantly reached its peak. Many guests immediately walked over and slowly revolved around the iron cage. Each of them held their wine glasses and made serious comments. Later, the auctioneer knocked on the wooden hammer, signaling everyone to calm down and said, "There is 3 minutes to watch each round. Now it is time for everyone to bid." At that time, a buyer raised the wooden token in his hand. Everyone bid in succession, and in the end, the highest bidder won. The workers released the woman from the iron cage and handed her to the buyer. The buyer's face turned red with excitement as he continued to touch the girl. The strangest thing was that the buyer had come together with the couple. The buyer's wife was standing at the side, licking her lips excitedly. She did not feel the slightest bit unhappy because of her husband's excessive behavior. The second iron cage that was pushed up was a young and sturdy man. Similarly, it was bought by this buyer. This muscular man was given to his wife by the buyer. The wife's behavior was even more shocking. She pounced forward like a mother beast, stripping off the naked appearance of an aboriginal man. She actually sat down on her buttocks, rising and falling. Her husband, on the other hand, was so excited that his eyes were red, and he was breathing heavily from the side. Facing such a shocking scene, many guests only smiled kindly at the couple. Xiangxia's eyes widened. He simply couldn't believe what he saw. In this way, the Aborigines were auctioned off on the spot. When the 20th iron cage was delivered, it was a plump girl. A guest bought the girl at a high price and said, "I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat everyone to a big meal." Everyone cheered as they raised their glasses to the buyer. The organizer understood very well. The auctioneer smiled calmly and beckoned his subordinates to take the girl away. Xianxia didn't know what they were celebrating, but he just waited patiently. Next, the 21st, 22nd, 23rd slaves were constantly being sold. However, Xianxia could not wait for the hunter girl. When the 30th slave was supposed to appear on the stage, it was not the iron cage that was pushed up, but a dining table. A well-dressed and smiling waiter pushed the dining table in front of everyone and showed the plates to everyone. The buyers happily picked up the cooked meat from the plate with knives and forks and chewed a juicy piece of red meat in their mouths. They closed their eyes and enjoyed eating the food in their mouths. Their expressions and appearances were like enjoying the most forbidden and exciting delicacies in the world. At first, Xianxia did not understand this scene, but when the dining table was pushed in front of him, he almost vomited. Inside the plate, there was actually a palm carved into a flower. Xianxia felt his brain explode. He stared blankly at the palm of his hand. Only then did he react. It turned out that the buyer had said that he wanted to treat everyone to a big meal, but that was actually what he meant. The Aboriginal woman who had been bought was actually sent to the kitchen to be slaughtered. After being cooked, she was sent to the kitchen for everyone to eat. "My dear guest." When the waiter saw that Xianxia hadn't moved for a long time, he smiled and said, "Please, Pang! Xianxia punched at the waiter's head on the spot. The bone-shattering brains sprayed out radially, drenching the 3 or 4 buyers' heads and faces. The scene fell silent. Xianxia clenched his fists and gritted his teeth forcefully. The veins on his forehead bulged out, and he felt extremely regretful in his heart. He had a chance to save that girl. He clearly had a chance to save her just now. However, just because he did not understand the rules here and did not understand what they were going to do, a young woman was slaughtered alive. They were eaten like animals by these animals. The scene immediately fell into a small mess. No one had expected Xianxia's sudden action. The man who had talked to Xianxia earlier was pale with shock. He had heard Xianxia personally say that he wanted to kill people here, but he only thought that it was a joke. Damn it, this is the property of the Wampoa aristocrat clan. Throughout the world, those who dared to stir up trouble in the territory of the Wampoa aristocrat clan had yet to be born. The auctioneer had good professional accomplishments. He did not panic. Instead, he walked down with a smile and personally arrived in front of Xianxia. "This friend," the auctioneer smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps it was our poor hospitality that infuriated you. I regret to inform you that your actions have offended our interests and reputation. You will be punished severely by us. Please follow me." Xianxia smiled angrily and said, "Do you think I'll listen to you like I'm doing business with you?" The auctioneer smiled calmly and said, "I hope you can understand who you are going against." Xianxia grabbed the auctioneer's neck, causing his face to turn red and his eyes to turn blood red. "Smile. Show me another one." Xianxia leaned his face closer to the auctioneer and said in a deep voice, "I know who you are, and I will tell you clearly that today, I am doing your Wampoa clan." After saying that, Xianxia lifted the auctioneer up and heavily fell to the ground. The auctioneer's back landed on the ground. The tremendous recoil caused his chest to explode like a well. Blood and minced meat sprayed onto the ceiling. The guests screamed and fled in all directions. Xianxia waved his hand and cast a hemispherical light screen with his yuan qi, sealing off the entire auction house. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and said, "You damn bastards! Don't you like to use money to buy other people's right to life?" Today, Xianxia threw out 4 or 5 storage cards and angrily said, "Today, I will follow your rules and buy the lives of all of you. None of you want to leave this place." The entire auction house had turned red. This place was already a sea of blood. On the walls, ceiling, and floor there were broken limbs everywhere. Thick blood kept flowing on the ground, and the corpses lay motionless on the ground. Only those slaves who were sold were let go by Xianxia. All the aborigines were hiding in the corner, looking at Xianxia, who was standing in the middle of the banquet hall with trembling eyes as if he was looking at a devil. The scene that had just happened caused them to tremble with fear. Xianxia stood there quietly. He lowered his head. Blood dyed his long hair red and dripped down the ends of his hair. He was very disappointed. He was very disappointed in Wampoa Ruyin. He didn't know if all of this had anything to do with Wampoa Ruyin, but at this moment, he was burning with rage and couldn't worry about that much anymore. Even in his previous life, when he was still alive, the heavenly profound sect master had personally warned by Mukin, "No matter what, do not easily touch the Wampoa aristocrat clan. It is a mysterious and ancient clan. The power of this clan is far beyond imagination." Xianxia took out a messenger that was stained with Wampoa Ruyin's blood and gritted his teeth at the messenger. "Miss Ruyin, you really disappointed me. I didn't expect that your Wampoa aristocrat clan would have such a style." He waved his hand and the message flew into the sky, but it floated up and did not leave. The northern domain was too far away from the southern domain, so far that the messenger was unable to sense Wampoa Ruyin's location. Xianxia sighed and retrieved the message. Xianxia stomped on the ground. The yuan qi shockwave shattered all the storage rings of the buyers. Large amounts of storage cards were sprayed out. At the same time, there were also quite a few gold coins. "A few days ago, was there a girl sent here? She used to be a hunter," Xianxia said to the slaves. The slaves were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they shook their heads repeatedly. "We were all captured a month ago, a woman said in a trembling voice. Only 3 of us were sent 5 days ago, but all 3 of them are men. Xianxia frowned and said, There is a lot of money here. Take it and run for your lives. Never come back to Snow Eagle City again. This place is not suitable for you. With that, Xianxia turned around and left. The clue had already been interrupted here, and the most troublesome thing was that Xianxia had provoked a terrorist giant that he was the least willing to provoke. However, he knew very well in his heart that to be alive was to fight for breath, to live up to his conscience, and to be happy with his grudges. He knew that he had caused a great disaster, but he would not regret it. It's not that I, Xianxia, want to do this, but the actions of your Wampoa aristocrat clan that forced me to do so. I, Xianxia, will definitely save those who should be saved, and I, Xianxia, will definitely kill those who should be killed. It's snowing. The goose-feathered snow danced in the air, sprinkling all over Snow Eagle City. It was beautifully decorated in silver. However, in Xianxia's heart, this scene felt like the heavens were crying for him. He realized that his compassionate personality might not be suitable for this world, this society. Perhaps the justice he insisted on would surely touch the interests of many people and bring him unnecessary calamity. If you want to survive in such a cruel and realistic society, you have to give up your dignity and original intentions and go against your conscience. Perhaps you find others living too disgusting and despicable, but in order to survive, you have to force yourself to jump in and become one of them. This was the helplessness of reality, as well as the law of survival. It made many people who had dreams become the type of people they hated the most after they stepped into society. However, as time went on, the disgust towards him would gradually become numb, and he would find an excuse for himself, and his name would mature. Defying the heavens will be executed. To go against the will of others is not acceptable in this world. Xianxia didn't want to accept this damn fucking survival law. Standing at the crossroads, he shouted at the heavens with rage. Heavens, I refuse to accept this. Pedestrians looked at Xianxia repeatedly, but no one paid attention to him. They thought that perhaps this was another madman forced out by reality. I have my beliefs. Xianxia clenched his fists as he walked down the street, gritting his teeth. I won't change myself for anyone. I will continue to live like this. I will fight for the people I care about. I will fight for the faith and justice I uphold. I am worthy of the oath I swore in the nature sect. I want to see what this damned world can do to me. If someone blocks me, I will kill them. If the heavens block me, I will break the heavens. After crossing a few blocks in the distant sky, there was a fleet of flying ships hovering in the sky, ready to set off at any time. Those flying ships were forged into steel barriers, and below them, mercenaries were being recruited. Many experts from the dark forces were heading to the most dangerous region of the northern ocean continent to explore the extreme frost secret realm. Xianxia casually found an outlander and asked. He learned that the extreme frost secret realm was the most mysterious place in the entire northern ocean continent. It was called the Death Zone. Over the years, from the extreme frost secret realm, some demonic beasts with amazing bones had walked out. These demonic beasts were priceless and rare in the world. This time, the Dark Forces martial artists prepared to step into the second ring of the extreme frost secret realm that no human had ever set foot in. Over the years, humans have only been able to explore the extreme frost secret realm's outer ring. However, no one dared to enter the second ring. As for whether there were even the third and fourth rings inside, it was unknown. At this moment, 10 different dark forces formed a large group. Each of them had strength on the streets below the flying ship, and they were urgently recruiting people. 10 large tables were placed in different directions. They were situated at the crossroads. Behind each table, the person in charge of one faction was recruiting martial artists to accompany them in creating the extreme frost secret realm. Xianxia immediately saw the young man behind the table in the Frost Dragon district. On the man's right cheek, there was a small pentagram birthmark. Xianxia walked over. He pulled up his chair and sat opposite the man. He crossed his fingers on the table, carefully examining the young man with the pentagram birthmark. The man laughed as he looked at Xiangnan, his face full of kindness, and said, "This friend, are you planning to leave with us? This expedition to the extreme frost secret realm can be said to be a difficult one. Therefore, the price we have offered you is guaranteed to satisfy you." Xiangnan did not say anything. He stared at the man's face and was thinking. He was thinking about what method he should use to torture him, ravage him, and destroy him. Guanxing smiled. "I know you're very nervous, but isn't that how you are? If you don't do a few big things in your life, how can you be worthy of your life?" Xiangnan nodded. "I agree with you. Let me ask you, what do you think the value of a human life is?" Guanxing smiled even more brilliantly. "Don't worry. If anything happens to you, we will definitely arrange for your family to live a carefree life. And the reward we give you can make your family live a very glorious and respectable life." Xiangnan thought for a moment and asked, "Then, how much is it worth?" Guanxing said, "A life is worth between 3 million and 8 million gold coins if it is at the Xiantian realm, and between 9 million and 10 million gold coins if it is at the origin returning realm." Xiangnan nodded and took out a storage card with a face value of 10 million gold coins from his storage ring. He placed it on the table and pushed the storage card in front of Guanxing.